Yeah. Wow. Yeah. What's up, everybody? Much love and respect to the family, the tribes out there. Thank you once again for tuning in. It's been a while. Miss you guys. Make sure you can hear me. Let me get a 1. Make sure you guys can hear me. It's gonna be a good one. Pura vida, mi gente. Pure life, maybe. Pure life. Hope everybody's doing good. I've been over here working a lot, trying to catch up on work, you know, also doing the research. Just wanted to do this video here on the Acadians. I hope you guys enjoy it because, you know, I wanted to get into the French and where they were doing, what they were doing in the States, and, especially in Louisiana, and who the Cajuns are, the Creoles, and who are they mixing with and all that in Louisiana. And Acadians just kept popping up, and I just thought it would be right to just go ahead and do a thorough research on the Acadians, so before we get into Louisiana and all that, and the Washita and the Moors and all that. All right, so I hope you guys enjoy this. I don't know if you guys know what an Acadian is, or if you heard of it, or I'm sure you guys mostly heard of Cajuns from Louisiana and all that. All right, so I hope you guys enjoy this. Shout out to the producers sending out the beats, Maniac Beats, and of course the YouTube Creative Commons free audio library. This is fair use. This is for education, commentary. We're doing research. We're just trying to correct history here. Let's see how it goes today, guys. Thank you for being here today once again. Much love and respect. And we're gonna go over some things before we start, just to, in case we got new people here. It's a lot of information we've gone over before, and in order to understand what we're gonna go over today, have a little background. We gotta have a little background what we've already presented and what we already believe or what we know. Okay, so again, we're gonna right now we're looking at the word Swarty. All right, it says here of a dark color, right? Complexion or cast. This is from the Merriam-Webster's dictionary. Swarty, a dark color. Complexion, a dark complexion. Swarty, dark complexion. Dark complexion. Cambridge Dictionary, swarty, of a person of their skin dark. A swarty face or complexion. A swarty fisherman. Compare with black, adjective for people, or dark, adjective without light. Dark, black for people, black, so-called black, right? Swarty means black, right? Dark complexion. Etymology of Swarty and Moorish by Iron Line. This is a Rasta Lifeware website, been up for years. A lot of drop there sometimes, we pull out the babies, It says etymology here of the word Swarty and Moorish, Nordic Swarty meaning black, Germanic Schwarz meaning black, English Swarty meaning black, so-called Negro, right? We're not talking about tans. We're not talking about, not only tans, because a lot of times they did use Swarty, but people with, very, very tan, even though they might have been pale or fair. But Swarty in general, a lot of the time was used also for a black, so-called black person, what you call a Negro, what they would call today an African American would be called Swarty. Instead of you calling being called African American today, they call you Swarty. Look at that Swarty fellow. And the cops would be like, what's the description? We got a Swarty young male, Swarty young male with a hoodie, Swarty young male with a hoodie. You guys get it? American Dictionary of the English Language. This is from the Webster's 1828 dictionary. And this is just a brief one because we've gotten over the full definition on the actual book of the 1828 Webster's Dictionary. It says here, Swarty being of a dark hue or dusky complexion, tawny. In warm climates, the complexion of men is universally swarty or black. The Moors, Spaniards, and Italians are more swarty than the French, Germans, and English. All right? The what? The Moors, the Spaniards, and Italians are more swartier. All right? Little blacker, little darker. And the Germans and English, their swarty hose would darken all of our plains. Their swarty hose will darken all of our plains. All these swarty Europeans, all these dark-skinned, Negro, black, so-called black Europeans. Lexico, Oxford, powered by Oxford, says swarty. Adjective, swarty or swartiest, dark-skinned. She looked frail standing next to her strong and swarty brother. Her swarty, strong, swarty brother. Yeah, when you got life, you got swartiness. You got color in you when you got life. But when you dying and you look sick, you look frail and pale, right? frail and pale. Online etymology dictionary, Swarty, dark colored, especially of skin, 1580s. Unexplained alteration of Swarty, 1570s, from sort, right? Sort, black, dark of night, clouds, figurative, wicked, all right? Also could be figurative, but when it comes to physically, complexion, we're talking about dark, wicked, Swarta, Old Saxon, Middle Swart, Dutch Swart, dark colored, black. Gothic Swarts, dark colored, black. Sword, dirty, dark, black. Dirty, dark, black, black. The true Germanic word. Surviving in the continental language, but displaced in English by black, so-called black. So-called black. Of skin color, of persons from late 14th century. All right? So, hope you guys got the drift there. So, black, right? Swarty. Are these people not Swarty? These Europeans right here. The one on the left is Portuguese of the Knight of the Order of Santiago, the Knights of the Order of Santiago, the Saint Santiago. All right, Portuguese, Knights, Templars, probably. And on the right, we got some coat of arms, crest, with a lot of Swarty Europeans on their own family crest. All right. Hope you guys enjoying this so far. I'm gonna take a look at this guy right here. Very interesting story with this guy. I just want to show these. I'm just showing examples. All right. So I found this guy here. The funny thing is, I mean, I don't know if you guys just, I'm gonna leave it on here real quick. Let me just zoom in a little bit. All right. So I found this picture on Pinterest, right? And the description was a Confederate soldier, a Scottish Confederate soldier. Scottish Confederate soldier, right? I'm like, he looks kind of swarty to me, I said to myself. And his beard looks a little nappy right there, right? Little like, yeah, coarse, as they say, coarse. Does not say nappy, coarse. All right, so I decided to colorize it, hook it up a little bit, right? Here we go. Now that's a Scottish man, Confederate soldier. The South had a lot of so-called black people as soldiers. I'm almost at the point where I'm saying that almost all of them were probably majority so-called black, and the Republicans were so-called black. They told us a whole fake history, guys. We got to break out of that. Like literally, man. Swarty man with the beard and everything. Check it out, man. He's Scottish and Confederate. That's what they said on the Pinterest, right? Oh, what do we have here? Look at him. This Charles V, right? Minoan women. They painted themselves over there, right? In the Mediterranean. Ancient Minoan women, right? That's on the walls over there. And then we got Charles V on the right. Holy Roman Emperor with the actual Holy Roman Emperor clothing on. That's the thing. See, you got to understand history. His clothing showed the actual clothing that the Holy Roman Emperor wears. That's how you distinguish. This is not just a slave. There's many pictures of him. All right, so go back to this guy with the beard. Hey, man, he could be related to Charles V. Look at that. Look at that. Hey, Swarty up, man. Look at this. All right. Again, we're just going over some past info just before we get into the juicy stuff, so we can understand some of the vocabulary, when we're talking about Swarty and when we're talking about certain things we've talked about before. Much love and respect to everybody in the chat. My Catawba brothers out there, Drop Nation, what it do? Everybody that's been following me, all the tribes out there, everybody around the world. If you're live right now or catching it later, thank you for tuning in. Hope you guys enjoy this. And right here, we got an Etruscan all the way to the right. We got a family crest right in the middle. And what is called the Virgin of Guadalupe. It's painted in Spain, but it's a representation supposedly of the Virgin of Guadalupe. And, showing swartiness, right, all over. Swarty, right, so-called black. I got this screenshot from the good brother Asir, the Duke of Tears, from one of his videos. Just in case, some of the Moorish brothers are not paying attention. He's also, letting us know the same thing, right? Let me just read the whole screenshot. It says Maur. It says a Negro, a Blackamoor, Mari, the inhabitants of Mauritania, it says, right? Mari. This name is derived from their black complexion. It says Moor, black Moor, Negro. And then it says Swart, a Blackamoor or Black Moor, a Negro, Swart, Swarty, Negro. Same thing, right? Negro. We're not talking about tans. We're not. Kurimeo. Could Swarty possibly mean white? No. Okay. Like, all right. Now we're going into conjecture. Let's stay factual. If if it walk like a dog, talk like a dog, it's a dog. If Swarty means so-called black dark complexion. So again, maybe sometimes it was used for a pale-skinned person that might have had a tan or might have been considered less white, and he would say, oh, he has a Swarty complexion. But yeah, that's like saying dark, right? Like any so-called white man can be considered, well, he's kind of dark for a white man, right? Well, I just want you to understand that, yeah, in what case does it mean a light-skinned person, or in what case does it mean an actual Negro or whatever, all the definitions of it are telling us so-called Negro. All right, so-called Negro. All right, so I hope you guys understand that now. All right, so what do they call themselves? You can go ask them. We know they had nation and tribal names. We're not talking about that. There's a reason I'm showing the definition of Swarty. All right, so we're not talking about tags they put on people. All right, we're not talking about tags they put on people or something else. So let's not get off topic with that. So we're gonna show some other examples. Here they're describing the Indians in Maryland. It says a people generally of straight, able, and well-proportioned bodies, sometimes exceeding the ordinary pitch of the English. Their complexion swarty. Are they lying? Do they mean white there? No, they mean dark skin, right? We know Indians were copper-colored tribes of America, right? Swarty means dark skin, all right? We're not talking about what they call themselves. It says here the history of Herodotus. Herodotus supposed the Sarmatians, a Scythian people that differed from the other Scythians, for their women used the bow and the javelin, but in other respects, his account of the Scythians is applicable to the Sarmatians or Sarmatians. The people are swarty, short and fat, of a relaxed and phlegmatic temperament. The women are not fruitful, but their slaves, being lean, give birth to many children. The Greeks were stark with their small, and then it keeps going. So I'm just giving examples again. Throughout history, many different people have been labeled Swarty. That's how we know. That's how we know what they're talking about. All right. Obviously, they didn't teach us what Swarty meant when we were little. We had to figure that out. There's another example here, Crania Americana, a comparative view of skulls in various Aboriginal nations of North and South America. And it says here regarding the Incas of Peru, right? It says their complexion is dark brown and their hair long, black, and rather coarse. All right, rather coarse. This is a classic right here. All right, it's in the books. Don't blame me, don't get mad at me. It says to these observations of Clavijero may be added a few others from Humboldt, who described them as possessing a swarty and copper color. All right, swarty. Again, swarty means dark complexion. Copper color, swarty. You already know. Okay, we need to get to the Haitians eventually. Maybe not in today's video. Today we're going to be talking again about the Acadians, also known in Louisiana as the Cajuns. All right, we're showing some examples here again. This is the Pennsylvania Gazette, November 26, 1747. Again, one example, future video, the Irish, about the Irish. I got a nice video coming on them. Who's the Irish? Who might be their descendants today? Have you ever heard you had Irish in you? Anybody say, hey, we got Irish in our family? Well, let me show you this Irish right here. It says, run away, 22nd instant from James Greenfield, a Newland Township, Chester County, an Irish servant man named Robert Clinton, a weaver by trade. He is of middle stature with black curled hair, swarty complexion, black curled hair, swarty complexion, and about 20 years of age. Had on when he went away a new felt hat a dark brown coat, green jacket. The green jacket, you know he's Irish. Flaxen shirt, a fine stock, toe trousers, black stockings. He's pimped out. Oh, green jacket, hooded with brown worsted that said all brass shoes with large brass buckles. He was enticed away by one Sylvester Egan, an Irishman by trade of weaver, and speaks very brogue-ish. Yo, bro, brogue-ish, but no servant. He doesn't speak servant. Whoever secures said servant and sends word to his master. So as he may have him shall have £5, reward and reasonable charges paid by James Greenfield. Again, a runaway servant, indentured servant, what they were labeling as African slaves running away. That's what they told you in school. And you know how many of these so-called Swarty Europeans were the actual ones running away as indentured servants? And we're gonna find out today who else is a major part of that. Today we're gonna find out, all right? Exclusive drop today. Thanks for tuning in. We're gonna go back again. We're just going over information we've gone over before. All right. History of the conquest of Spain by the Moors, with a sketch of the civilization which they achieved and imparted to Europe by Henry Copy in 2 volumes, volume 2, 1892. And we go to page 445. And again, it breaks down Christopher Columbus' name, the Christ bearer, right? That's not his name. What's his name? Salvador Fernandez Sarco, maybe, possibly. All right, we're digging on that. And it's talking about how he brought evil to the Aborigines and that he only thought Moorish civilization was good. All right, and that he left from a Moorish port. All right, and that many of his sailors were Moorish blood in their veins. It has been asserted that when the Moors were driven out, thousands took refuge in south of France, who afterwards, abhorring the Roman Catholic persecutions, became Huguenots, and that of these many emigrated at a later date to South Carolina, Charlestown, a city of free people of color, right? Huguenots are who? Moorish, are Moors Swarty, are more so-called black, are more so-called Negro, let's be straight up. Or in this case, Kurimeo, can more mean white in this case? No, sorry, more does not mean white. Not in this case. Maybe when they're relating it to other Berbers, pale-skinned ones, maybe. All right, so again, Huguenots, right? We're going over information here. Let's not forget that. This is very important for today's lesson. All right, we got Swarty. What are the 2 key words today? Swarty, which is black. It's like saying so-called Negro, so-called black. And then we got Huguenots, again, or Moors. All right, Huguenots, Moors. All right, so whenever you hear Huguenot, whenever today I'm reading Huguenot, you think Moors, because that's what they were, Moors. All right. We ain't talking about tags. You know, you want to talk about what did they call themselves? Well, they didn't. They actually did call themselves Huguenots. All right, they actually called themselves Huguenot. That was a confederation. That's what it means, a confederation. Let's call it. Let's confederate. Yeah, Huguenots. People labeled them that, but they confederated. That's what it means. Huguenot. All right. Much love and respect to the drones, to the priest kings. All right, we're gonna continue. All right, this book here again is Jews and Muslims in British Colonial America by Elizabeth Hirschman and Donald Yates. Again, we're just going over information just to get a clear understanding of what we're going to learn today. It says the largest emigration of all occurred with the so-called Huguenots, who, as we shall see, were in many cases 2nd or 3rd generation Spanish and Portuguese Jews, all right? Correlating with this book, talking about Moors ending up in France, becoming known as Huguenots, right? Moors were coming from there, Spain and Portugal, right? They had been expelled. They had been expelled by the Catholics, 1492, and then 1493 and 94 in Portugal, all right? So what were they? They were third or second generation Spanish. That's what Huguenots were. Spanish and Portuguese Jews, who we know from past videos were very swarthy, very dark complexion. The Jews of Portugal and Spain were considered general consensus at the time. Check out part 4 of this video, of this series, I'm sorry. Part 4, Nations of the World, and you'll get all the drop, all the proof, all the primary sources letting us know Portuguese Jews, Spanish Jews were very dark complexion people, swarthy. All right. And so again, Huguenots are these people. Basically, again, when we think Huguenot, Moors, right? From Spain and Portugal. I'm not making this up. Don't blame me. All right. The first president of Nigeria, and it keeps going, right? So that was just an example. Again, so they traded. It says they were third generation Spanish and Portuguese who traded their French colors for English. So they became known as English, right? They're chameleons. They're like chameleons. They assimilate. That's how they survive. They're the original refugees. They're the original refugees. The word refugee was first applied to Huguenots of Europe, who are actually Moors. Ding, ding, ding. Magic word of the day. Let that bell ring in your head. Swarthy and Huguenots. All right. But what did they do? They traded their so-called French colors for English, Flemish, or some other nationality as they feared religious persecution. They adapted, they amalgamated. They're like chameleons. We read, check out my Huguenots video. All right. Very good video. How they were like chameleon style all over there, wherever they went, assimilating. And a lot of times it wasn't bad. It's just marrying, you know, with local women and everything. It's just creating families. But it was very strategic with it, very smart with it. All right. Another example here in the same book. It says, although the bulk of the refugees fled to North Africa and Ottoman or Turkish lands, they're talking about after the expulsion from Spain and Portugal. Thousands of others sought safety in France. Thousands went to France, right? Remember? And the Low Countries. As Protestantism swept across Western Europe, many of these Jewish conversos and moriscos became often only outwardly Protestant. Again, these conversos, meaning they converted to Christianity by force. That's why they call conversos. And moriscos are basically Muslims who converted into Christianity. That is a morisco. We got the drop on that many times already. All right. So Jewish conversos and moriscos became often only outwardly Protestant. And this is what I was trying to tell you. What is a Protestant? When you see that word, again, another keyword of the day. All right, we got 3 keywords of the day. We know these words already. We've come across these words already. So we got Swarty, Huguenots, and Protestants, right? Protestants. It all goes together. Trust me. It all goes together. All right. Again, if you don't know, when we say Jews and we're talking about Sephardic Jews, go back to the same series. You're on part 10 right now. Start at part 1 and you'll understand, you know, a little bit. We're still digging. Of course, it ain't over. But when we're talking about specifically the Jews, so-called Jews of Spain and Portugal. All right. Jewish. Okay. So keyword Protestant. Again, remember Protestant, Huguenot, same thing. Moors, Protestants, Moors, all kind of the same. Yeah. Swelling the ranks of dissenters. Some even provided leaders for the Huguenots. All right. Who? Jews that didn't go to Africa, right? Who today supposedly blended in because they're in Africa, right? So they don't say nothing about them, right? Haven't been slaves or carrying names from Spanish and Portuguese. No, they still got their names. So on the other hand, many actually didn't go to North Africa and stayed in Europe and went to other European countries and actually provided leaders for the Huguenots, the Hussites, the Anabaptists, all right, the Calvinists, John Calvin, the Reformed Church. We already know the Huguenots were followers of the Calvinist Reformed teachings. John Calvin actually goes back to Cohen. He's a Sephardic Jew too, crypto Jew. We got this in previous videos, all right, in this same series. German Reformed, Walloons, Mennonites, all right, all these people of color, all these are started by people of color. Mennonites, Dunkers, Quakers, Puritans, and Presbyterians. I'm talking facts to you right now. It's going to be mainstream soon. All right, when they tired you who really founded these so-called sects, religious Christian sects, right? Puritans and Presbyterians and all that. When the British, Dutch, and French began establishing colonies on the Atlantic, descent as colonists, not subjects of high political and social rank from their respective countries, but for the most part recently arrived patiently anti-Catholic, newly minted Protestants. That's what they were colonizing the people. You got to understand, they were kill two birds with one stone. On one hand, they want to get rid of their unwanted, all the Protestants, so-called Protestants, right? Swarty Jews and more, the Muslims that they got there because they're not Catholics. They want to get rid of them. They want to get rid of all their undesirables, all the poor, all that. Most of them were these people. And so they also needed to colonize America and send people over there and provide free labor through their indentures, right? And so they killed two birds with one stone. They'd rather send these people. That's who was really coming over here first. We're talking about people of color, Sephardic Jewish. We're talking about religious persecution because of the Catholics, not because of white people, but the Catholic Empire. More and more war, yeah. And then you come over here and you do more and more war, more and more war. Get it? Many were debtors, prisoners, or servants, castles of society who were struggling to get onto their own feet in a new country. England's reliance on Iberian Jews. All right, so it keeps going. We've got this drop before in this book. And again, today we're not just talking about this book. We've got this drop again, who was a Huguenot, French Huguenot privateers. Drake, a Moorish, right? Huguenot. Word of the day, remember, ding, ding, ding. French Moor, a French Moor privateer. Who? Crypto Jew. Crypto Jews have a study of the antecedents of Huguenots among these of the Spanish Invasion can be believed. They succeeded in capturing Spanish treasures caravan totaling 300 tons. They were the pirates. We got the drop, Francis Drake, right? Dodged the hijack with the whitewash, and we got an actual, more real depiction. All right, let's back up a little bit. Here we go. Francis Drake. Yeah, Huguenot. Troy Johnson, much love and respect to Troy Johnson. Copyrighted and painted and owned by Troy Johnson. Don't even try it. He's changed the world with his paintings. All right. He's grabbing the actual descriptions of these people, how they're actually described. Like Francis Drake, Swarty, right? Dark complexion. You know, that's how he's described, not like how he looks here. Okay. Even though in the book they're telling you he's a Moor, they're putting, because that's the only images they could find, right? Because they didn't know Troy Johnson, they don't got the connect. That's how they don't got the connect. Yeah. The Hawkins family, supposed to be slavers, right? Haven for both Sephardic memories of French ports with which they family traded, Dieppe, Rouen, and La Rochelle. La Rochelle is very important in today's lesson because a lot of the Acadians were actually coming from La Rochelle. The first founders of Acadia, the first people they were sending were from La Rochelle, Maine, a lot of them, which was a Huguenot town, Moorish town, Huguenot town. Were also heavily populated by Protestant Huguenots, okay? La Rochelle, heavily populated by Protestant Huguenots, many of whose origins were Sephardic and Morisco. Sephardic and Morisco. All right? We're talking about real history here. We ain't trying to make up and steal people's heritage and stop with that petty stuff, with that emotional talk. Stop with all that. Just talk facts. We need to correct history. Yeah. Like Tony Montana said, you need people like me, right? So you can finger, right? I'll be the bad guy. I guess I'll be the bad guy. I'll be the bad guy. The French Protestants by 1560 had undertaken attacks on Cartagena, Marta, Havana, and Santiago. All right, we got the drop in the past videos on this. I just wanted to refresh everybody again. La Rochelle. Just remember what La Rochelle was, what the Acadians, a lot of them came from. La Rochelle was a heavy populated Huguenot town. Sephardic Morisco Moriscos town. All right. And says here 80,000 Huguenots in London. Talking about 1620, the Virginia Company had another new governor, Francis Wyatt, which is an Arabic surname, Wyatt. All right. The Virginia governor, Francis Wyatt, is Arabic. All right. Muslim. Did you know that? Muslim. Did you know that? 1620, Virginia colony. Are we supposed to imagine these all pale skin English people now? Huguenot, most likely. All right. So again, we're just going a little refresh here. Huguenots were descendants of Muslims in Europe. Hey, I'm not the one saying this. I found this on a website. Huguenot history descriptions fade in Europe and their occupations, etc., are so integrally related to Muslims that it is not far-fetched to investigate their being Muslims. Remember, it is well known that well before the fall of Muslim Emirate and Wilayats of Sicily and Spain, Muslims had to use two names, where one is to hide their Muslim origin when passing through doing business with people in enemy areas. Such as investigation becomes more of a possibility when we know that Muslims in Spain and other parts of Europe are known in many denominations: Moors, Moriscos, religionaires, Mudijars, crypto-Muslims, conversos, and many may also be Huguenots as well. All right. 1492, Granada, the last Moorish stronghold in Spain, was taken by the soldiers of King Ferdinand and Queen Isabella, and the Moors were expelled from Spain. In 1496, to appease Isabella, King Manuel of Portugal announced a royal decree banishing the Moors from the portion of the peninsula. The Spanish King Philip III expelled the remaining Moors by a special decree issued in 1609. Fully 3,500,000 Moors, or Moriscos, as their descendants were called, Moriscos, right? Just like the Huguenots were Moriscos, right? Left Spain between 1492 and 1610. Over 1 million Moriscos made their way to France. 1 million Moriscos made their way to France, where the vast majority of them became what? Huguenot. The vast majority of them became what? Huguenots. It is in France where many of the last descendants of the Almoravids, as well as other Berber groups, settled. It was along with these that our Moorish ancestors made their trek into southern France and were eventually titled by the native Franks as the Saulniers. All right, Saulniers, which we'll see, I think we're going to get into it, as actually an Acadian family, was one of the Acadian families that ended up in Louisiana and the other colonies of America. The Saulniers were Huguenot, actually Moors. Yes, that's not a master name. That was your last name. Also spelled Saulnier, Sonny, Saunier, Saunier, and Sonny. From El Murabetum to supposedly dwellers in the Willow, our Moroccan name and history and our Moorish identity is soon forgotten through time. After becoming Huguenots, the family later legitimately made immigration to the Americas. 53 years after the last Moors left Spain, Louis Saulnier was born in Vitre-Petragne, France. Louis later became the first Saulnier to set foot on American soil, arriving where? In Acadia, all right? In Acadia, Nova Scotia, Huguenots in Acadia. Acadian, who's the Acadians? Oh, we're going to get to all that, all right? Nova Scotia and Canada, 1685. I hope you guys are enjoying this. This is major drop. This is going to rewrite history eventually. You guys are the first to hear this, you know. A lot of people don't care about this stuff. A lot of things going on in the world, you know, a lot of distractions. It's okay. Whoever's meant to hear it is going to hear it. Whoever's meant to overstand what I'm showing is going to overstand. All right. Louis was also on the 1693 census taken at Bilbasum. He and his wife, Louis Batenox, also known as Pet Letier, had 13 children. Louis died on the 10th of March in 1709. The family eventually spread all through the United States in areas such as Louisiana, Massachusetts, South Carolina, California. Pierre Saulnier, of the third generation, was deported to Liverpool, England, but later settled in Cayenne, French Guiana. His daughter, Francois, was also exiled to Liverpool, where she married Alan Hebert, while they were both prisoners in that country. And Hebert, or as you guys can see in the word in here, says Ebert is a Sephardic Morisco last name. A lot of Acadians also had that last name, and Huguenots. Now it says here the first Canadian colony, Acadia. Again, We're just gonna compile this information. I'm gonna present it to you guys, and you guys do whatever you like with it. All right. It says the first Canadian colony, Acadia. There were several expeditions towards Canada. Pierre Chauvin, Lord of Tonituit, a Huguenot nobleman from Dieppe. All right, Huguenot. All right, Huguenot, more. Key word, right? Ding, 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 more. Pierre Chauvin the Moor, the Lord of Tonituit, a Moor nobleman from Dieppe, went to St. Laurent, where he set up first trading posts for selling furs. He had intended to set up a settlement of 500 people in Tadoussac at the mouth of Saguenay, but he died just before setting out on a second expedition. On his first journey, Pierre Dubois de Mons, a Huguenot, another Huguenot Moor nobleman from Royan, was with him, and also Francois Pongave, a rich merchant. The merchants. Who are the merchants? Remember, who's the merchants? Sephardic Jews, mainly Muslim Moors from Saint Malo. In 1603, the king gave Dubois de Mons the authorization to set up a trading post in the peninsula that is to the south of the Gulf of St. Laurent. It used to be called Acadia by the French and is now called Nova Scotia. Dubois de Mons was named lieutenant governor in 1603 by Henry IV and was granted the exclusive rights to deal in furs with the Indians. All right, so I did a past video on how the French were enslaving the Indians. A lot of that was done through the Coursier du Bois, fur traders, supposedly also slavers. They were slaving people. They were trading people too. All right. The first fur traders, first Coursier du Bois, who became known as Coursier du Bois, were actually Huguenots that had landed in Acadia. All right. So that's the whole story behind that. Go check out that video. Great video. The history of the Coursier du Bois and what they were doing amongst the Indians, not only enslaving, but also mixing. A lot of them didn't enslave. They just mixed in and married indigenous women. We're going to get a lot of that today. We're going to see how these Acadians, these French Huguenots, were heavily mixing in with indigenous women. We got even laws set up for that. We're going to get all that information today. Let's see how it goes, right? Hope you guys enjoying this. So it says that he laid the foundations of the Port Royal colony. That was the very first the place called Port Royal in Acadia, which consisted of many Catholics as there were Protestants. Samuel Champlain, a Huguenot, all right, Champlain, a Huguenot Moor, another Moor, right, who had converted to Catholicism in 1598, went with him. Now, when I said many Catholics were there, a lot of those Catholics were actually, just like Champlain, had converted to Catholicism from so-called being Protestant or Huguenots. But in 1607, Dubois de Mons lost the exclusive right, which enabled him to trade with the Indians, and the colony was abandoned by the French. In 1600, a new expedition set out in search of an unknown territory. Led by Champlain, he discovered Quebec and founded the first permanent French settlement in America. All right, so Quebec, another major city there in Canada, was founded by a Moor, yeah, / AKA Huguenot. Parentheses. Okay, Quebec, yeah. And from 1620 to 1640, this colony was the object of much dispute between the French of Acadia and the English of New England. The English won it initially. Then in 1633, it was returned to the French at the Treaty of Saint-Germain and Laye. Later, at the Treaty of Utrecht in 1713, the French lost it again. So that's an important history here in Acadia, how the people in charge were switching hands all the time, and that would affect the people living in Acadia, who were these French colonists who were actually mixing a lot with the Indians. So they had become their own kind of people, a lot of them didn't mix. They stayed, with their Huguenot wife and Huguenot family, and from there got expelled, right, along with the other ones. But very important, when the English were in control, depending on who was king in England, like if it was a Protestant king or a Catholic king, and same with France, it would affect them. Again, why? Not because they just didn't like the Acadians, or because English were beefing with France and it was England versus France. No, it was because they were, again, Moorish people, Sephardic Jews, right? Jews and Muslims. They weren't Catholics, and that's why the English, so-called English, who were actually Catholics, expelled them from there. So big thing to overstand right there. As we read today, we're gonna see that. It says here, business flourished in the area, business context between Acadia and La Rochelle. La Rochelle, remember La Rochelle? That was a Huguenot, majorly populated by Huguenots. La Rochelle, France, continued until the revocation of Edict of Nantes. The Huguenots were freely in Saint Laurent Valley, although they were not allowed to practice their religion. And what religion, right? So they, they got a religion. They're Moors and Jews. In spite of pressure from the clergy, the civil authorities did not object to them being in the colony, although they had never been officially allowed to emigrate. Towards 1620, the merchants of Rouen and Saint Malo joined forces with company of merchants run by Guillaume de Caen, right? Caen, a Protestant, as Hebrew or Jewish, right? A Protestant, and Ezekiel, another Hebrew or Jewish name, Cain, right? Of the same family, a Catholic, right? So these are all Sephardic Jews, Moorish Muslims, all right? So talking about this guy here, Relu, who was a Huguenot as well, sent Jesuit missionaries to Acadia. All right, we're just going over the information here. A lot of Jesuit missions there in Canada with the French, especially trying to convert the Indians and all that. A lot of those were working alongside the Huguenots. All right, they had. It says here, Pierre Dubois de Mons. All right, we've got him already a little bit. The Calvinist nobleman, right? Calvinist, Huguenot, nobleman, Huguenot, Moorish nobleman, Pierre Dubois de Mons. We already got the drop that he was a Huguenot. Founded Acadia, and with the help of Samuel Champlain, another Huguenot, all right, created the big structure of French colony in Canada. All right, who's creating the basic structure of French colony? Moors, people of color. All right, this is your history too. He was of the reformers' cause. Pierre Dubois de Mons was born in Royan around 1560. He belonged to a wealthy family of the Reformed faith who lived in Saint-Anne. Reformed cryptos, right? Cryptos. Exploration of Canada, and it talks about Verrazano. We got the drop on him. We're going to do a future video on his actual voyage, the whole voyage. We're going to do a video on his, how he describes it, what he saw, where he went. A lot of that there's a really good drop on his voyage. Verrazano, who was working with the Huguenots, the Acadians, So there's a lot of relation there, even though he was considered to be an Italian who worked for the Spanish, who was working for the Huguenots here. Again, these were, remember what we learned earlier, they were very good at assimilating, becoming the people. So he's not an Italian and he's dealing with French, right? But then deep down, they're all Moors, Sephardic Muslims, right? That's what they are. That's their ancestry. All right. So again, Pierre de Mons. So here's the conquest of Acadia. In 1604, Dubois de Mons did commercial business with merchants from Rouen, Saint Malo, and La Rochelle. He fitted out 2 ships, the gift of God and the good renown, and led his first expedition with several other noblemen and other Protestants. Samuel Champlain, who was a navigator, cartographer. Like I was trying to tell you, all these navigators, cartographers, the people on the seas, the captains, pirates, a lot of them, again, were Moors. And this is proving it even more, just letting you know who held these titles, who was really the ones, why they were sending these people, because they had the experience. They established a base at St. Croix Island. That's in Acadia. There's actually an island there called St. Croix. And then in Port Royal. But the settlers suffered from scurvy in the icy Canadian winter. In 1605, Dubois left the Port Royal base in the hands of Champlain and Palgrave and returned to France in order to prepare for a new expedition. He was much criticized for his monopoly of the fur trade and his stubborn adherence to the Reformed faith, but he managed to equip a new ship which was later to explore the South American coast, but he never established another French base there. In 1607, Dubois met with more opposition, largely because of his monopoly of the fur trade. So he was really all about the money, right? He was all about the money. He didn't care about really helping his people or whatever. And they said he didn't want to get rid of his Reformed faith, meaning he didn't want to convert to Catholicism because he was a Moor, all right? British America, it says here, by John McGregor Esquire, in 2 volumes, volume 2, all right? It says here, the Acadians are nearly destitute of education. Scarcely any of the women and few of the men can read or write. And like all ignorant people, it matters not of what religion they are, exceedingly bigoted and superstitious. Now, what we're reading here, I think I went a little ahead. This is when they were going through their exile, all right, and they had been removed from their hand. But a lot of times, it didn't mean that people were like, what you would say, stupid or unintelligent because they can't read or write. A lot of times, it was just farming the whole time. They had money. They were merchants. They knew how to do things. They got things done and made money. They didn't have to read or write a lot of the times. So, so we got to look at that a little differently. All right. Now it says here the descendants of the French settled in north side of Bay de Charlier are mostly Acadians, but from their intimate intercourse. Now remember, before I continue, they like to say that slaves didn't know how to read or write, right? That's a big one right there. I just wanted to mention that. All right. Why is that important, Kurimeo? Well, we'll see. So they couldn't read or write, right? Acadians. So now let's just say one of these Huguenot Swarty Acadians, right, somehow got into some indenture, right? And then he gets on a census as a slave, and they ask, can he read or write? No. So the whole time you're thinking this is African, who never learned how to read, poor, oh, he didn't ever talk. These people, I believe they had the opportunity. I don't think they needed it where they were at amongst themselves there. But who knows? The real story, we're going to see what they went through. It says here, the descendants of the French settled in north side of the Bay de Chaleur are mostly Acadians, but from their intimate intercourse with Quebec, and the Canadians are a more intelligent people than the other Acadians, whom they, as well as the Canadians, denominate les savages. All right? So they call them savage, right? Why are they calling the Acadians savages? This appellation is owing to some of the Acadians. So some of them are considered savage. Some of them are more, I guess, true blood, right? Some of the Acadians, right? There's a caste system here is what they're talking about. This appellation owing to some of the Acadians having in consequence of their ancestors marrying Indian women. Acadians, right? Who's the Acadians? Huguenots, Moors marrying Indian women, the indication of Mi'kmaq blood apparent in their countenance. The Acadians have swarty complexions. All right. The Acadians have what? Swarty complexions. Kurimeo. What you talking about? Swarty. What does Swarty mean, Kurimeo? Black. Black complexion. The Acadians have black, Swarty, dark, Swarty, black. Moors are black, are Swarty, right? Dark skinned, Swarty. All right, let's go back. The Acadians. All right, go back. We're progressing here. The Acadians have swarty complexions, seldom fair hair, are generally well made, but the men are very rarely inclined to corpulency. The women are usually under the middle stature, with thick waists and ungainly figures. The features of their faces are, however, generally regular, with fine eyes and expressive countenances. Right? And this is in chapter, let me see, chapter 14. Okay, I just want to read this real quick. Maybe off topic, but it was in topic a little bit, but I thought it was really interesting. It says here, the Negro slaves who were brought to the province from the United States at different times were, whenever they chose, liberated. And after American Revolution, some hundreds of freed Negroes emigrated to Nova Scotia. All right, so when it's saying Negro slaves, Negro means Swarty is Negro. So Swarty slaves. We know there's a lot of Swarty Europeans. We know Acadians are Swarty. We know Huguenots are Swarty. So what are they talking about? Right, Dodge to hide that. We got a lot of history and research behind us already. What Negro? This could be an Indian, right? Could be other Black Europeans. Could be Indians from Central Caribbean, from South America. Could be many things. Be Black Germans. What Negro slaves? Let's get specific. Give me a name. Give me a name so I can research that person. Maybe understand a little bit of his history, what he might be. Now that we have a better understanding, a more better orientated perspective of history. All right, let's continue here. So they were liberated, right? when they got there, right? And after the American Revolution, some hundreds of free Negroes emigrated to Nova Scotia, all right? So all these so-called Negroes in Nova Scotia, where there's already a lot of Huguenots and Indians who are all Swarty as well. Just a bunch of so-called Negro people in Nova Scotia. You get it? The mistaken philanthropy of the Sierra Leone Company caused the removal of 1,196 of these people in 1792 at extraordinary expense and 16 vessels to Africa. So what happened to a lot of these people who could have possibly been Black Europeans, Indians, Acadians, Huguenots? They got sent to Sierra Leone, 1,100 of them. Sierra Leone to colonize, create Sierra Leone and Liberia, all that. Yeah, from Nova Scotia. Black loyalists. We're going to get a future video of the Black Nova Scotians. Who were they? I'm going to show you some of their genealogies. Were they really Africans? We're going to dodge the hijack big time because we're correcting history. It's all a lie. Fair use don't take us down. All right. So at extraordinary expense, 16 vessels to Africa, right? Into Africa. The into Africa slave trade, not the out of, into Africa slave trade. 65 of them died during the voyage, and that's Middle Passage, right? And many of the remainder became victims to a climate not congenial to them, although it was naturally so to their ancestors. So look, they're saying, how they're not used to the climate if they're from there, even though they're saying their ancestors because they're trying to make us think they're Africans, right? The rest became turbulent and ungovernable. Sometimes after 3 ships with the rebellious Maroons of Jamaica arrived at Halifax. So they were also receiving and getting a lot of the prisoners of war, Maroons of Jamaica. The Maroons of Jamaica includes Indians and Black, Sephardic, Moorish, Irish, Scottish runaways too that got together. All right. Yeah, Kiowa. Into Africa. I said it. Great but unsuccessful efforts were made to settle these people in the province. For some time, their labor at the fortifications and their obedience to authority, while well-fed and clothed, occasioned them to be considered. So it goes on to say that they were not even a burden. They were actually very helpful. They joined the military, and these people were like, they became Acadians, basically. They became the people. They stayed there. A lot of them got probably deported eventually, but a lot of them ended up staying there. Again, who? Maroons from Jamaica too. So this is like a little haven for who? People coming out of indenture or bondage. All right, a lot of these are Swarty, because a lot of these people in these times, majority was Swarty. Who's the real minority at this time? Who's the real minority at that time? All right, this is from the Library and Archives of Canada. Again, some general information. What does mainstream tell us about Acadians? Mainstream, right? The term Acadian refers to immigrants from France in the early 1600s who settled in the colony of Acadia in what are now the provinces of Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, and Prince Edward Island. All right, very simple, right? French who settled in Acadia. Got it. All right. Well, wait a minute. What about the Nuts and the Moors that were there and all the other people and the Indians that they mixed with? And okay, it says the term Acadians refers to immigrants from, okay, so the colonization of Acadia by the French started in 1604 at Port Royal. In the 1630s, about 20 families came from the Louisiana area, and soon after, soldiers and Gagis joined them. In 1670, the Acadian population consisted of 400 people. Steadily, the population grew and the territory expanded to include Nova Scotia, Cape Breton Island, New Brunswick, and Prince Edward Island. With the signing of the Treaty of Ulrich in 1713, Acadia was given away to Great Britain, right? Given away, with the exception of the St. Jean, Prince Edward Island, and Isla Royale, Cape Breton Island. As early as 1754, due to the threat of new war in America, Charles Lawrence, governor of Nova Scotia, was considering the deportation of the Acadians. All right, deportation. Between 1755 and 1762, about 10,000 Acadians were made prisoners and were deported to American colonies, Great Britain and France. And where were they deported? Anybody take a wild guess? Anybody got a wild guess where they were deported? You know, these people couldn't just be living off somebody They couldn't just send them to live off somebody so somebody to take care of them, right? They must have had a plan for these people, right? These people are very strategic. It's all business. Remember, kill two birds with one stone. So they won't tell us in history that these people ended up in plantations, right? As slaves. A lot of them going through a lot of torture and a lot of stuff in the ships and being stuck in the ports for like months, not being allowed to come in. And a lot of we're gonna read a lot of these people were escaping, right? What were they escaping? They never tell you that they actually land in plantations, but were they escaping then, right? And where were they heading? If they were from Acadia, where you think they were heading? All these swarty, so-called black people from Acadia escaping to once they were free. All right, I want you to think about that for a while until we get to it. By 1764, the Acadians were allowed to return on condition of dispersing themselves over the territory and swearing their loyalty to the British Crown. Many Acadians returned to America as laborers for the merchant fishermen of Jersey Island. Many Acadians from France and the American colonies settled in Louisiana. Those returning to maritime chose to settle in Baie St. Marie in western Nova Scotia, Shetty Camp on the western shore of Cape Breton Island, the Malpaga region of Prince Edward Island, and on the eastern and northern shores of New Brunswick, as well as in the province of Quebec, particularly in the area of Yamachiche and La Acadie. All right, some more general history here. Yes, we're in Wikipedia. Yes, of course, I know. Acadians, again, mainstream. What are they telling us, right? These are very simple explanations. The Acadians are descendants of French who settled in Acadia. Again, once again, some in certain areas are also descended from the indigenous peoples of the region. Oh, that's the sign there. You see, some are what? Descended from the indigenous peoples of that region. Some of the Acadians, they're not all just French, right? They're not just French. They're not just French, right? Acadia was located in what is now Eastern Canada's maritime provinces, Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, Prince Edward, as well as parts of Quebec. It says Acadia was a distinctly separate colony of New France. It was ethnically, all right, so what they say, I cut it off, but they're saying they were really like ethnically different than other French in Canada. They were coming from a specific place in France, all right, who were mostly Norman Huguenots, Normandy Huguenots, and other French are actually from other parts, other heritages. So we tend to group people by countries, just like they try to group people, all Mexicans are the same, all Americans are the same. No, it's not like that, right? So France was already kind of like a melting pot during that time, and people, indigenous people and other people had gone and mixed with indigenous people and created their own kind of people in France, So Acadians coming from a specific people in France, that's why they didn't mix with the other French. And that's why they didn't kick, because the other French were Catholics. A lot of the other French were straight up Catholics, and the Acadians were Protestants. They were Moorish people, Muslim, Sephardic, Jewish people. It says, though most Acadians remained neutral during the war, the British, together with New England legislators and militia, carried out the expulsion of the Acadians between 1755 and 1764. They forcefully deported approximately 11,500 Acadians from the maritime region. Approximately 1/3 perished from disease and drowning. You hear what's going on? Listen, man, this is very important. They perished from, all right, so when we got these Kunta Kinte stories and all these people dying on sea and getting thrown over, there's real history of people actually going through that, because there is no African slave ships right now. But there's actual ships with people dying, coming from different parts of Europe, actually North America. You see even Caribbean, South America, and if any did come from Cape Verde or some of the islands off of Saint Thomas, that's a whole different story we're going to get into. We have already covered a little bit before. All right. Very small percentage compared to the whole. Most Acadians were deported to various British American colonies. All right. Where were they sent? Where many were put into forced labor or servitude. All right. There's actual sources for that. Were put into plantations. Acadians, did they ever tell you? So if Acadians are so-called pale-skinned people or white people, right? French white people, they never told us there was white French people in the plantations with so-called African slaves working together and escaping and trying to head north to Canada. Oh yeah, it's getting deep. Some Acadians were deported to England, some to the Caribbean, and some to France. After being expelled to France, many Acadians were eventually recruited by the Spanish government to migrate to Louisiana. All right, the Spaniards sending people, getting land grants in Louisiana, giving it to who? French? Isn't that a theme? Isn't that like a common theme around this time in that area? Right? Spanish giving land away to French, Swarty French, so-called Black French, who are coming and creating their towns and mixing in with indigenous people of the area, creating a whole answer, a whole genealogy. Their descendants gradually developed what became known as Cajun culture. Who's the Cajuns? Who's the real Cajuns? Cajun culture. Cajun culture. During the 17th century, about 60 French families were established in Acadia. They developed friendly relations with the peoples of the Wabanaki Confederacy, particularly the regional Mi'kmaq, learning their hunting and fishing techniques developed for local conditions. Right? Yeah, sun music. Let's meditate a little bit. Wow. Break the spell. Can't stop us. You guys enjoying the presentation? We're about to get to some juicy stuff, some more juicy stuff. Just getting started here. It's been a while. We're gonna be here for a while. Hope you guys ain't tired yet. It's still early for me. It's 8 o'clock right now for me, 8:20. That's early for me. All right, wow. Much blessings, much love and respect to everybody tuned in. We're learning. Let's break the spells. Let's learn some real history. Let's correct history. Let's do our own independent research. Stop following people. Start asking for sources. Let's start getting specific. Let's stop generalizing. You better grab a Snickers bar. Much love and respect. We're gonna continue. Yo, hey, I got all my brothers. I got the family straight up tuned in. Much love and respect to everybody tuned in, yo. Peace, Kings. Drop Nation, let's go. Says here the Huguenots in France and Acadia. The Camus or Camus family history. Camus. Do some of you have Camus from Louisiana in you? We're gonna get to that today. Who's the Camus? Camus. The Huguenots and New France and Acadia. Who? The Moors, right? Keyword of the day. Ding, 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 ding. Huguenot Moors. The Moors in New France and Acadia. Let's fix that. Let's correct that. Stop with the tags. And then what is the Moor? That's a whole different subject. Let's go. It is little known fact that the Huguenots were also present in French colonies. The first attempt at colonizing Acadia was in 1603 by the Pontgrave and Sir Desmond, both Huguenots, both what? Moors, Moorish people, yes. Later joined by Champlain, another Moor. Their attempt failed due to poor organization. They tried again around 1605, bringing about 20 men, soldiers and artisans, both Catholics and Protestants, but little came of it. Mr. de Racilly was the one who finally established a permanent settlement at Port Royal in 1636. The first families landed in Acadia, having traveled aboard St. Jehan, the Acadian equivalent of the Mayflower. That was their Mayflower. These adventurers needed the permission and protection of the king, as well as financing from French merchants. Who's these merchants? These are Sephardic Jews and the Muslim Moors with the money. They were the ones loaning the money and financing everything. They made a lot of money out of it. Yeah, they were the money handlers, yep. Remember the Port Jews? Remember? The network, the Protestant, the Port Jews? Yeah, the Dutch trade. It's all the same people. Huguenot merchants were well represented in that group, all right? especially Huguenot merchants. The home ports of these merchants were St. Malo and Rowan, with an addition to La Rochelle later. Of the pioneers, original pioneers, Jean Pitre, all right, Pitre. Believe it or not, we have a Jean Pitre today, and somebody's genealogy I did from Louisiana. I think it's the same person who ends up in Acadia. And the Petries actually end up mixing in with the Micmacs. I got the whole genealogy. I'm going to show you guys today. So make sure to stay tuned in. Don't go anywhere. And make sure you're sharing this video and liking it. People need to know this stuff too, no matter if they don't want to hear it. All right, so Jean Pitre and Isaac Pesley, among others, were Huguenots. After this today, business had no religion. All right, again, business had no religion. It ain't about religion. It's really all about business. At the down of it, it's all about business. They didn't really care that the Huguenots or the Moors were Muslims or Jews. What the Catholics cared about was the business they had monopoly over. That's what they cared about. Let's not pretend that these people are actual religious, like actual followers of the Most High. It's all business. Religion kind of becomes business. Get it? As long as the Protestant merchants kept themselves to business affairs, everything was fine. However, if they wanted to marry into the population, the young men had to renounce their religion, something I give up easily. For example, a Scottish Huguenot, a what? A Scottish ding 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 Moor. A Scottish Moor, all right? A Scottish Moor. That's so funny. Could it be like this Scottish Moor? All right, let's not forget again. I found this. A Confederate soldier described as a Scottish Confederate soldier. It didn't say nothing about him being Negro or anything. It just called him a Scottish Confederate soldier. And when I colorized it, what did I get? I got a Scottish Huguenot, or AKA Moor. Yeah. We're gonna go back, all right? Real history. Real history. Wow. Break the spell. So a Scottish Huguenot, in a decent, well-intentioned woman on his deathbed, refused to be converted to his last breath. The Huguenot merchants used their influence to send some ministers of their faith along with Catholic missionaries. This mixture of faith brought some interesting results. Here is Champlain on the subject. I have seen the minister on cure and fist fights trying to solve their religious differences. The minister often complaining to Sir Desmonts that he was being harassed by the priest. His last words on the subject: they send here a doubting priest and minister and they expect them to convert all the Indians. So that's deep right there. So they're trying to both convert, all these Europeans are trying to convert the Indians to Catholicism, right? When they're not even in sync with their religious beliefs. That's what they're letting you know here. They had arguments. Of course, this is a more Muslim debating a priest, a Catholic priest. So we say Protestant, right? Or Huguenot, but it's really a Muslim, right? Sephardic Jew going at it with a Catholic priest. So that's why. Acadians had a few posts halfway down the coast of Maine, making them next door neighbors to New England. A cause of much friction. From its foundation to the final rendition, Acadia changed hands more often than Alsace-Lorraine. Again, I mentioned that earlier, how it was kept changing hands, people in charge, which affected the people there locally. There was an element of piracy. All right, pirates. Who's the pirates? Corsairs or privateers, right? AKA privateers. Pirates sounds so much better, right? Privateers, right? Sounds so much better. On both sides. One day they were raiding each other, posting ships, and the next they were trading. So one day they're beefing, the next they're doing business. In spite of France's objection, the merchants as far away as Quebec found this trade more profitable, as they did not have to cross the Atlantic. An Acadian merchant and pioneer, Louis Elaine, being bilingual and a landowner in Wells, Maine, purchased a boat, the Endeavor. He used it to sail up down the coast, probably becoming the first North American mail boat. You see that? By who? By a Moor.
Acadian War. It says Quebec and Montreal also had their share of Huguenots or Moors. With the passing of time and marriages, their children were assimilated by the Catholic population. They converted Moriscos. The more hardy stayed single or moved to other areas, but some certainly came back after the British conquest. A family of genealogy with a Huguenot ancestry facing a brick wall and research in Europe should look north. Who knows? And I think we got this already. And I just wanted to show you that they were actually, they said the Acadians came from a part known as Occitania, primarily came from that part, but some claim to have descended from the indigenous people of the region. All right, so the Aquitania or Aquitanian people historically combines with parts of Spain, and these are Basque, ancient Basque people. The Basque in contemporary accounts from medieval times and even 1700s are described as very dark-skinned people. The Basque of Spain and France and Europe, the original Basque, pre-Roman, before the Romans came, into town. The Basques were already there. So a lot of Acadians come from these people. That's why some of those French or Roman or there are other tribes, there are other people that had gone in there, migrated there. All right, so I just want to show you. Again, southwestern France. Again, that was all Moorish. During the Moorish Empire, that was all Moorish. There's castles there, everything. So these people coming from a Moorish part of France. All right. Canadian Migrations, Reading Canada 19th Century American Literature by Elisa Erin McLean. BA in McGill University 2001 and MA University of Western Ontario. A thesis submitted in partial fulfillment of the requirements for the degree of Doctor of Philosophy in Faculty of Graduate Studies, the University of British Columbia. It says here, the chapter contributes to contemporary critical discussions about mid-19th century North American literary relations by examining how literary representations of Acadia shaped popular American discussions about the meaning of American national identity. All right, identity, what's your real identity? From roughly the 1830s to 1850s, the interests of American authors began to converge on the traumatic displacement of the Acadians. All right, the traumatic, they went through a real traumatic event, a diaspora. They went through, excuse my French, shit. They went through a lot of shit. Excuse my French, or excuse my Huguenot, or excuse my Acadian. I don't know. It gets confusing sometimes. It says, a group of French Catholic settlers in the British colony of Nova Scotia who were forced from their homes by Anglo-American militias in 1755. In an effort to minimize a perceived French threat to British North America, at the outbreak of the 7 Years' War, Anglo-American militias deported an estimated 7,000 to 12,000 Acadians, see how the numbers keep growing, to different Anglo-American colonies. Colonies, all right? 12,000, that's a lot of people. Being sent to plantations, to work in plantations. I thought it was all Negroes. I thought it was all Africans. 80 years after this event called the Grand Arrangement by most Canadian historians and scholars, New England literary elites, including Henry Wadsworth Longfellow, all right, this is a poets and stuff and writers. There's a famous poem, the Acadian, the Exile of somebody, this girl, which she describes the Indians as Swarty in that poem. Look it up. Nathaniel Hawthorne, John Greenleaf Whittier, and Harriet Beecher Stowe began representing the event in their verse, children's books, sentimental fiction, and histories of North America. These accounts, okay, that's it. And so basically wanted to note that, again, there's a major exile traumatic event in these people's life, very important history that was not told to everybody. A lot of these people, again, ended up in plantations, being called so-called Negroes and runaways. And where were they running away to? Again, if they're from Acadia, Newfoundland, where do you think they were the first place they would try to run to? Somebody help me answer that? Now, who else was running away from plantations, right? And going north? Again, spoiler alert. I'll let you think about that one for later on. Edward Richard Acadia, Missing Links of a Lost Chapter in American History by an Acadian, ex-member of the House of Commons of Canada. Chapter 29 says, we are alas on the eve of witnessing the fulfillment of Lawrence's doubtly criminal project, the deportation of entire people, an entire people, finally snatched from their homes, right? Okay, now we're gonna go into Kunta Kinte fairy tales right now. Remember what they told us about so-called African slave trade? They were snatching finally, right, entire peoples, right, and deporting them, right, to the colonies, right? All right. None of that has been proven yet, but we have real primary sources, real history telling us of a Swarty people, Moorish people, being violently snatched from their homes, from that smiling and fertile land which their fathers had discovered and colonized over a century before. In a burst of colonizing zeal, France had left upon those shores some dozens of families, whom she afterwards, with guilty carelessness, forgot. They just left them there. France didn't even help them. Again, because France, a lot of the times, were being ran by Catholics. So it wasn't a France country versus England thing. This is what you need to understand. This is what they leave out of the history that they probably don't understand, the teachers or professors, or purposely leaving it out in their secret societies talking about it, you know. But this is very important to understand. And again, it even doesn't really boil down to religion, which they try to use the excuse, you know, it's all business, right? Who has the ports? Who has the trade? Who knows all these skills? It's all business. At the period we have now reached, the memory of the French fatherland had long become faint and distinct. Tradition alone could recall both France and the history of those who were the pioneers of the country. Those original families had increased and multiplied. They're talking about the original Huguenots who arrived in Acadia. They had increased and multiplied. Moors. The 200 who founded the colony had grown to 17,000 souls. 17,000 what? Descendants of Moorish and Indian indigenous people. All right. A small nation with habits, tastes, and traditions of their own. They became their own people. That's why Acadians are referred to Acadians and not just French. They're special French, right? They're Acadians. They were all members of one large family, bound together by ties of blood or by common memories. Again, that's a common tradition amongst Huguenots, Sephardic Jews, Muslims, in the family, marrying into each other's sisters, cousins. If a man's wife died, his brother would take her on. There's a Jewish Muslim custom. People would just keep it in the family, again, for business as well. Their home was no longer France. It was there in Acadia, all in all before their eyes, in the country that stretched as far as they could see, in silent nature, or in the works which they or their fathers had laboriously accomplished. By little and little, the accumulated dress to the inhabitants. It was translated into French by a man called Beauchamp, a merchant at Piggygood. So what I wanted to read to you guys here is, this is one case where they told all the men, right, young men and adult men, to go to the town church or hall because they had a special speech to give them from the English ministers, right, appointed local governors, right? And this is what they told them, like straight out of nowhere. This was out of nowhere, even though they had their suspicion that they were thinking about maybe deporting them. So it's here. It reads as follows: to the inhabitants of the district where Grand Prix mines, River Canard, and places adjacent, as well as ancients as young men and lads. Whereas His Excellency the Governor has instructed us of his late resolution respecting the matter proposed to the inhabitants, and has ordered us to communicate the same in person. His Excellency being desirous that each of them should be satisfied of His Majesty's intentions, which he has ordered us to communicate to you, as they have been given to him. We therefore order, and strictly by these presents of all the inhabitants as well of the above named district, as of all other districts, both old and young men, as well as the lads of 10 years of age, to attend the church Grand Prix on Friday the 5th instance at 3 of the clock in the afternoon, that we may impart to them what we are ordered to communicate to them, declaring that no excuse will be admitted on any pretense whatsoever, on pain of forfeiting goods and chateaus in default of real estate. So basically, they threatened them, if you guys don't show up, it's a mandatory meeting. All the townsmen have to go. you might get your things taken away, your goods and your property, your real estate. So it says here, gentlemen, I have received from His Excellency Governor Lawrence the King's instructions, which I have in my hand. It says here, by his orders, you are called together to hear His Majesty's final resolution concerning the French inhabitants of this province of Nova Scotia, who for more than half a century have more indulgence granted them than any of his subjects in any part of the dominions. What use you have made of it, yourselves best know. So he's saying that we let you guys stay here kind of too long. We kind of gave you too much comfort. We didn't, that's what they're saying. We granted you too many privileges, too many indulgence, more indulgence granted them, than any other people in any other parts of their colonies. The duty I'm now upon, though necessary, is very disagreeable to my natural make and temper, as I know it must be grievous to you, who are of the same species. But it is not my business to advert on the orders I have received, but to obey them. And therefore, without hesitation, I shall deliver to you His Majesty's instructions and commands, which are that your lands, I listen to what they got to do. All your lands and your tenements and your cattle and livestock of all kinds are forfeited to the crown, with all your other effects except money and household goods, and that you yourselves are to be removed from this his province. All right, they just straight up told them. They put them in the meeting there and told them, you guys, hey, guess what? We're gonna take all your cattle, you're gonna keep your money and all that, but you're gonna be removed. You're out of here. That's what they told them. The peremptory orders of His Majesty are that all of the French inhabitants of these districts be removed, and through His Majesty's goodness, I am directed to allow your money and as many of your household goods as you can take without overloading the vessels you go in. All right, I shall do everything in my power that all these goods be secured to you, and that you be not molested in carrying them away, and also that whole family shall go in the same vessel, so that this removal, which I am sensible must give you a great deal of trouble, may be made as easy as His Majesty's services will admit. And I hope that in whatever part of the world your lot may fall, wherever you end up going, even if it's a plantation, sugar plantation or something, you may be faithful subjects and peaceable and happy people. The end. It's crazy, right? Really crazy. Right? It says, I must also inform you that it is in His Majesty's pleasure that you remain in security under the inspection and direction of the troops that I have the honor to command. All right. So check it out. Basically, what happened, I kept reading, they didn't let them to leave. So their wives, their women, their daughters had to bring all their goods. That's how they guaranteed them they wouldn't escape. So they kept them in the church with troops, with soldiers. And their wives had to get their goods, and these people got straight up put in ships. They got put in ships. Deuteronomy 28. Oh, they don't apply. I guess they don't apply, right? They don't apply. They don't apply to that verse. Back into bondage to the colonies. Story of the Acadians, the Kurimeo. The story of the Acadians is a fascinating one. It has another unusual facet. No major literary work on Cajun history has been published. I have gathered information from several publications about the Cajuns and will present a short version of Cajun history. The Acadians were mostly French colonists who came to Acadia, now known as Nova Scotia, probably as early as 1604. All right, Huguenots, Moors, that's what they were. The records reveal that Louis Herbert Eber, Sephardic Jew, the ancestor of the large number of Eberts now living in Louisiana, arrived at Fort Royal in Nova Scotia on July 27, 1606. He was a son of Drugis to Catherine of Métis, Queen of France. Pierre Kurimeo, all right, Pierre Kurimeo, the ancestor to most of the Kurimos in Acadiana, all right, was born in France in 1597. You guys ain't gonna, I think I get to this person in the tree too. I believe so. We're gonna check all that, actually right after this. In 1636, he was a copper by trade and married Marie Bayol in 1641. A census taken in Nova Scotia in 1671 revealed families of Bertrand, Blanchard. All right, look at these names: Borg, Brooks, Comoux, Cormier, Dupuy, Doucet, Gerard, Herbert, Landry, LeBlanc, Richard, Robichaud, Theroux, Trahan. All right, we're gonna get to the Trahans too, Thibaudeau and Vincent. The Bourg, Brau, Cormier, Dupuy, Burard, Herbert, Landry, Leblanc, Robichaud, and Thibodeau families came from around Vienne and southeast France. Later in 1686 and 1710, we find families with the names of Dubois, 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 right? W.B. Dubois. Remember, he was a Huguenot. Dubois, Herpin, Leger, Maximum, Mutant, Seaman, Bottom, Premiu, Duhon, Picard, Judry, and Nova Scotia. Again, Dubois. Why were they Acadians? Of course, because they were Huguenots. We already knew that, right? We got the Dubois genealogy video we did, right? These people farmed, trapped, raised livestock, and did all the usual things associated with colonization of the New World. In spite of the hardships of colonization, they grew and prospered. But storm clouds were on the horizon for our ancestors. The clouds gathered as the bitter rivalry between English and the French came to boiling point. This rivalry was rooted in the desire of a nation to establish a complete trade monopoly in the New World. Again, it was all about business. Who had the monopoly? It was the Moors. It was the Sephardic Jews. The result of the rivalry was a series of wars between England and France, known collectively as the Commercial Wars. Commercial business wars. The first was King William's War, 1689-97, followed by the War of Spanish Succession, 1702-13, and the final struggle beginning in 1754, and known in American history as the French and Indian War. That was a what? A business war. The French and Indian War was a commercial war. Since England's colonies, New England and French colonies in Canada, Acadia, and Nova Scotia bordered each other, they became involved in these conflicts, which were deepened by great differences in language, customs, and religion. Thus, the stage was set for the unique tragedy of the expulsion of the Acadians from Nova Scotia. The expulsion of the Acadians from Nova Scotia, Acadia by the British followed these series of wars between the British and French, in which the British were the victors and the spoils of war took possession of Nova Scotia. It is significant to know that during the French and English War, the Acadians, who were ultimately to suffer tragically as a result of the wars, remained more or less neutral throughout. All right, even in this time, they weren't war-like people. They had been established as farmers. They were gentle, peaceful people living amongst the Indians, and even at this time, they were neutral. They became known as French neutrals when they got expelled. Wherever they were sent, they got known as French neutrals. During the wars, the Acadians found their homeland a battlefield between the two warring powers, and they were victims of numerous raids by both sides. They saw their houses burned, livestock slaughtered, and crops laid to waste. Peace came in April 1713, and by the Treaty of Utrecht, King Louis the 14th, the magnificent Soi Rolé, the Sun King, all right, meaning Sun King, all right. Why was he called the Sun King? The Sun King, right? Sacrificed Acadia to the British. Under the Treaty of the Acadians, they were granted the option to remaining on their land and religious freedom or leave in Acadia and forfeiting their lands. Since there was really little choice, the Acadians stayed on, but for the next 40 years, their times were trying. Soon after the treaty, the British, who wanted the fertile Acadian land for their own settlers, began a series of persecutions of the Acadians, striking a national origin and their religion. What is that religion? Again, a lot of these were Muslims, a lot of these were Sephardic Jews, cryptos. Some sought to leave, but learned that for the most part, the option had been revoked and they were prohibited from leaving. Part of the persecutions was an insistence by the British that the Acadians take an unqualified oath of allegiance to the British crown, since this could involve infringement upon their practice of their religion and bearing arms against their fellow countrymen from France. The Acadians refused. After this refusal, the British began to plan the ultimate expulsion of the Acadians from Nova Scotia. In the ensuing years, the Acadians proved their loyalty to England by refusing to join the rebellious act against the crown. This, however, was not enough, and the Acadians continued to live in suspense as to their future. Finally, 1755, the expulsion was effected under the order of Lawrence Lieutenant, Governor of Acadia, on September 5th, 1755. At the Acadian settlement of Grand Pré, all the Acadian men and boys over 18 years of age were assembled at the church. They numbered 411. This is what I was just talking about, how they assembled all the men and children, men and adult men. the young men, little boys. There, Colonel Winslow told them that their lands and livestock were forfeited to the crown and that they were to be driven out of Acadia. Some of them never saw their wives and families after this assembly. So they made them a lot of promises that they didn't keep. They actually did separate families. These people got treated really bad. They went through really traumatic things. Again, they got called in for a meeting, and all of a sudden, you're never gonna see your wife, your kids, your mom or dad. I mean, at least your mom and wife, your daughters, ever again. All right, can you imagine that? Now, a lot of this makes me think of the movie 12 Years a Slave. And there's a very significance in that movie too. All right, even though they throw a lot of hijacks, a little bit of truth there, but they're telling it with the false narratives, right? But this really happened. People were really getting snatched up and they had to escape and go back. They had to gain their freedom and go back after 12 years. So it's funny, right? But whatever. So 20 of their numbers released. Okay, so it says 20 of their number were released the next day to visit the families of the 411 and tell them sad news. After several days, they were paraded to the harbor where they were loaded to 5 ships and expelled. And again, among the families in those first 411 were 27 Boudreaux or Burdukes, 12 Comos or Comuques, 2 Benoits, 2 Blanchards, 2 Brooks, 1 David, 2 Dawsets, 1 Duhan or Duhan. All these last names are in the genealogy of the person I did in Louisiana on his dad's side. All his family on his dad's side, all of them. All right, I'm going to show you guys a little bit. Saunier, Sonnier, Terrier, Thibault Dukes, 16 Trahans. All right, so those were the numbers, 56 LeBlancs, 2 Vincents. One of their numbers was Louis Arsenault, who was to achieve immortality as the Gabriel to Longfellow's Evangeline. You see that? But he didn't go through the Mississippi, so that was kind of made up, that part. Click here for the details on the arsenal. Okay, so it says the first expulsion preceded many others over a span of a decade, at the end of which most of the Acadians in Nova Scotia had been placed on other ships bound for New England to join the original 411. Some of the Acadians evaded capture, armed themselves, and became guerrillas in the woods of Nova Scotia. All right, maroon behavior, right? Same thing Maroons did, right? But for the great bulk of the Acadians, their homeless wanderings had begun and was not to end until many years later. All right, a lot of them actually lived in the woods for many years doing that, and they lived like that the rest of their lives. When they established a new Acadia in Southwest Louisiana, until they established New Acadia in Southwest Louisiana, they're like, all right, I'm going down south. We're talking about Swarty Acadians, Moorish people, some of them mixed with Indians. The expulsion of the Acadians from Nova Scotia by the British was neither easy nor complete. Many of the Acadians, after British trickery, resulted in the quick deportation of the first 411 Acadians. Many fled to the woods and took up resistance against expulsion. Many fled to the woods. The British Crown placed prices on the head of the renegade Acadians, and the British Army roamed throughout Acadia, Nova Scotia, for over 7 years, searching out these who had escaped deportation. You understand? Even 7 years later, they're still looking for you. They didn't just let you go. They're like, nah. When I say you, I mean, if you have Huguenot ancestors or any of these people are Acadian, then that's why I'm saying you. John Brossard, all right, Brossard, nicknamed Beausoleil, meaning pretty son, was one of the Acadians who escaped deportation by fleeing to the woods. The Broussards are very important. I also got that name in the person's genealogy. There he became chief of a minor resistance force of Acadians who waged guerrilla warfare against the British. The British were unable to capture this clever Cajun and his band. So it's funny how, you know, he has like a name, Pretty Son. You know, he might be half Indian. You know, he's going in the woods, guerrilla style warfare. He's a, you know, he became a chief of a minor Acadian resistance. What does that all mean, right? After the defeat of Montcalm in Quebec, Beausoleil realized that the French cause in Canada was dead and that further resistance would be futile. He and his band surrendered to the British at Fort Cumberland. On November 16th, 1759, they were held as prisoners of war until peace, 1763. After his release, Broussard went to the island of Santo Domingo and then worked his way to Louisiana, all right? Santo Domingo, right? Hispaniola, where he was commissioned as a captain in the militia of St. Martinville. He is the ancestor of many of the Broussards who now populate southwest Louisiana. And we're going to get one of those today. And a lot of those are so-called black people today. And they didn't, again, that is not a slave name. All right? Again, that is not a slave name. I mean, a slave master name, right? In Pennsylvania, the Acadians were kept on board ships. Listen to this. In Pennsylvania, the Acadians were kept on board ships for 2 months. How do you keep people on a ship for 2 months? In Georgia, they were permitted to land, but were banished. Most of them made their way into the hostile interior. A lot of the time, these people weren't even wanted where they were going, you know? They weren't even wanted. Our ancestors were severely mistreated in Massachusetts and the Carolinas. Everywhere in the New World the Acadians went, they were mistreated. All right? Why? Why are they being mistreated? Where are they being sent to? They're not really telling you the whole thing. You can't understand why they're treating these white French people like this. Right? Right? Again, Moors, Swarty, so-called Negro people being sent to plantations, being treated really bad. Yeah, that was the usual, right? Wasn't that the norm? And it was the other Swarty people doing it. Don't think it was white people. That's why it didn't matter. Except in, it says our ancestors, except in Maryland. Maryland was the only state to afford the wanderers a welcome, due probably to the fact that the state had a large Catholic population. No. One of the Acadians who found solace in Maryland was Emmeline Labiche, who later made her way to St. Martinville and achieved Cajun fame as a model for Longfellow's Evangeline. Most of the dispersed Acadians did not remain in English colonies where they were unwanted. They weren't even wanted there. They were dumping them there. So, of course, they were being treated bad because they didn't even want them there. And again, they're not going to live for free off somebody. So they were probably being forced to work, right? Many made their way back to Canada and Nova Scotia or to Louisiana. So, okay, again, so if they're in the Carolinas, right? They're in Georgia, they're in Pennsylvania, and they have to go all the way back to Nova Scotia. Don't they have to travel north, just like people in the Underground Railroad? Where is the Underground Railroad going? To Canada, right? That was the story. Or we already know the Dutch the hijack with Harriet Tubman and all that slavery stuff. Now we're trying to understand who might have actually been doing that and where was the true model of the Underground Railroad really. It was about Acadians, actually. Acadians heading back home, north. They were heading back home, north, escaping. A lot of them probably met people on the way, other people, other indentured servants, whether they were Black Europeans or Indians, and say, hey, we know a place you can probably go with us up north. And they, you know, so again, a lot of them were Indians. You can't hold an Indian with too rebellious, right? A lot of them were half Indian through the Micmac Métis connection they had. All right, so they were heading back to Canada, Nova Scotia, or to Louisiana. Some, however, stayed in the English colonies and changed their names, like LeBlanc to White. All right, like LeBlanc to White. Anglicized LeBlanc. Why white? Because Blanco, right? Blanco is white. LeBlanc, the white. LeBlanc is like French saying the white. So to white, right? So all of a sudden you got people who might be doing their genealogy and run into let's say Pierre White, who's all of a sudden in English, and you're assuming this is a white person. You never knew he was an Acadian Swarty person, an Acadian Swarty person who was named LeBlanc. But I see that a lot once you get past the barrier of the 1800s that they have set up. They have a barrier they purposely set up so you don't get to these historic people, which are a lot of your family ancestors, pioneers and stuff, right? And that's how it happens. You forget the whole history. All right, so Brun to Brown, right? Brun, we know Brun means brown. Brun to Brown. One of Louisiana's most distinguished citizens, Edward Douglas White, who became Chief Justice of the United States Supreme Court, reportedly descended from a family of LeBlancs who had changed their name during the Cajun wanderings. All right. He was a what? Acadian. He was a Huguenot descent, more because they were a pitiful lot, broken-hearted, penniless, spoke of a foreign language, practiced a different religion, and were descendants of people who were natural enemies of England. The Acadians were cruelly received throughout most of the English colonies. It is no wonder that these exiles, as soon as they were able to travel, sought places of refuge where the French flag still flew. That's why they were escaping. And again, they weren't the same people as Catholics, Muslim or Sephardic Jews. Yeah, different religion, right? Some Acadians went to France, and then most of them found their way to Louisiana. Others went to Santo Domingo, Guadeloupe, and Martinique from the English colonies. But because they were poor and could not afford slaves and were unable to withstand the scorching climate, the Acadians eventually decided to head for Louisiana to join their compatriots already there. The first Acadians' arrivals in Louisiana landed in New Orleans in the fall of 1756, a year after their departure from Acadia. They came from Maryland, the Carolinas, and Georgia. Some had traveled overland, making use of the many tributaries flowing into the Mississippi River. According to Judge Voorhees, his grandmother was among those who came from Maryland. She had adopted Emmeline LaBeach, the Evangeline Longfellow immortal poem. His grandmother also told him that Emmeline became demented when she did not eventually meet Lewis in St. Martinville and found out that he had already married someone else. Mercifully, she died shortly thereafter. The bulk of the Acadian population at the time of dispersal stayed in Canada or ended up in Louisiana. They were attracted there because it was French, and the French government guaranteed them food and tools for a year. Oh, that was a very good incentive. The first Acadian colony in Louisiana was established on the Mississippi River, 60 miles north of New Orleans, the site of present-day Donaldsonville. Some also settled along the Bayou Lafourche, beginning in 1768. In 1757, the governor of Louisiana opened up the colonization, the vast prairie land of the Atacapas and Opelousas Indian country. They were taking their land and giving it to the Acadians in the southwestern corner of Louisiana. All right? Settlements sprang up along the various bayous, such as the Teche and Vermilion. The Justice des Atacapas, Fort Atacapas, later to become St. Martinville, was one of the first and chief settlements of the area. Acadians began to arrive at Fort Atacapas in 1765. One of the documents which was preserved in a contract dated April 4, 1765 between Antoine Bernard and several other Cajuns, under the terms of which Bernard agreed to furnish the others with cattle to begin vacheries, or cattle raising farms. One of the parties to the contract was Joseph Broussard, nicknamed Bill Soleil, about whom we have previously written. Soleil died on October 20th of the same year and was buried near the site of the present-day town of Broussard. All right, the progenitor of the Broussards. The Acadians who arrived there during that period met Canadians and Frenchmen who were already living in this region. Some of them bore the names of Decour, des Hotels, Fontenant, Hollier, Latilevels, Patton, and Stelly. All right, so big one right there. I did a video on the Decour family of Louisiana. They were black slave owners. They were straight up black slave owners. And now I got the link. Because the Decours came from France, not from Acadia, but that's because they had gone to Acadia, France. They had been sent to France directly from Nova Scotia for a while, and they had to be resettled. Remember, the Spanish resettled them from France to Louisiana. The Decours were black people. The Decours, we got the census, we got everything. We showed they were black slave owners. Also the Montenons, same thing. And today, one of the genealogies of the person, also Latiolais, shows up as well. Acadians end up being so-called black families of Louisiana. It says here, Camp des Parents. And I'm just going to read what it says here. Between 1756 and 1758, several dozen Acadians fled to Mariamichi regions, particularly to Wilson's Point, favorably situated for hunting and fishing. This refuge brought new hope for these Acadian families, who named it Camp of Esperance, or the Camp of Hope. As it turned out, it became a place of great suffering and privation for those who had fled deportation and the destruction of their homeland. So these are people who actually didn't get put on the ships. They escaped and they fled into the woods of Nova Scotia, right? And they made this, they settled in this region called Miramichi. So and they suffered a lot. So it didn't really turn out too good for them. It says by directing these refugees to the Miramichi under the protection of a garrison commanded by French Canadian officer Charles de Champs, de Bushebert, Ebert, the government of New France thought they would benefit from its strategic location that was easier to defend and supply. However, corrupt officials embezzled the money. I told you it's all business. They don't care about their own people, allotted to buy provisions for these refugees. Left to fend for themselves and suffering from famine and from epidemic of smallpox, hundreds of Acadian refugees at Camp Esperance died during the winter of 1756-1757. This was one of the worst episodes in the history of the Grand Derangement. Survivors of the Miramichi eventually settled in the maritime provinces of Quebec and Louisiana. All right. These people are going through traumatic things. This is very deep history with the Acadians. And again, telling you guys, mostly so-called black, these are black Negro people, black, Swarty, not people with tans, Huguenots, Moors, Huguenot descendants, Sephardic Jewish descendants from Spain and Portugal. The Census of Canada, 1665 to 1871, Resentments to Canada, Statistics of Canada, Volume 4, this is from 1876. Says here from September to December 1755 took place the banishment from the peninsula of 6,000 Acadians who were sent off 5 detachments as follows: 1,500 to Virginia, 2,000 to Carolina, 1,200 to Maryland, 400 to Pennsylvania, and 900 to Boston, according to their memoir by M.D. La Rochette and Paris Archives. The letter from the Acadians of Port Royal dated from St. John River, July 1756, to their former missionary, Mr. Dowden, and what remains of the English records of the time of the 2,200 persons who escaped runaways, the proscription. All right, 2,200 people running away, escaping. Listen, where were they going again? Back home, back north, right? Most likely. 1,200 remained in the peninsula, concealed in the woods and along the seashores, living by hunting and fishing in the greatest distress. The other 1,000 went to swell the population of St. John Island in the district of Acadia. All right, so that's before they had been sent. They had 2,000 of them had escaped. As the later district had been ravaged by the burning of a part of the settlement and crops in the neighborhood of Boston, the wretchedness there was extreme and the mortality enormous. In 1756, a good number of the banished had found means to return, some by taking possessions of the ships by which they were transported, others in small boats. That's big right there, because they tell you a lot of the times that these so-called mysterious free people of color, free slaves arrived in this place because they took over a slave ship, right? They took over a slave ship and took it over and crashed, landed in this part of the world, whatever they always say, right? We got a great example of Acadians doing that, taking over possession of ships that they were being put into chains on, right, as servants, and going back home with it, like landing, taking control of the ship. Nearly 1,400 in all went to St. John River, and a small number. Second. Second, sorry guys, I'm moving the windows around here on my end. All right, here we go. Yeah, a lot of black loyalists. I'm just looking at the chat too. I haven't been able to read the chat. Guys, I'm doing this live reading. I think it's time for a little water break, but not yet. Let's keep going. We're about to get some good stuff. I know it might get boring, but I hope you guys are understanding the whole history of the Acadians. This is not a 10-minute lesson. I don't do 10-minute videos with flashy moving backgrounds and words and fancy music in the background and saying, I'm just here to make you think. Well, I'm gonna do more than make you think. I'm gonna make you believe, like I'm gonna make you know it's a fact. You're gonna do more than think. You're gonna know. In 1756, a good number of the bandits found their ways to return. They took over ships. Nearly 1,400 in all went to St. John River, and a small number landed on the western shores of Nova Scotia. But death visited them, and the whole Acadian population, in spite of these returns, increased that year only by about 800. By 1756, 1758, a comparative large immigration to Canada took place, and the mortality of the coast was enormous. They were dying. A letter from Bishop of Quebec says that in 1757 there were 900 refugees at Miramachi, of whom it is known that 200 died in a single winter. The taking of Louisbourg in July 1758 diminished the population of Cape Breton from 2,500 to 700. 1,700 were transported to La Rochelle. That was back to France, right? They went back to France, right? 700 remain on the island, and the small number not represented by these figures went to increase the population of St. John Island. All right, and it keeps going. Oh man, it's a lot. It says from 1756 to 58 to 1765, the property of the Acadians of St. John Island was taken possession, and they were driven out, reducing this population from 6,500 souls to 1,400, but increasing the population of the district Acadian, the shores, and the Bay des Chaleurs. From 1765 to 1771, the mortality in the population of the Gulf shores was so large, right? The mortality was so large. These are so-called black people, so large as to cause comparatively important immigration to Canada. The descendants of the Acadians are met with everywhere by thousands in the province of Quebec, but especially in the Magdalen Islands, the county of Bonaventure, the North Shore, the counties of Bellechasse, Beauce, Champlain, Nicollet, Mashinongi, Montcalm, Assomption, La Prairie, St. John, and Iberville. Wow, so yeah. So it goes into a little bit more of what they went through, how they were going into Santo Domingo, Martinique. It says here, let me get that part of return. Some of them were returned or sent to France. About 3,500 settled in the British colonies, Louisiana, Saint Domingo, Martinique, and elsewhere. About 1,500 emigrated to the province of Quebec. About 3,500 excess of deaths over births during this period, 1,500. All right. So they're getting very specific, showing you real numbers. Right. Show me one slave ship from Africa. I'll wait. With numbers. All right, so these are the numbers as you can see. And just a little diagram. So heading over to France, going back to Nova Scotia, from France to South America, might even South Africa. Yep, they were getting sent to South Africa and South America, the Caribbean, back to the colonies, and Louisiana, right? Acadia up here, Acadia, Louisiana. All right, what is this? Looks like a triangle to me. Now this looks like a triangle to me. Doesn't it to you? All right, the great and noble scheme, the tragic story of the expulsion of the French Acadians from their American homeland, by John McFarger. On September 4, 1755, the Pennsylvania Gazette printed a dispatch from the maritime province of Nova Scotia. We are now upon a great and noble scheme of sending the neutral French out of this province, who have always been secret enemies, or secret Jews, right? Secret cryptos. What do you mean by that? And have encouraged our savages to cut our throats. So they don't like that they're hooking up with the savages or Indians either. If we effect their expulsion, it will be one of the greatest things that ever the English did in America. For by all accounts, a part of the country they possess is good land. All right, they got good land, as any in the world. And in case, therefore, we could get some good English farmers in their room, the province would abound with all kinds of provisions. At the time these words were published, New England troops acting under the authority of the colonial governors of Nova Scotia and Massachusetts were systematically rounding up more than 7,000 Acadians, the French-speaking Catholic inhabitants who lived, right, now they're calling them Catholics. Dodge the hijack. We already got the drop that a lot of them were Protestants and their whole families were Huguenots, Protestants, and that many of their so-called Catholics were actually converts, right? Huguenots. And and we also got the drop that many of them by a certain period couldn't practice their Protestant religion, so they had to convert to Catholicism eventually. So yeah, they all became Catholics or known as Catholics, who lived in communities along the shores of the Bay of Fundy. Men, women, and children alike were crowded into transport vessels and deported in small groups to the British colonies across continent of North America. All right, put on ships, Swarty Acadians, Swarty French. Many families were separated, wives from husbands, daughters from mothers, some never to meet again. 10,000 or more fled into the forest and spent years living as homeless refugees. The forest, who were they living with, huh? Thousands of them were captured and deported to France. Captured and deported to France, while others took up arms in guerrilla resistance. Meanwhile, their property was plundered. Their communities were torched, their lands were seized. The campaign to extirpate the Acadian peoples lasted until the end of the Seven-Year War in 1763 and cost thousands of lives in the aftermath. Hundreds of surviving Acadians returned to the places they had come to call home over the previous 150 years, but not to their old homes on the Bay of Fundy, which in the meantime had been settled by Yankee families from Massachusetts, Rhode Island, and Connecticut. All right. So 150 years, they were kind of like, imagine living somewhere for 150 years and then somebody just deporting you, just like that. Louisiana. So other Acadians migrated to French Louisiana, named the ancestor of today's Cajuns. Piercing together the scattered remnants of Acadian civilization, the documents and sources buried deep in archives, historian John Farrenher provides the first comprehensive, thoroughly researched, and historically accurate account of the expulsion from both British and Acadian points of view. It is a story filled with fascinating historical characters, native Mi'kmaq who enjoyed a friendly relationship of cultural exchange and accommodation with the Acadian settlers. French and British governors and military officers isolated and lonely outposts, Yankee merchants and ministers motivated by enterprise and ideology, and ordinary Acadian men and women who insisted on their right to live their own lives in their own independent ways on the margins of contestant empires. It is a story of ethnic cleansing in early America, a story with a special poignancy in our own time. It says here in chapter 1, the French colonization of Acadia began in earnest of 13 May 1606 when the Jonas, a vessel of 150 tons loaded with provisions and carrying 40 men, weighed anchor in the port of La Rochelle. All right, that was in France, a Huguenot town, and sailed for the infant outpost of Port Royal. All right, so they came from a Huguenot town on the far side of the Atlantic. This was 7 months before the departure of English colonists for Jamestown. So they were there before the English colonized Virginia, and 14 years before the landing of the Mayflower. All right, they were there first. In fact, by 1606, Frenchmen had been fishing in North American waters for decades, landing on the shore of the North Atlantic coast to dry their catch and trading with the native hunters for furs, particularly beaver pelts, which could be fashioned into waterproof material for coats and hats. But this expedition, under the command of Jean de Biencourt, Sieur de Pontrycourt, or of Pontrycourt, a 50-year-old aristocrat from the barony, he was a Huguenot who had converted to Catholicism, of St. Jules and the region of Champagne, would establish the first French agricultural colony of North America coast in North America. It says here, Sieur de Pontrycourt was the associate of Pierre de Goua, Sieur de Mons, Viceroy and Captain General of New France, a vast swath of North America extending along the Atlantic coast from the 40th to the 46th degree of latitude, from Delaware Bay in the south to Newfoundland in the north. A veteran officer in the army of King Henry IV, during the civil wars of religion fought between the French Catholics and French Protestant Huguenots. All right, so again, this Sieur de Pontrycourt, he was on the side of Henry IV, who was on the French Protestant side, fighting the Catholics. All right, he was a Huguenot. In the late 16th century, de Mons was described by one contemporary as a man of le coeur porté de choses hautes, literally high-hearted, which was to say a daring and adventurous disposition. Think of him as a French Sir Walter Raleigh, basically probably family. Remember who the Raleighs or de la Raleigh is? De la Raleigh, Spanish family, Sephardic Jews. We got the drop on the past videos on the same series. All right, his royal appointment provided him a monopoly of the lucrative fur trade of northeastern North America, but in turn required him in the name of the king to people and cultivate the region, to plant towns and build fortifications, to establish, extend, and make known our name, power, and authority, and to subject, submit, and render obedient thereto all the tribes of this land. Who they talking about? Talking about Huguenots, Huguenot Protestants. They wanted their name to be known. Huguenots, Moors to be known, and power to be known, and authority, and to render obedient the native people, the indigenous people of the land. Who? Huguenots, yeah. To summon and instruct them, provoke and rouse them to the knowledge of God and to the light of the Christian faith and religion, and to establish it among them for the months, however, becoming the first king of Henry's subjects in America, held no appeal, like Raleigh, all right. Go to the next one, says he in B court, spent nearly 2 years attempting to attract investors for his Acadian colony, all right. Down here it says, at the port of Gypsy, he purchased a vessel, the Grace del Dieu, assembled a crew, and hired a firm of Huguenot merchants to outfit the expedition. All right, Huguenot merchants. This is when he was coming to Acadia, when he's getting ready, setting up shop. He was getting prepared with who? With Huguenot merchants, Moorish merchants, right? Hunter had no objection to doing business with Huguenots, for although he was a Catholic, listen to this, in the context of the times, he was a practical one. During the wars of religion, he fought for the church, but came over to the side of Henry of Navarre in 1593 when the king converted to Catholicism in order to ensure his succession to the throne, right? So these were Huguenots converting to Catholicism, all right? The Mons was a Protestant, Porticourt a Catholic, but they united in their enthusiasm of Acadia. They were the same people. Henry's patent called for Catholic instruction and conversion of the savages, but he raised no objection to the inclusion of Huguenot ministers in the expedition of 1604 and 1606. So if he was Catholic, why would he bring on Moorish Protestant people who they were warring with? Undeniably, religious difference introduced an element of discord. I have seen our cure and a minister fall with their first question of faith. All right, keep going. See what we got here. It says, according to Les Carbert, when both clergymen succumbed to scurvy, the men put them in the same grave to see whether dead they would live in peace. It says here, the early Acadian enterprise differed from the Roman Catholic colonization of Canada on the one hand, or the Puritan colonization of Massachusetts on the other. The historian Francis Parkman has noted, for it did not attempt to enforce religious exclusion. Protestants would continue to be important in Acadia, although the colony was always officially Catholic, right? But they were actually Huguenots. They were all Protestants, and Huguenots kept their religious identity hidden. Oh, what a crypto-Morisco thing to do, right? Who was doing that? We already know the drop, right? So outwardly, remember what we read earlier, outwardly, they were Protestants, and they would trade in their French colors for what? Being Catholic, for being English, for being Flemish. But they were descendants of Portuguese and Spaniard, dark, swarthy, black, so-called black people. Yes. Both Catholics and Huguenots were aboard the Grace de Dieu when she departed DP in late February 16. Okay, so that's when they came. The enthusiastic welcome of member two's Mi'kmaq came as a relief. Anxious about their old friends, wrote Les Carbert, the Mi'kmaq asked how they were all getting along, calling each individual by his name and asking why especially such one had not come back. So you see, the Indians were so friendly. They remembered when they had gone there initially during their scouting expedition for land. They had met some of the Mi'kmaqs, and they were even welcoming when they came back. Like, hey, how you been, guys? What's up? How's little LeBlanc? How's little Huguenot LeBlanc? Huh? How's that little Huguenot? Huh? Oh, great. I thought you guys were never gonna come back. It says here, the French fur trade of the early 17th century might not be able to support a colonial settlement, but it certainly can produce handsome profits. On his last visit to Port Royal in 1614, Pondicherry was accompanied by David Lomeron, a merchant associated with the prominent Huguenot firm of Georges and McCain in La Rochelle. All right, Huguenot, ding, 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 word of the day, Moorish, cryptos. All right, and it wasn't just loyalists. That was after the Acadians. The loyalists came after the Acadians. Acadians who were Swarty and black too were already there. Were from there for many 150 years. 150 years before the loyalists got there. All right, so I mentioned it today. I want you guys to understand that it's not the same kind of people, even though some of them were Acadians that were going back as loyalists. They had lived in the U.S. and participated in the Revolutionary War and made their way all the way back up there. There was a specific reason why these loyalists were going up there. You got to understand that. So yeah, a lot of them were Acadian, but a lot of them were just going up there because they heard of freedom, they heard they could get land and all that, and the English were funding that, the ones, especially the ones who fought for them. All right, so Huguenots and Acadia all over the place. All right, and this other screenshot, it keeps talking about Betancourt. We just want to get to certain things here. This here, in remarkable letters to Louis XIII and the king's principal ministers, Cardinal Richelieu, he complained of his isolation and warned that the English, who had sent a fleet to relieve the Huguenots of La Rochelle, would use the occasion to attempt a seizure of Acadia with a lucrative fisheries and fur trade. All right, they had to relieve the Huguenots of La Rochelle, and they sent them to Acadia. The Kirk brothers, son of a Scottish merchant and a French Huguenot woman of Dieppe, Scottish merchant, they're probably the same people, remember, who was the Scottish Black Scots, and these merchants, they were just Sephardic Moorish people. They found a good deal in common with their captive Claude de la Tour, who also had been raised a Huguenot. Claude de la Tour, another founder, another colonist, another explorer, who was also a Huguenot Moor. The Kirks introduced him to the extensive network of expatriate Huguenots in London. The network they had, remember the business ties the port used, remember the network they had. Although he had been careful not to make an issue of his religious background in France, Latour found that it provided him with access to influence in England. So when it was for convenience, he's like, yeah, I'm Huguenot. Yeah, I'm with you guys, we're family. I'm Sephardic. Yeah, let's do business. It's all about the money, baby. Right? For them, at least. At about the same time, the alumni's rival, Charles de Latour, contracted for a similarly advantaged marriage to Francois Marie Jacqueline, a young Huguenot woman from a town southwest of Paris. The marriage settlement made no mention of a dowry, but the Jacqueline family members of the lesser nobility must have added to Latour's network of support within the French Huguenot community. All right, Huguenot. I'm gonna go back. We're gonna go way back to the beginning. Swarty. We already know what Swarty is, right? We know that when these Moors were driven out, thousands took refuge in south of France, who afterwards, abhorring the Roman Catholic persecutions, became Huguenots. Moors became Huguenots. Moors became Huguenots. Moors became Huguenots. I'm not making this up, guys. I know I keep telling you throughout the presentation. Ding, 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 ding. The largest immigration of all occurred with the so-called Huguenots, who, as we shall see, were in many cases second or third generation Spanish and Portuguese Jews who traded their French colors for English and Flemish or some other nationality as they fled religious persecution. Huguenots were Moors. Let's go back. Just want to refresh because we got new people who didn't get the beginning of the video, right? Didn't get the beginning of the video. Yeah. All right, so right here, the Kirk brothers, we got them already. Because during the period of English interregnum, a distinctive Acadian ethnic culture took shape. The inhabitants had come from a variety of backgrounds, Catholic, but also Huguenot, Moorish, French, but also Micmac. They're French, so-called French, but they also might be Micmac Indians, Micmac, English, Irish, even Spanish. So all that you have to kind of like break down to see what they mean. You know, the whole genealogy, we got to start getting specific. Their culture was a combination of old and new. Their families were patriarchal and extended, and although some were better off than others, their society essentially egalitarian. All right, continuing, it says here, the Compagnie de la Nouvelle France had been disbanded in 1663, but another took its place. The Compagnie Sénateur de Pache l'Acadie, better known simply as the Compagnie of Acadia, headed by Clerbeau Berger, a Huguenot merchant, of course. adventured from La Rochelle, of course, a Huguenot town where Moors had settled. All right, Moors had settled in La Rochelle. That's where Moors were living. Determined to drive out the English from Acadian waters in 1683, Berger seized a number of New England fishing and trading vessels. In retaliation, Massachusetts privateers or pirates commanded several French vessels. The Acadian inhabitants, however, were adamantly opposed to the company's imposition of trading monopoly and openly sympathized with the New Englanders. So even the Acadians did business still with the English. They didn't know they were about to kick them out eventually, right? And then it goes on here. Next screenshot, it says the Borgias of Bebason and Lewis Island of Port Royal sent lumber and flour into their own slopes and brought back trade goods to sell to their Acadian customers. Charles de Saint Etienne de la Tour frequently procured supplies for his trading post of Cape Sable, clearing Boston Harbor with cargoes that included fabric and thread and iron tools, brass and copper kettles, vermilion, soap, tobacco, and rum. Acadian Abraham Boudreau, a Port Royal, formed a trading partnership with Belgian-born Huguenot Andrew Faneuil of Boston. All right, that's a big one for me because I'm from Boston, and there's this place called Faneuil Hall right in the middle of the city. It's like, right in downtown, blue collar business, colonial area. And this building is really famous. It's from colonial times. And recently I'm finding out that Faneuil, the guy who built it, he was a Huguenot. And look what it says here. Andrew Faneuil of Boston, because Acadia was now under the jurisdiction of Massachusetts, and men such as Boudreau had taken oath of allegiance to English monarchs. Yeah, so Faneuil Hall in Boston was built by a Moor. Yeah, a Muslim Moor that had settled in France, that had become known as Acadian or French. And he built Faneuil Hall. It's still to this day. You can Google Faneuil Hall today. Though they were solid Acadian credentials, the Melanson brothers were in fact English immigrants and not French by birth. Both converted to Catholicism, right? They weren't Catholics, they converted, is what I was telling you earlier. The Acadians are not just Catholic. That's what they became known as when they married, yet they had been raised Protestant by their parents. Priscilla Malleson, a woman from Yorkshire, and Pierre Malleson de Laverdure, a Huguenot refugee who fled from La Rochelle, a Huguenot Moorish town, to England in the aftermath of the siege of 1627. All right. The couple married in 1631, raised 3 sons, and in midlife emigrated to Acadia with Governor Thomas Temple and his entourage, settling at Riviere Saint Jean. All right. The Melansons. All right. And the Laverdures, Huguenots. And it's talking about here about the Melansons' youngest son, Jean, when Boston took John Laverdure, hired him to privateer an expedition and intended using King Philip's War as cover for slave raiding. These are Moorish people. Listen to this. Huguenots. They hired onto a privateering expedition that intended using King Philip's War as a cover for slave raiding along the Maine coast. Who you think they're slave raiding? Posing as an Acadian trader, Laverdure successfully lured 26 Abenakis aboard the vessel. The men and women were bound, transported to the Azores, not Africans, Abenakis, who are Swarty, Negro Abenakis, Swarty, sent to the Azores by other Moorish Swarty people. Yes, more on more war. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It's not about complexion. 2 New England traders who witnessed the auction filed a complaint with Massachusetts authorities, who arrested Laverdure and his associates when they returned to Boston. So they were using the King Philip's War, as an excuse for slave raiding Indians, right? Not Africans, Indians. And the funny thing is, these people are refugees. They're fleeing persecution. They're going through their own thing throughout history, and yet they come and do the same thing to other people. Right? In 1682, says here, 18-year-old Marie married David Bassett, a Huguenot merchant of Boston who was active in the Acadian trade. Huguenot merchant. Cecil, another of Charles Melanson's daughter, married the Acadian merchant Abraham Boudreau of Port Royal. Huguenot Moor merchant, the Moorish merchant of Boston, David Bassett. We broke that name down in my Sephardic crypto Jews name video. Mascarene was a young Huguenot from the south of France, the son of a Protestant father and Catholic mother when he was yet a babe. All right. In his arms, father had been exiled to Holland for his Protestant faith, and Mascarene spent his first years with his mother at the family home in Languedoc, another Moorish town where Huguenots came out of. At the age of 10, his paternal relatives spirited the boy away to join his alien father, who died shortly before the son's arrival. All right, Huguenots. The first sign of Acadian resistance came in January 1711. Vetch had sent the garrison commissary of a Huguenot from Bordeaux named Peter Capone. Capone and Noriega. Capone, Huguenot, Capone and Noriega. What? To negotiate the purchase of grain from Pierre Leblanc, captain of Port Royal Militia, a chief inhabitant of Haute Riviere. All right, Capone, Huguenot, Moors, Capone, Moor, Mr. Capone. The British, however, remained convinced that the Mi'kmaq, indeed all the tribes of the Wabanaki Confederacy, were mere French puppets. In November 1717, after newly arrived Lieutenant Governor John Doucet, another Huguenot, the English-born son of French exiles, demanded that they take the oath. So look at these traitors to their own people. So there was, like, again, a lot of these people just about the business and money and their reputation, their success. So even though he was born in England, he was actually from Huguenot French people, just like the Acadians, and he was demanding them because he was getting paid by the English. Right? He was their governor, right? They appointed him. He had a lot of convenience in doing this, right? They take the oath. Come on, take the oath. Just become Catholics. The inhabitants of the Banilou presented him with a soiled document that had been passed from hand to hand and signed by each head of household. All right, so they must have said, "Hells no." There was no doubt that the inhabitants militia at Minas and Chinecto had mobilized. 3 young English sailors captured by the Mi'kmaq, ransomed by Acadians, and brought to Annapolis, royal by the Huguenot merchant James Bling, James Bling, that bling, 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 told the council that during a stay of several weeks of Minas, they saw a great many of the inhabitants under arms. All right. Now, the reason I took a lot of screenshots throughout the book, I just wanted to see how many Huguenots are involved, how many merchant Huguenots, that's the history up there. That's the history up there. And them mixing with Micmacs and trading with Micmacs and all that. When Phillips announced his departure for England, Cosby expected to be appointed lieutenant governor and was bitterly disappointed when the Board of Trade named Armstrong to the position. From the beginning of Armstrong's tenure, Cosby resisted his authority. In 1726, Cosby married 14-year-old Anne Winnett, eldest child of William Winnett, a Huguenot. The Winnets are Huguenot merchant who came to Annapolis Royal with the British in 1710, married Madeleine Massunat, an Acadian woman with connections to several prominent families, and through pluck and influence rose to become the colony's most important trader. It's all business. It's all about connections and who you know in business. All right. Continuing. Again about the Melancons, sorry. It says Madame Latour's mother, Annie Marie Melancon, wife of Jacques de Saint-Étienne Latour, the eldest son of Charles Latour, and Jean Motion, was the daughter of Charles Melancon, who had been raised a Huguenot. Although the family was officially Catholic, all right, again, cryptos, secret Catholics, they were Moors. They were Catholics who were AKA Huguenot, who were AKA Moors. Yep. So her husband, Huguenot trader David Bassett, a Huguenot. And right here it says in Acadian.org, Acadian family names from 1700 to 1755 and variations. It says here the following list consists of the names of all families. Sorry, just getting my internet browser ready. All families, including those of couples who left no surviving descendants who resided in the continental Acadia between 1700 and 1755. These are all the families known to us who were or who might have been among the approximately 13,000 Acadians involved in the dispersion, whether deported or displaced in that tragic occurrence. All right, so I'm gonna click on the link.
We're gonna go to that real quick. All right. Acadian.org, Acadian family names, 1700 variations. And I just want to go to the list. All right. Here you go. I'm going to go through the list pretty quick. I'm going to scroll up, you know, with a little bit of music. All right. Slowly. Yeah, a lot of names, huh? In case you guys don't know the story of the Wichita, the indigenous Indian princess or queen that Henry Turner or Mr. Turner married, she had the name Sir. That's a future video. That's why I'm telling you we gotta break all this down. We're gonna break all this down. So yeah, I mean, it's a long list. I mean, I'll take forever if I was to show you guys. You know, I'm gonna go real quick. Maybe you guys can pause it, you know, when you're watching this and replay. And that's not the whole list. I mean, it keeps going into A to C, right? It goes, you know, the Richards, very prominent family. The Herberts, the Richards, Rodriguez. Look at all this. Du Bois. All right, so you guys kind of get the idea. I don't know if you saw any last names you guys know there. I saw a couple known last names there, not in my family, but people I've encountered in USA, so-called black people. All right, and some more. All right, so I just wanted to let me go back real quick. All right, the chronology it says here of the deportations and migrations of the Acadians, 1755 and 1816 by Paul Delaney. That's another link. But even before the deportation of the Acadians from Acadia between 1755 and 1762, the deteriorating political situation had caused significant movement of the population. Toward the end of the 1740s, many families have already left English Acadia to settle on
Ile Saint Jean after the War of Austrian Succession. Right, so they were already kind of getting misplaced and forced to leave. So the deportation of 1755 systematically emptied the Acadian villages of English Acadia. All right, we already got the drop on that in the story. Right, how they were being sent to the colonies all over as servants and prisoners, and how they were escaping and trying to go back home north. All right, and again, these are just some of the significant dates of Acadian history. I think there was some list here too I wanted to show you guys. Let's see. Okay. Well, I guess that was what I wanted to show you, and this is actually a very good link with those years. Get specific with things. All right. If you're tracing your family, back. Second. All right, what time is it? What's our time here? How long we been here? Let's see something real quick. 2 hours ago. Let's see. How you guys feeling? Should we keep going? You guys still up? I got 300 strong. I think so. I'm really tempted to stop right here and actually continue tomorrow with part 2. I got a lot of good info still to show. Yeah, hold up. I lost my page. There we go. Let's see, Franco-American Overview, Volume 1. In 1562, Admiral Gaspard de Coligny, a noted French military officer and a Huguenot leader, right? A Huguenot leader called together several hundred French Protestants to take part in the first colonization attempt in North America. A previous endeavor in Brazil in 1555 had proven unsuccessful. Coligny ordered Jean Ribault, a French navigator, to lead an expedition to the New World in an effort to find a suitable location for the Huguenot colony. All right, a Huguenot colony, straight up. A Moorish colony. Who's the Huguenots? For a Moorish colony in Acadia. Once there, the admiral hoped that his people would lead a pleasant life. His Moorish people, will live a pleasant life free from religious oppression. Ribault and the exiled Huguenots settled not far from the present site of Jacksonville, Florida, and also at Port Royal, South Carolina. In this new land, wild and foreign, the first European colonists found life quite difficult. As a result, they fell into a state of discord, rendering themselves vulnerable to all potential opposing forces. The inevitable came in 1565 when the Spanish arrived in Florida and founded the city of St. Augustine, realizing that Florida was not spacious enough to follow Spanish Catholicism, right? We're talking about a Huguenot, a Moorish colony in Florida, right? This is right before the city of St. Augustine was founded. The Protestant French, the Huguenots, were already there. The Spanish, led by Pedro Menendez de Aviles, proceeded to capture the French fortress, Fort Caroline, and to murder every last person. According to the Spanish, they killed the French colonists, not as enemies of the King of Spain, nor as Frenchmen, but rather as Huguenots and heretics. That's deep right there. Really understand what they're telling you there. We're not killing them because they're French, because we got war with France. Because we're not killing because they're enemies. Because of Spain, the king, but simply because they're Moors and heretics, they're Muslims, heretics. They're calling Muslims heretics. You guys gotta understand that. You see the correlation? How they gonna be calling Huguenots heretics, and why they just killing them because they're Huguenots? All right, keep it going. Everybody's saying keep it going. All right, we're gonna keep it going. All right. We're going to keep it going. I'm going to do this for you guys. And then I'm going to do the shorts. Now that I got that option how to do shorts and promote this video, because this is going to be a long one. Get ready. Get your Snickers bar. Get your coffee. Fort Caroline murder. All right. So Huguenots being treated as heretics, being killed just because they're simply Moors. Resumption of exploration in North America. In 1598, King Henry IV proclaimed the Edict of Nantes. Through this edict, Protestants were assured the right to practice their religion without fear of persecution. During the first decade of the 17th century, Henry IV sent Samuel de Champlain, a former Huguenot converted to Catholicism, on a series of voyages abroad. Champlain established the first permanent settlement in Canada at Port Royal on the Bay of Fundy, Nova Scotia in 1605. This is way before the Pilgrims, before the Jamestown colonists, all right? Moors were already up in Canada. Another established in 1608 later became the city of Quebec, all right? Huguenots and English colonies. Throughout the 17th century, while French Catholics were busy settling in eastern Canada and exploring the central and western portions of North America, the English were colonizing the eastern seaboard from Maine to Georgia. Although the colony of Maryland had a few Catholic settlements, the Protestant faith dominated elsewhere. Despite conditions set forth in the Edict de Nantes, Catholics in France, under the influence of Cardinal Richelieu, continued to harass Huguenots in order to prevent them from achieving political strength. All right, political monopolizing the market. That's what you were worried about. Anti-Protestant sentiment remained long after Richelieu's death in 1642, so that by 1685, Louis the 14th decided to proclaim the revocation of Edict de Nantes. Consequently, 100,000 Huguenots fled from France, seeking refuge in countries where Protestantism had become accepted faith. Where did that happen? That was in Holland, right? Germany, Austria, I believe, England, Ireland, Protestant countries, like, you know, they were going there heavily. 100,000 Huguenot Moors, 100,000 Moors who were tolerant to Moorish people, aka Protestantism. Many settled among their fellow Protestants in the English colonies because their people were already there. For the most part, these Huguenots were wealthy and educated. Therefore, they were able to contribute economically and culturally to the development of the young colonies. The following is but a small percentage of the many French Protestants who contributed to the founding of the United States of America. It says here, Galen Molines and his family who arrived in the Mayflower. All right. So again, a Moor on the Mayflower, and that's not the only so-called black person on the Mayflower. Many of those were Swarty people, so-called Negro people on the Mayflower. Yes. All right, and indentured servants. Felipe de la Noye, who arrived in Plymouth in 1621 and who was an ancestor of Franklin Delano Roosevelt. Roosevelt was a Huguenot ancestry. Pierre Minuit, who in 1626 purchased the island of Manhattan from the Indians for the equivalent of $24. He ripped off the Indians. This Huguenot, this Moor, Pierre Minuit, Moor. It's funny how his last name, it says Inuit, right? Inuit people, the Inuit people of Siberian Canada, Inuit. Could he have some ancestry with them? Nicholas Martial, who was a maternal ancestor of George Washington. Again, George Washington, we already have the drop. We got it again. He has a lot of Huguenot ancestry, George Washington. Yeah, George Washington was a Moor. We know that, right? Let me hear the Moors. That's what the Moors tell me. That's what the Moors tell me. That George Washington was a Moor. Pierre Faneuil, a wealthy merchant from Boston who was responsible for the construction of Faneuil Hall. Pierre Faneuil, a Moor. Paul Revere. Paul Revere, we got this on the Huguenot video I did. The British are coming, yep. American revolutionary patriot descended from the French family of Rivalry de Romani. All right, Revere. He was the one that was saying, the redcoats are coming, the redcoats are coming, the British, right? Who rode around the town with his Swarty friend. Yeah, they made it official. He had a Swarty friend with him. They made it official. They're just not telling you he was Swarty too. Yet. Again, all this will be mainstream news one day. You guys are the first to really understand this. Thanks for tuning in and for paying attention. The list could go on indefinitely. citing the names of many of this nation's best-known politicians, authors, artists, scientists, men and women of nearly every imaginable occupation. All right, who Moors? Moors, remember who's the founding fathers? Remember Alexander Hamilton? He was a Huguenot and a Sephardic Jew. He was labeled a Swarty West Indian boy. That's what he was called, a Swarty West Indian boy. The French Protestants who settled in English colonies in the New World during the 17th and 18th centuries became rapidly absorbed by the predominantly Anglo-Saxon society. Many abandoned their mother tongue within a few generations. Others went so far as to anglicize their family name. Today, many pure Yankee blue bloods, listen to this, who consider themselves descendants of English or Scot-Irish families may actually trace their ancestry back to France, back to Huguenots, not just French, but Huguenots, Moors. They thought they were English and Scot-Irish, and we got that on the book, the Muslims and Jews of British colonial America, right? They put it all together. They proved it. They proved these weren't just English and Scot-Irish people. All right. And I found this in the same book. I just wanted to show this. And many a day thereafter, beyond the torrent roar, the Swarty, the Mohawk, right? Of the Iroquois Confederacy, the Mohawk, the Swarty Mohawk, that were found upon the river shore. All right, that the Swarty Mohawk. So Swarty, right? That means black, right? Yeah, that means black. In this case, right? Yeah. No confusion, right? No confusion. Catholic missionary work among the colored people of the United States, 1776, 1886. The source is Records of the American Catholic Historical Society of Philadelphia, June 1924, volume 35. Says here, from the article by T.F. Meehan referred to above, we learned that there were 970 Negroes living among 4,840 whites dodged a hijack. What whites? Does that mean complexion? In New York in 1712. The year before there had been a slave market on Wall Street, right? How did Wall Street really start? And not only were Negroes sold there, but also Catholic Indians were sold into slavery by reason of their color, which is Swarty. Can I get a so Swarty? Catholic Indians who were very Swarty. That's why they were being enslaved, because they were Swarty. The New Yorker said even did an advertisement for one of these Catholic Indians, says, ran away 18th August 1733, a Negro Catholic who speaks very good English. You see how they left the Indian out? Do you guys see how they left the Indian out and they just put a Negro Catholic? But they were just making distinctions between Negroes and Indians, right? So now all of a sudden he's a Negro too. So what does Negro really mean, my people? When we're talking about statuses, freedom, when we're talking about when you own a land, you consider it a free person, what does it really mean? It says the Negroes, especially those who came from Catholic countries, were not totally uneducated, as can be seen above. All right, who's these Negroes coming from Catholic countries? A lot of those were not just Indians or Catholic Indians. A lot of those were Latinos, Sephardic Jews, Moors who had been expelled, who had been sent to plantations, who had been sold into slavery. And yeah, they were educated. Many were educated. Then that's why we get myths, right? All these myths of what people are, but they're just myths. It says the myth and the beginnings of French colonization, colonialism in the Americas, of the savage, the myth of the savages, and the beginning of French colonialism in the Americas. That's the book. While the policy of creating one race was doomed to failure in New France, as elsewhere, Amerindians and French were still distinct entities at the end of French regiment in 1760. Still, there was enough intermixing for a writer in South Carolina newspaper in 1742 to refer to the French as Swarty brethren of Amerindians. The French were what? Swarty. They were black. The French were black brethren of Amerindians. Listen to this. Now we know they just described the Indians as Swarty, right? So Swarty Indians and Swarty French people, right? So if they come together, what do you think is going to happen? listen to what happens. Shortly afterward, in 1753, Abbe Maillard noted that intermixing had already proceeded, so for that, in his opinion, in 50 years, it would be impossible to distinguish Amerindian from French in Acadia. It's impossible. Why? How could it be impossible? When we understand and overstand now why. Because they're both Swarty. They're both Swarty. They may look the same. They might have similar features. They might be anciently related. But either way, how can you misplace an Indian from an Acadian, right? If Acadians are white, right, and they dress a specific way, and Indians are a specific way and look a specific way, as how they told us, how can they? All right, so they tell us that they look more Mongolish, right, Indians? So how could a Mongolish Indian look like a white European? How can you mistake that? How can you not distinguish that? You get what they're saying, you hear, right? Swartiness all over the place. You can't distinguish who's who. And how often did this happen in history, in American history? And we only remembering the Indian part, because we always assume the European was white. So that had nothing to do with us. That was just the name we took on. Or that was just the slave master who raped my great. No, man. You know, two major genealogies. That's what I'm trying to show you here. By the Marshes of Minas, by Charles G.D. Roberts, author of The Forest in the Forest. All right. It says here, Gaspar of the Black Lemerchants. Of the village floor is a thick beech wood stretching over toward the mouth of the river habitants, and there by the river part of Grand Prix, yet set apart from her, was the little settlement of the Black Lemerchants. Who's these Black Lemerchants? With its barley and flax fields, hand from the beech wood, its snug acres of dike marsh snatched from the habitants' tide. The Lemerchant men were dark. Listen to this. The Lemerchant men were dark. Even for Acadians. Even for Acadians, even though they're Acadians, nah, these dudes are dark, man. Like, you see what they're saying, right? Listen to the words. Even for Acadians, they were dark. That means Acadians were dark-skinned. They were known to be dark-skinned and very dark-skinned. But this particular group of men or family, the Lemerchants, were very, very dark complexion. Even for Acadians, all right? Even for Acadians. Unlike their fellows, they were of Basque rather than Normandy or Picardy blood, swarthy of skin, black-haired, black-bearded, and with heavy, coal-black eyebrows meeting over the nose, all right? Remember I told you, so we got Acadians who are Norman ancestry and Acadians who come from Basque ancestry, both swarthy people. The Basques were very, very so-called black. Very dark. They're described many times as very dark. The Basque people, original Basque. All right. Says they well deserve their name. All right. They well deserve their name. The Black Lemerchants. Black as of all. A Lemerchant of the Lemerchants was Gaspar, son of Pierre. The blackest of all of them. Gaspar, he was the blackest of all of them. It was blundering speech. The swarthy and lean-faced woodsman was an unpracticed lover. Far less knew he of women than of lynx and moose and panther, and in presence of Celeste, his wanted subtly failed him. They're talking about one of these Lemerchants who were fur traders. A lot of these were the Coursier de Bois, the so-called fur traders, the French fur traders who were actually very, very black, so-called black people, very dark skin, a lot of them. All right. Yeah, the merchants, that's what it means. Les merchants. Yeah, they took on the merchant name. Vasco Algonquin, I'll check it out. All right. That's funny because where they had Basque slave was called Aquitania. Aquitan. It almost sounds like a Algonquin word. All right. It says here, The Acadian and the Acadians by Luther Roth, author of Our Schoolmaster, pastor of the Church of the Redeemer, Albany, New York, from 1891. And it's talking about the Micmacs here, the Aborigines, as it says on the top. It says an amusing instance was that in which a gentleman was bargaining with an Indian for some feathers when his wife remonstrated with him for giving too high a price. Indignantly, the swarthy Micmac regarded her and then broke out. When Indian make bargains, squaw never speaking. All right, the swarthy Micmac was mad. He said, when I'm speaking, you don't speak, man. The Swarty Micmac, Swarty. Everybody's up there, Swarty. What you talking about, white people? What white people? On another page in the same book, it says, before the council, it says, the manner of the deportation of the Acadians may be remarked upon. It was cruel and unnatural. It can be justified only under the plea of military necessity. All right. It says, before the council were summoned the commissioners from the French inhabitants of Minas and Pisiquid. Listen to this. These are the people they called into the church. Remember the adult man, and the young men and the children they called? Well, look how they're being described. They were little swarthy men with fierce mustaches and keen black eyes, likewise deeply sensible of their own responsibility as spokesmen for their people. Swarthy Acadians, Swarthy, so-called black, right? Remember we got in the beginning of this video what Swarthy was? All right. Hope you guys enjoying the presentation. This is deep, and this is not going to be taught to you anywhere else. No other YouTube channel, no other scholar, because it's even hard to digest, even for people right now in this community. This information right here is really hard to digest. And again, while through it roamed the Swarthy Indian. Once again, it's undisputed lord. The Swarthy Indian. The Swarthy Indian. Swarthy Indian. Says here, Secret Plays of Thunder by Portland Morris. Richard Duval laughed heartily and was joined by the boatman Octave. Shiloh narrowed his eyes on as he considered the Swarthy Acadian. Swarthy Acadian absolutely refuses to speak English. He thought irritably, but I did hear him that first night. The Swarthy Acadian, so Swarthy Acadian, black Acadian, the dark-skinned Acadian, right? Chronicles of Canada, edited by George M. Wrong and H. Langton in 32 volumes. The Acadian Exiles by Arthur G. Doughty. All right. Who? Swarthy exiles, black exiles, the Acadian so-called black people, exile. By right of discovery of Jean Verrazano and Jacques Cartier, the French crown laid claim to all of America north of the spirit of Spanish influence. Colonial enterprise, however, did not thrive during the religious wars which rent Europe in the 16th century. And it was not until after the Edict of Nantes in 1598 that France could follow up the discoveries of her seamen by an effort to colonize either Acadia or Canada. Abortive attempts had indeed been made by the Marquis de la Roche, but these had resulted only in the marooning of 50 unfortunate convicts on Sable Island. The first real colonizing venture of the French in the New World was that of the Sieur de Mons, the patron and associate of Chamberlain. Remember, these were two Huguenots. The site of this first colony was in Acadia. Armed with viceregal powers and a trading monopoly for 10 years, de Mons gathered his colonists, equipped with 2 ships, and set out from Havre de Grace in April 1604. The company numbered about 150 Frenchmen of various ranks and conditions, from the lowest to the highest. Convicts taken from the prisons, convicts again, laborers and artisans, Huguenot ministers and Catholic priests, some gentlemen of noble birth, among them Jean de Biencourt, Baron de Pontrecourt. Again, all these people were Huguenots. We already got the drop. All right, they reached Nova Scotia and Vessel and Port Royal. We already got all this drop. I just want to get to chapter 10 about the exile part, right? Just wanted some parts in here very key for understanding. You know, when we talk about slavery, indentured servants, people running away that you know of, might have been in your family, possibly could be these Acadian people. That's why, I think this is very important. All right. So it says here in chapter 10 of this book, it says, thus the Acadians passed from the land of their birth and from the scenes of their youth, somewhere to wander as exiles in many lands. For many years, exiles in many lands, separated, right? Exiled in your own land, exiled in many lands for many years, exiles. Deuteronomy 28, separated from their children, from their kind, while others, more fortunate, were soon to regain their native soil. Lawrence, in his instructions to the governors of the colonies to which he had sent the exiles, said that they were to be received and disposed of in such manner as may be best answered our design of preventing their reunion as a people. It was not intended, all right? So strategically, they made sure they separated them. They didn't want them to reunite and get back together. Preventing their reunion as a people. What people? Moorish people, as a Sephardic Moorish people. It was not intended to tear apart families and friends, but owing to the scarcity of vessels and the inadequate arrangements for the deportation, there were many cruel separations. All right, they told us that was happening to Africans, but we already got the drop on the indentured servitude system and the spirited way how they were kidnapping many Europeans, Black Europeans, Huguenot Sephardic Jews, expelled Moors from Spain, Palatines from Germany, Irish, Black Irish. This was happening to real people. This was really happening to real people, not a fake story, Kunte Kinte. They got their ideas from real stories, real life stories. People being separated by force, put on ships, sent to plantations to work as slaves. I'm not talking about Africans. The deputies confined since July on George Island, for example, were at the last moment transferred to Annapolis in order that they might accompany their families, but this was not effected, nor the deputies themselves landed in North Carolina, while their wives and children were dispersed in other colonies. All right, the colonies, their children, Moorish people, one of the leading Acadians, and one who had loyally served the British, René Leblanc, notary of Grand Prix, was landed in his wife and his two youngest children in New York, while his 18 other children were scattered far and wide. 18 other, they was like, yo, you know what? You get to keep these two. The other 18, sorry, we need some free labor. Wow, and that's not a lie. I swear, when I get to these Sephardic Jews, the Jewish people in your genealogy, all these Hebrew names, right? They having 12, 15 kids. There's so many siblings. This is not a fantasy. This is not a fairy tale. This guy probably did end up having 20 kids. The real separation of families, however, began in the colonies. For example, 400 persons were transported to Connecticut. But before the whole number arrived, an order went forth for their dispersion in 50 towns. 19 were allotted to Norwich, while 3 only were sent to Haddon. In some colonies, only the first boats were allowed to disembark. The exiles and the masters of the others were forced to seek other ports. The treatment of the exiles in the colonies varied according to circumstance. In some instances, the younger men and women were bound out to service for periods varying from 3 to 12 weeks. In others, they were left free to maintain themselves by their own efforts, provide for such as were incapable, though age or infirmity, of performing manual labor. Hundreds of those who were placed under control escaped. All right, in the East Coast, in plantations, Swarty, so-called black people from Canada, Acadians, escaping, and they wandered footshore and half-clad from town to town in the hope of meeting their relatives or finding means to return to their former homes. Where was that? Going north, right? Going north to Canada from the plantations, escaping or running away, going north, right? Back to Acadia, back home. Little record has been preserved of the journeying of these unfortunates or of the sufferings they endured. Oh, really? Now you see what they're telling us here, right? Little record has been preserved of the journeyings of these unfortunates or of the sufferings they endured. They don't want to tell us, because if they really told us the real drop, we would figure out that these were so-called black people. Acadians were black people, and they were being sent to plantations, and these were the runaways mainly heading north to Canada. There was a specific reason why. That's why you're telling us that there's little known, right? They don't want to tell us little known what happened. These were the runaway slaves heading north. Was Harriet Tubman an Acadian? Was she helping Acadians if she was real? All right, you know that whole thing is controversial, and she has a whole different name. We're gonna do her video, her genealogy. Don't worry, we're gonna get to her. About a third of the people deported from Nova Scotia in 1755 found their way to South Carolina, although that does not appear to have been the destination proposed for them by Lawrence. On November 6, 1755, the South Carolina Gazette announced that the Baltimore Snow is expected from the Bay of Fundy with some French neutrals on board to be distributed in the British colonies to be what? Sold. Distributed, sold. Sold like slaves. Sold in the British colonies. See, because they're talking about Acadians, the language they're using, right? They're keeping it PG-13, as you say, and not rated R or X, right? But if these were known supposedly slaves or Negroes, right, they would be talking about sold instead of distributed. So the language changes. Language changes. A fortnight later, the first of these arrived. In the course of a few weeks, over 1,000 had been landed at Charleston. 1,000 Moorish people from Acadia in Charleston. Remember, Charleston was a free person of color. Charleston was people of color. South Carolina was mainly people of color in colonial times. We have proven this. Check out my South Carolina video. A lot of those were Huguenots, a lot of Indians being exported, and a lot of things going on in South Carolina. Alarmed by the presence of so many strangers, right? So many of these Moorish people, the authorities adopted measures to place them under restraint. This put them under chains, and in February 1756, two parties of the prisoners broke loose. They broke loose. 30 of them outdistanced their pursuers. 5 or 6, according to the Gazette, made their way to the plantation of Mr. Williams on the Santee. Terrified, the family secured a quantity of clothing and firearms, broke open a box containing money, and headed across the Alleghanies. All right, so listen to what these guys did. These are so-called black people from Acadia, escaping bondage, right? Running away. So-called Negro people running away, right? Going into some plantation, holding them hostage, taking their money, and then heading out with guns and stuff. These people didn't play. These sounds like Maroons, no? Just like Maroons did. It was thought for the French stronghold, Fort Duquesne, where Pittsburgh now stands. This conjecture is probable, since 9 Acadians from Fort Duquesne arrived at the river St. John sometime later. In the interval, the South Carolina legislature passed an act for the dispersion of 4/5 of the French neutrals in various parishes at the public expense, the remaining fifth to be supported at Charleston by the vestry of St. Philip's. On April 16, passports were given to 130 persons to proceed to Virginia. Here they obtained the authority of the governor to return to Acadia, and they reached the river St. John on June 16, 1756. Some time later, the governor of South Carolina gave the remainder of the peoples permission to go where they pleased. 2 old ships and a quantity of inferior provisions were placed at their disposal, and they sailed for Hampton, Virginia. In due course, 900 of them landed in the district of the river St. John, where they were employed by Vaudreuil, the governor of New France, and harrying the British. By the year 1763, only 283 Acadians remained in South Carolina. One family of the name of Lanoux became Protestants and gave 2 ministers to the Presbyterian Church. They were always Protestants, and Protestant is not anything. Those are Sephardic Moorish people. And remember earlier I was telling you, and they told us that Huguenots, Moorish people, gave leaders to Presbyterians, Huguenots, all that. Presbyterian, all these Christian divisions came out of the struggle that Sephardic Jews and Moorish Muslims went through with Catholics, and they didn't never want to become fully Catholics, so they created these own denominations, these religions, right? These sects, Christian sects, right? Presbyterian, Quaker, Protestant, Baptist. All right. So again, Moorish people helping establish and found these things. All right. Shout out to Popcat for showing that, you know, the African Methodist Church and all that Africans, these are all Presbyterian, Baptist, these are all these people. All right. And gave 2 ministers to the Presbyterian Church. They became ministers of Presbyterians, right? Moorish people, Presbyterian Church. The Reverend John Lenu, who afterwards went as a missionary to Jerusalem, and the Reverend Basil Lenu, who became a Hebrew tutor in the theological seminar at Columbia. So again, all of a sudden he speaks Hebrew, right? He became a Protestant, but now he speaks Hebrew. So doesn't that mean he was always a Hebrew Sephardic crypto? You see? Among the refugees who put out from Minas on October 13, 1755, were some 450 destined for Philadelphia. The vessels touched Delaware on November 20th when it was discovered that there were several cases of smallpox on board, and the masters were ordered to leave the shore. They were not permitted to land at Philadelphia the 10th of December. You see that? A whole month. Many of the exiles died during the winter and were buried in the cemetery of the poor, which now forms a part of Washington Park, Philadelphia. If you know this park, yeah, those are Moorish Acadians who were really treated really bad, died because they were left on a ship to die, and they got buried here in Washington Park in Philadelphia. All right. Real history. The survivors were logged in a poor quarter of the town in neutral huts, as their mean dwellings were termed. When the plague-stricken people arrived, Philadelphia had scarcely recovered from panic of a recent earthquake. Moreover, there was a letter said to have been written by Lawrence, dated at Halifax, August 6th, and published in the Philadelphia Gazette on September 4th, not calculated to place the destitute refugees in a favorable light. This is the substance of the letter. We are now forming the noble project of driving the French neutrals out of this province. We don't want them here. They have long been our secret enemies. Why do they keep meaning by that? Why do they keep calling our secret enemies? Secret crypto enemy? Crypto, yeah, they're enemies of Catholics. They've been playing it off, pretending to be Catholics, but they were secret crypto Jews, crypto Muslims, or secret Jews, secret Muslims, or secret enemies, and have assisted the Indians. And they also kept getting with the Indians. If we are able to accomplish the expulsion, it will be one of the great achievements of the English in America. For among other considerations, the lands which they occupy are among the best in the country, and we can place good English farmers in their stead. A few days later, another letter was published to the effect that 3 Acadians had been arrested, charged with poisoning the wells in the vicinity of Halifax. Their trial, it was stated, had not yet taken place, but if guilty, they would have but a few hours to live. Robert Hunter Morris, the governor of this time of Pennsylvania, wrote to Shirley of Massachusetts saying that as he had not sufficient troops to enforce order, he feared that the Acadians would unite with the Irish, who were also Swarty and German Catholics, in a conspiracy against the state. Yeah, that would have happened definitely. German Palatines, a lot of those were Moors who were Huguenots who were driven into Germany, became known as Palatines. All right. And Irish, we already know the Irish, Protestant Irish history. He also addressed the government of New Jersey to the same effect. The governor of New Jersey, in his reply, expressed surprise that those who planned to send the French neutrals, or rather rebels, and traitors to the British crown had not realized that there were already too many strangers for the peace and security of the colonies, that they should have been sent to old France. They should have sent them back to Europe. Old France, they're saying, right? That's New France. Or old France, who knows? He was quite in accord with Morris and believing there was a danger of the people joining the Irish Papists. Why would they want to join the Irish Papists? You got to understand real history and real genealogy of the so-called Irish in Philadelphia at that time. Yeah, they would have got together. Most likely they end up being cryptos too, or Protestants, right? The Acadians had arrived at Philadelphia in a most deplorable condition. One of the Quakers who visited the boats while they were in quarantine reported that they were without shirts and socks and were sadly in need of a bedcloth. And a petition to the governor giving an account of their conduct in Acadia and of the treatment they had received fell on deaf ears. An act was passed for their dispersion in the counties of Bucks, Lancaster, and Chester. The refugees, however, were not without friends. To several Quakers, they were indebted for many acts of kindness and generosity. Now, why were the Quakers helping these people a lot. Now, remember who else the Quakers in history were helping, right? Weren't they helping runaway slaves in the Underground Railroad? Quakers. They're also helping Acadians who are going north to Canada. What a coincidence. Among those deported to Philadelphia was one of the LeBlanc's family, a boy of 17, Charles LeBlanc. Remember, LeBlancs were Huguenots. Early in life, he engaged in commerce, and in the course of a long and successful career in Philadelphia, amassed an enormous fortune, including large estates in the colonies and in Canada. After his death in 1816, there were many claimants to his estate, and the litigation over it is not yet ended. The Acadians taken to New York were evidently as poor as their fellow refugees. At Philadelphia, an act of July 6, 1755 recites that a certain number have been received into this colony, poor, naked, and destitute of every convenience and support of life, and to the end that they may not continue as they now really are, useless to His Majesty, to themselves, and a burden to this colony. Be it enacted that the justices of peace be required and empowered to bind with respectable families, such as are not arrived at the age of 21 years for such a space of time as they may think proper. The justices were to make the most favorable contracts for them, and when their term of service expired, they were to be paid either in implements of trade, clothing, or other gratuity. All right, so blah 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 blah. Basically, they're making indentured servitude sound fancy. All right, that's a contract, and when you did your free labor, then you got it. That's an indenture. They don't want to picture these people, portray these people as slaves. In the month of August 1756, 110 sturdy Acadian boys and girls made their appearance in New York. They had traveled all the way from Georgia. Acadian boys and girls, Swarty, little so-called Negro, so-called black boys and girls. Yeah, black, Swarty, very Swarty. Remember, even for an Acadian, he was Swarty. Remember, Acadians are Swarty. Let's not forget. So we got Swarty little boys and girls from Georgia finding their way to New York. They had traveled all the way from Georgia in the hope to find a means to return to Acadia, trying to go back home. They might have escaped, right? Could these people have been mistaken for so-called African slaves escaping, trying to flee to north for freedom because there was no slavery there? Yes. Yes, they did. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. That's what I'm trying to explain to you guys. The great was their disappointment when they were seized by the authorities and placed out of the service. Later, some of the parents straggled in, but they were dispersed immediately in Orange and Westchester counties, and some on Long Island, in charge of a constable. The New York Mercury of July 1757 reported that a number of the neutrals had been captured near Fort Edward while on their way to Crown Point, between the arrival of the first detachment in New York. At the month of August 1757, the colony was compelled to provide for large numbers who came in from distant places to prevent any further escape, and sheriffs were commanded to secure all the Acadians except women and children in the county gaol. Now, I want to explain to you guys something. All right, why would they care so much, all these other states, of these people trying to head home to freedom? Why would they be detaining them? All right, these were runaway slaves. This is what not, they're not, the language they're using is different, because if these were so-called Negroes, they'd be saying, oh, you know, slave catchers will get them, and you know, the slaves will be returned, and they were blah, 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 blah. But now they're just trying to make it seem like, oh, somehow they got stopped by the authorities. What authorities? Slave catchers. Remember, you got money for slave catching. Returning it to as rewards. All right? They were doing this to prevent this from happening. People running away. Runaways. Black Swarthy Acadians. At a later date, these unfortunates were put on to a strange use. Sir Harry Moore, governor of the colony of New York, had designs upon the French colony at Santo Domingo in the West Indies and desired plans of the town and its fortifications. So he entered into correspondence with the French admiral, Count d'Estaing, offering to transport thither 70 Acadian families in order that they might live under the French flag. All right, they were trying to send these people to work in the West Indies, right? Again, as indentured servants, so-called slash slaves. Again, these are Swarty people. So what do you think is going to happen when they end up in the West Indies? They get grouped in as Negroes. They get forgotten in history as so-called Africans, right? Hispaniola, right? A lot of those people escape and becoming maroons. Again, we're not just Indians. We're not just people coming from Europe, but Acadians, people, other black people from North America, possibly Indians from North America. Not just local Indians. What I meant earlier. So a lot of things to break down specifically. The Count accepted the offer and issued a proclamation to the Acadians inviting them to Santo Domingo. Moore had arranged that John Hanson should conduct the exiles to their new home. John Hanson, Hanson, on arriving at the French colony, was to take a contract to build houses and make out the desired military plans while so engaged. He succeeded in transporting the Acadians, but failed in the real object of his mission. He was not allowed the liberty of building houses in Santo Domingo. The Acadians who went to the West Indies suffered greatly again. These Acadians who were Huguenots, the Huguenots were suffering greatly a lot in their time from being Moors. They become Acadians, then they get persecuted, then they're still getting persecuted even after landing in place. They're still trying to move them other places. Now they're sending them to the West Indies, and again, suffering greatly. The tropical climate proved disastrous. The men and women who had been reared in the atmosphere of Bay of Fundy. They crawled under trees and shrubs to escape the rays of the sun. Numbers of them perished, and life became a burden to the others. Far different was the lot of the Acadians who were sent to Maryland. There they were kindly received and found, no doubt, a happier lot than any of the other colonies. So they did good in Maryland. Those landed at Baltimore were at first lodged in private houses and a building belonging to a Mr. Fortheroll, where they had a little chapel. And it was not long before the frugal and industrious exiles were able to construct small but comfortable houses of their own on South Charles Street, giving to that quarter the city the name of Frenchtown. All right, these were Acadian, Swarty, Moorish people. Frenchtown was Moorish people, right? Founders. Many of them found employment on the water side and in navigation. The old and firm picked oakum. Massachusetts at one time counted in the colony 1,040 of the exiles, but all these had not come direct on the ships from Nova Scotia. Many of them had wandered in from other colonies. All right, wandered in, they had ran away. See how there's a wording, they had wandered in. How did they wander in? What happened to where they went and who was taking care of them, right? How did they just wander in to Maryland? The people of Massachusetts loved not Catholics and Frenchmen. Nevertheless, in some instances, they received. All right, so that goes into, starts talking, we're going to get into it. Why specific people like Quakers and people in Maryland were taken, because a lot of them were basically Moors too. They were Moorish people, so far cryptos. They were cryptos. And it says here in this book, the Acadians in France. Now, this is just real quick, just to show. So there was a group of them again that was taken from Nova Scotia, from Acadia, and sent back to France to live over there after living 150 years in Canada. They were taken back to France. All right, this is from Milton P. Reeder Jr. and Norma Goddard Reeder. All right. The Acadian expulsion began in 1755 and continued until the Treaty of Paris on February 10th. 1763 ended the 7-Year War. Throughout this period, the time of Acadian has slowly filtered back into France and settled in the maritime ports of Le Havre, Saint Malo, Duborky, Morlaix, Boulogne, Sherborne, and others. Here, many of them lived in poverty, relying upon the charity of the French government in order to survive. You hear that? Refugees living off welfare, living off the French government in poverty. Early in 1763, after successful negotiations with England, 753 additional Acadians arrived in France. Gone were their homes and farms, many of their loved ones. They had suffered a bitter exile and they returned sick in body and heart. But their love of God and country remained, and they still had hopes that they could somehow build a new life and wipe out their tragic memories. France, however, could not offer them the one thing they needed and wanted most, and that was the fertile farmland they could not till, soil that was tillable, and settlement after settlement collapsed, and experiment after experiment failed. That's when they went back to France. They couldn't even settle there back. They became a disillusioned people, suspicious, distrustful, and discouraged. Their very existence became aimless and hopeless. It was then through the humanity of Spain. Again, these Spaniards that started helping had Sephardic Moorish blood. They're helping their people. That these French nationals sailed for Louisiana in 1785 and finally found their home, with it, peace and contentment. All right. All these people, these French families who are being settled, these Spanish grants. All right. We're going to get into that. This is why I wanted to do this video with the Acadians, so we can understand the French colonial history. Right. We got the Coursier du Bois video, the French enslavement of the Indians video. Go watch this. With this video, put it together. We're getting a whole bigger picture here. We're going to continue this, in future videos. I got coming a lot of good stuff, but we had to break this down first. We had to break this down, how the Spanish and why they were helping French get land, like giving them the land grants, letting them settle there. Why? All right, numerous records were kept on the Acadians during their sojourn in France for 12 years. All right, they were there for 12 years. They had general censuses there, so they know who was there, the families specifically, all that was recorded. We have tried in this publication to present those lists containing the most information and those which covered most of the period of time the Acadians spent in France. We therefore choose the first of the welfare list of Royal General of 1762. This roll was compiled by towns indicating each of the Acadian families living in these towns and the names of the ships that transported them there. The members of each family is shown by name, age, occupation, relationship. We also show the general roll. All right, so they're explaining the census. All right, and again, I just wanted to emphasize that, before a lot of the Acadians became known as Cajuns or French, they were coming in from France, but they weren't coming actually from France. They had been forced to live there for 12 years, but they were Acadians. A lot of those people were already very indigenous people. Like, they had mixed in with Indians so much. They were not just French. So, okay, a lot of those people ended up in Louisiana. And when we doing our genealogy, we'll see like, oh, he came from France. There's a whole story behind that person, most likely. He might be an Acadian refugee that was shipped to British colonies first, North Carolina, then sent to France, then or possibly West Indies, then sent to Louisiana. Finally. All right. What does it say here? Port Royal of Acadia. No Acadians were deported from Acadia directly to Louisiana. The old story of Evangeline, which relates an exile to New Orleans, is fictional, as I was telling you earlier. But based on facts of the deportation, all right, so they did add a little truth about the exile of the Acadians, but they added some other folklore into that poem. Any Acadians who ended up in Louisiana got there after having been deported to the French Indies, France, or England, and they found their way to New Orleans, all right? Upon their arrival at the ports where they were dumped off in Louisiana, they quickly assembled in small groups to attempt at recapturing their lives and regrouping their families. They were not wanted by the people among which they were deposited, and they were forbidden to form large groups. This forced them into small clusters, among which an information pipeline was formed to pass word along as to who was where and what was happening. So again, why were these places they were being done, why did they care so much for them to get into large groups and unite? You got to understand that. Why were they afraid of all these Moors? Why was they afraid of all these Muslim Moors and Sephardic Jews to get together, huh? These so-called black people to come together, huh? Why were they so afraid of that? This forced them into small clusters among which all an information pipeline was formed. This news highway soon became highly developed, with information being passed among the colonies and by ship sailors to other parts of the continent, and can be said with a high degree of reliability that from day of deposit on a strange shore, the Acadians continually attempted at regrouping and going back to the homeland they had been exiled from. They were trying to go back home, not because they were trying to go to freedom. They were trying to go back home. And listen to this, all right? Major drop. By spring of 1756, an underground highway leading north, perhaps the model of the Negro Underground Railroad during the American Civil War, had been established, with Acadians skirting the coastline of the Carolinas, Virginia, Maryland, Delaware, and New Jersey. All right, the model for the Negro Underground Railroad. All right, that was the model for the fake story. You get it? That's the model. That's what they used as the source for their fairy tales of African slaves running away, Harriet Tubman, all that stuff. This is the real story I'm telling you right now. All right, these fairy tales are based on real events. They add a lot of hijack. They give you a little bit of truth, but add a lot of hijack. All right, but this is the model for the Negro Underground Railroad. Acadians going back home north, not because they were seeking freedom, because the North was free states. No, the North had so-called indentured servants to slaves. Don't get fooled. These activities resulted in the state. Well, hold on, sorry. So this did not dissuade them as they continued to migrate north towards a homeland that no longer wanted them. These activities resulted in the state of Massachusetts passing a law which said that the French neutrals living in large groups was a danger to the colony. Why? Why were these French neutrals, so-called aka French neutrals, Moorish people, right? Why were they such a threat? Think about that. A second law made it illegal for Acadians to cross the town lines of the communities they were sent to, which did not allow them to leave those towns and therefore restricted their movements. Even these laws did not discourage the constant attempts to go north. So I thought all these states in the north were harboring the runaway slaves and helping them. See, it wasn't always like that. That whole story, that's a whole fictional story. I hope you guys are paying attention to what's going on. The Acadians' creation of a people. The creation of a people. All right, so they got expelled in 1755. This is just the same info. Paul Masserine, the Huguenot, who was to become the lieutenant governor of Nova Scotia during one of his most troubled periods. Huguenots all over the place. Huguenots. Cycling the petition of the Acadians in exile to the colonial governments whose charge they were. In Pennsylvania, for example, the fact that they had been promised their neutrality by Ensign Roth was stated frequently. Thirdly, as Berner has pointed out, there after 1730, most Englishmen spoke of them as neutrals or the neutral French. Finally, the Quakers of Grand Prix and Pisquid drew up a document immediately after the occasion of constant labor. By the time of the Peace of Paris, 1763, Massachusetts computed that it had paid 9,500 pounds for the support of Acadians exiles there. For all this money, the exiles remained alien to the community and suffered an increasingly high death rate. This experience was the common denominator for almost all the other colonies. Administrations tried to settle the Acadians in small groups and to provide for their children by following the custom of binding them out for apprentices. Binding them out, right? If these were supposed to be Negroes, like known historically Negroes, they would be using different language. They'll be selling them to slavery, their children to slavery, selling their children to slavery. That's what they would be saying. They were forced in general to accord the exiles much more freedom or movement than they wished and to support them in similar manner to the provisions made for their own poor. Connecticut, New York, and Pennsylvania followed the pattern, although it is worth remarking that the Huguenot families of Philadelphia proved greater friends to the Catholic Acadians than might have been expected. Men like Beneset, all right, that's a Sephardic Jewish Moorish name. Beneset, right, is the same people, tried to enlist the services of the Penn brothers on their behalf. The Acadians sent to Maryland ended some years later, mostly in Louisiana, but they made their destination via Santo Domingo. So they had to go to Hispaniola first before they had made it to Louisiana. All right. Those sent to Virginia were dispatched immediately to England. The Virginians arguing that the Acadians were British subjects and entitled to support from London. In the Carolinas and Georgia, the tale becomes even more confused, with the local administrators having much less than total control over the exiles. The Acadian exiles or French neutrals in Pennsylvania. All right, this is what we were just reading about, to which is appended a relation of their misfortunes by John Baptist Guillerme. I am proud to say that in their relation to those unfortunate fugitives, right, fugitives, runaways, right, fugitive, I find on the records of the popular representative body no trace of the malignant animosity and sectarian antipathy which extuated the executive. He's saying, I don't see no reason why they're messing with these people. Painfully impracticable as Penn's principles had shown themselves when applied to periods of war and invasion and danger from the strong and armed hand without yet when the homeless fugitive and stranger came and asked a place of refuge, the beautiful feature of the Quaker character, charity, in its highest sense, and charity too, which knows no difference of creed, seemed more beautiful than ever. The great principle of liberty of conscience and the totalitarian was put in practice towards the exiled Papist, and it certainly is very hard with this unquestioned report before us that the Friends of Pennsylvania should be nowadays charged with mercenary inhumanity. But our meager records show that there was another influence in favor of the exiles. There were listen to this, there were hereditary national sympathies at work aside from all matters of technical religion, which gave the French exiles in Philadelphia a welcome that they had no right to expect. They're letting you know they had a common hereditary, right, and ancestry. That's why they were being helped in Pennsylvania or by these people. But again, so it says, Papists or not, they were French men and women and children, and they were in Quaker garb. And they were in Quaker garb. Again, all right, big one right there. These Acadians who were runaways, fugitives, they had Quaker clothing on. All right, and who was in Pennsylvania? Quakers, right? Same people, because eventually they go back to crypto, secret Jews, secret Muslims, pretending to be Christians under tags like Quaker, Huguenot, Protestant, Presbyterian, Baptist, and so on and so on. All right? Yeah. So the Benessets and Laferries and the Normandys of Philadelphia came from the same soil years ago, as did the Laundries and Gallerms and LeBlancs and Melancons and Thibaudians. As accordingly, I find that while the assembly paused in no unreasonable delay of counsel, this minute is made. Again, you see why a lot of times they were being helped, and you see why Quakers were helping certain people. Quakers were helping their own people go north, their own Acadian, French, exiled, Sephardic, Moorish people go back home a lot of the time. They weren't just doing it to be kind. Anthony Beneset, attending without what's called in, and informed the House that he had, at the request of some of the members, visited the French neutrals now on board sundry vessels in the river near the city, and found that they were in great want of blankets, shirts, stockings, and other necessaries. You see how these people were being treated. And he withdrew, whereupon resolved that this house will allow such reasonable expenses as the said Beneset may be put to in furnishing the neutral French now in the province. So they decided to help their kin, their family. Anthony Beneset, the Huguenot Quaker, Anthony Beneset, the Moorish Quaker, right? More word of the day. Ding, 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 ding. Huguenot. Huguenots, again, who are the Huguenots, guys? Moors who were expelled from Spain and Portugal, who had settled in France. Moors, so-called black people. Anthony Beneset, the Black Quaker, was the first almoner to these poor fugitives, and it was with no reluctant gratitude that one of their number in the first memorial to the assembly said, "Blessed be God that it was our lot to be sent to Pennsylvania, where our wants have been relieved, and we have in every respect been treated with Christian benevolence and charity." They got so lucky they were sent there. All right. All right. So we got 366 here. You guys tired? Because I think I can actually almost be done. We're doing pretty good actually. Um, I got a major drop coming up now. All right. We're gonna take one of those quick bathroom water breaks, guys. I'm human. I'm not a computer. All right. And that's why I wanted to actually take the break and end it and just continue tomorrow. But I want to just get this over with so we can continue to other topics. I don't want to make 2, 3, 4 parts of the Acadians, even though this is very important information and it helps to understand true American history, a lot of the slavery part, a lot of the indenture part, and a lot of the Louisiana genealogy. All right. So again, I'm going to take a quick bathroom break, water break. Go ahead and take your time. I'll be right back with you guys. Yeah.
Wow, yeah, I'm back. All right. Hey, thank you for tuning in and staying there, tuned in. You guys are loyal. You guys are loyal. You definitely don't got ADDD, you know. You guys are loyal, man. Like, you guys stick around for hours hearing me read. My voice ain't all that, you know. So, you know, my reading, my accent. So, shout out to you guys for sticking around and listening to me. All right, so we continue, right? We continue. And we're in the Library of Congress right now. This is an old newspaper, the New Orleans Daily Democrat. All right, from 1877. All right. And zoomed into the article. Part of the page here says, "Our people, where they came from originally, the source of the population of Louisiana." All right, Louisiana. Who were our forefathers? Not the far distant apes and jellyfish to whom Darwin traces us. Ooh, big one. But those more immediate ancestors that converted Louisiana from savagery and wildness to its present state, to whom we owe its peculiar customs and habits, and not least of all ourselves. Much of our history of the past can be explained, much of our future prophesied, if we but know these ancestors. All right, so that's deep. This article is really deep. You can know your past, you can know your future, you can prophesize what may, because if you know who you are, if you know your ancestors, just as one can map out the character and disposition, the traits and habits, all right, traits and habits, the culture, right, the whole future of a child, if we know his parents and their dispositions. The early origin of people is generally obscured, and with reason, since it is almost always obscure, base, often dishonorable. Dishonorable. This is a newspaper telling you straight up. They lie about history. The nobility of England are proud to trace their descent from a gang of robber chieftains. The ancestors of the hill people of Georgia were rescued from the London debtors' prisons. All right, remember the convicts and indented servants? All right, this is real history. While Australia owes its first society and earliest patriots to ex-convicts and tickets of leave men, just like in the American colony. So likewise, there are several stories of the first people of Louisiana, particularly of its first ladies, that the early colonists would gladly have covered up and hidden if they could have done so. The French. The original masculine portion of the population was well enough. It was for the most part honest but adventurous Canadian voyagers and coureur de bois. All right, who's these Canadian people settling in a lot of them were Acadians, people from Quebec, Huguenots, and coureur de bois, right, the fur traders, the slave traders, who many times married indigenous women. Coureur de bois, I got a whole video on that. Very informative video. How they were enslaving American Indians and selling them to plantations to the colonies everywhere. Sturdy, bold, energetic men who fought and worked their way overland and down the river through the endless desert wilderness peopled with dangerous savages. They came along without family, since none but men could endure the fatigues and hardships of this arduous journey. Here they languished away in single blessedness and melancholy, bachelorhood as long as they could stand. It save a few led astray by the dusky charm of some forest maiden. At last, good King Louis took mercy on their loneliness and shipped an experiment, several cargoes of females. And just here comes in the bar sinister. For these females were Magdalenes. Listen to this, prisoners from the royal prison of La Salpêtre. Such were the first women of Louisiana. Who's the Magdalenes? Talking about Moorish Sephardic women, Moorish women
right? They're sending them to the Courrier des Bois because they were lonely. The Magdalenes. Such were the first women of Louisiana, the first women of European descent, I mean, whose morals, the less said, the better. For as Governor Cadillac declared to the parish priest when he proposed the purification of the colony by shipping these home, if I send away all the loose females, there will be no women left here at all, and this will not suit the views of the king or the inclinations of the people. However, for want of better wives, the colonists welcomed these with open arms. But although these satisfied them, they did not, by any means, satisfy the directors of the Louisiana Company. Yes, the Louisiana Company. And they proved a failure in one of the most important needs of the new country, children. These women couldn't give them children. To supply the deficiency of a cargo of girls known in Louisiana history as the filles de la cassette, or casket girls, were sent over by way of experiment girls. Poor, ugly, but virtuous. The experiment proved a signal success. The girls commanded fancy prices and supplied the needed want. So now what did they start doing? Because they had the, they were the ones in control, because now they had the pleasure to give the men, they started what? They started becoming pimps themselves. They started doing fancy prices. What do we know about Louisiana and the Chatels and the Bordeaux, huh? Understand? This has an origin. All this stuff has an origin. In the infancy of the colony, Louisiana felt proud indeed if he could only trace his origin back to these casket instead of the two of the correction girls. All right, so a lot of people don't want to trace back to these supposed, what were they, what do you call them, unfortunate women. It was some half a century after this that the first Acadian found his way to Louisiana. All right, Acadians. He came to us persecuted, wanderer, without country or home. He was so hospitably received, fed, clothed, and lodged that well pleased with the country and the people. He pitched his tents upon the soil of Louisiana and peopled his western prairies. All right, pitched his tents, teepees. He pitched his tents. The Acadians were sturdy, stalwart, built race, shown in their disposition and every feature their northern or Norman descent. They were bony, Siouxy, with high cheekbones, and their complexion swarty and bronze, all their features bearing so close a resemblance to those of our aborigines. Listen to this, all right? They were swarty complexion, bronze people. The Acadians, French Acadians, right? And they had a so close resemblance to those of our aborigines as to give rise to a somewhat wild theory that the climate of America had an Indianizing effect on Europeans. What? And that a few centuries of it would convert us in complexion and disposition into Sioux and Modocs. The true explanation of the undoubted Indian physiognomy is perhaps more easily and naturally explained in the frequency in the earlier days, listen to this, of Choctaw wives, a custom so prevalent in the colony at one time as to beget a schism between church and state. On this point, the parish priest coolly suggested that if a man could get no better wife than an Indian squaw, he had better remain single altogether. If you can't get a good woman like a Choctaw Indian woman or squaw or an Indian woman, you better stay single. All right? Deep stuff here we're learning. Let's go back. Again, Acadians are what? Swarty complexion, bronzed. All right? Just in case you don't know what Swarty means, it's dark complexion. All right? And they saying that they resemble Indians. We know a lot of the Acadians were mixing with the indigenous people for years up in Nova Scotia, to the point that they were saying in 50 years we wouldn't be able to tell them apart, remember? And remember the Indians up there were Swarty. Now they're saying that they're also Swarty and they look like Indians too, because not only did they do that in Nova Scotia, but when they were up there in Louisiana and other parts, they were marrying indigenous women. All right. Now, this is what I've been trying to explain to everybody. So you only got, let's say, you got only that history of the Choctaw grandma, right? Who did she marry? I'll wait. Was it always an Indian man? Was it always a white slave master? No, a lot of the times it was actual black French people who loved each other. They loved each other. It was both Negro, so-called Negro, black, so-called black people coming together, right? With time, you only remember one side because you assumed the other side was white. And I'm trying to talk real stuff right here to hope nobody's getting hurt and nobody's like feeling like I'm trying to like take their Indian away. I'm just trying to show you another possible ancestry genealogy. And a lot of you, not all of you, a lot of you. All right. So this is deep right here. Oh no! And now they're saying it has to be the weather. Oh, mate, the weather makes Europeans black in America. America has an Indianizing effect. What does that mean? They're straight up telling you that Indians are black. They're straight up telling you without telling you the Indians are black. Indianizing meaning they're being colored. They're becoming more colored. They're somehow swarty in America, right? They're getting swartier in America. All right. And again, they were mixing with Choctaw wives. You better get a Choctaw wife if you want a good woman. If not, you better stay single altogether. The Cajun was a prolific as his Canadian cousin. In 1765-66, some of 866 Acadians arrived here. In 1788, a few more came, making altogether perhaps 1,000, who today, after the lapse of less than a century, number at least 40,000, covering the whole western portion of the state and extending even to the Red and Mississippi. All right. We was all kin. Well, maybe of the same complexion, but not all king. And now because I'm showing that you actually have might possibly have other genealogies. Oh, well, we're all kings. We all, no, it's not like that either. There's a whole history in both genealogies, the deep history. They might not all come together. They might not all come from the same stock, though, just because they're Swarty or so-called Negro people. All right? Yeah. I hope you guys are really, really paying attention who these so-called Africans really are. Who these so-called because, I don't think I got a screenshot today, but I read it when I was doing my research that the Acadians, for some reason, they were described as speaking a lot of Patois, which was the French and English and Indian language for trade, right? The Patois. Who else speaks the Patois, right? The Patois. Don't the Gulagishi speak that? All right. Before the Acadians came, Louisiana seemed to have partaken of the character of the Parisian ancestors. Paris is a terrible consumer of lives. The provinces poured yearly into it thousands of sturdy, hardworking, ambitious men and women, only to be consumed by this monster. In the first few years of Louisiana, the decrease of the population was quite alarming. The census of 1721 showed that of the 7,020 colonists who had come over to this country and settled here, only 5,420 were left. Louisiana was a sieve into which emigration was ever pouring without filling up the country. In 1731, the white population, the hijack, was still stationary. So it's not growing. Listen, white people not growing, right? And in 1745, 40 years after the first establishment of the colony, the white population amounted to only half of the number of persons who had established themselves here. And were all these even white? Like pale complexion? White was a status. So they're even admitting that even the white was really low. It never grew. Again, these all Swarty people in Louisiana. It says here the Spanish settlers of Louisiana were for the most part brought over by the government, fed, supported, and cared for at the government's expense, and established in various posts throughout the state. as the Romans of old established their colonies in a conquered country. Listen to this. This is how the Romans conquered and colonized. They didn't do it with their own people. Pay attention. This is what they're going to say. Romans of old established their colonies in a conquered country to assure its fidelity. The colonies were from the Canary Islands, just then suffering under blight, and whose inhabitants were starving to death, and were called by the Creoles Islanders, a Creole corruption of Isleños or Islanders. The chief Spanish colonies were at Tours, Aux Bois, St. Bernard, Galveston, Baton Rouge, Valenzuela, La Forge, and New Iberia, right? Iberia, where the Moors were. Around all these localities, some of their descendants still linger, but at the Terux books alone do they preserve their individuality, their race, language, and customs in the midst of a different race. I just want to say that this, again, newspapers from the 1800s, along with the Spaniards. Now listen to this. This is major drop coming here. Along with the Spaniards also came quite a number of gypsies who established themselves in the western portion of the state, not far from Natchitoches, a race so dark and swarthy. All right, gypsies, a race so dark and swarthy that in the eyes of the Negroes, they were always regarded as some strange free Negro race. Gypsies, Negroes, very dark. All right, these lingered near Natchitoches as late as 1840, but have since disappeared. Where did they all go? Just like the Mayas disappeared, right? Just like these tribes disappeared, you didn't disappear. Amalgamation, assimilation, mixing in. You are Cajuns, so-called Louisianans, African Americans. It's not just Indians, but they did, a lot of these people, most likely these gypsies, mixed in with indigenous women as well, who were also dark-skinned, dark complexion. Again, gypsies were, yeah, Negro. We already got this drop in my Swarty Europe videos from the book Ancient and Modern Britons, letting us know that the gypsies were Swarty. They were very dark. Who are the real gypsies? Egyptian. They can't even understand how a Hindu made it all the way to Europe when there is no migration path or history. They don't understand, because they were coming from the real Egypt, America, Egyptians. They called them red, like red Indians. They called Egyptians in Britain like red Indians, copper colored. Now we got Egyptians, right, coming from Spain after hundreds of years, right? Like they've been in Spain. And I'm not saying all of them are Indians, and that's not what I'm even. I'm just telling you to think wider, right? Because the book Ancient Modern Britons letting us draw a major drop on the Egyptians and who the Romani. Shout out to Drop Nation, who the Romani, who the real Egyptians, right? Gypsies, right? Gypsies. All right. They were very dark and swarthy, and they were like a different, strange free Negro race. All right. So they're still there. They didn't disappear, although their former settlement can still be traced in the liquid black eyes, the dark complexion, the somewhat idle habits of their descendants. The only other Spaniards in Louisiana, a few persons of Mexican descent on the uncertain Texas border, the office holders, a respectable class of good Castilian descent, who, living at New Orleans, intermarried with the Creole families until they lost the all-Iberian peculiarities, save their names and some needy Catalans. The Dagos of these days, who have since melted away into other races, they have melted, they have disappeared too. What did they become? Let me guess. Maybe, possibly, eventually, African Americans too, or mixing with Indians, becoming so-called colored mulattoes, Creoles. Get what I'm saying? The other Spanish residents, never very numerous, left for Havana when the long banner of Castile and Aragon no longer floated over New Orleans. All right. Swarty Acadians, Swarty Gypsies. Very dark, like a whole other Negro race, even by their own Negroes saying that. All right, again, Library of Congress, the New Orleans Daily Democrat from 1877, from March 4th, 1877. Go ahead and look for it if you'd like to get the whole drop. There's actually a lot more info, really good information on that article, very long. All right, and we just continue. We're just going to breeze through the rest of this. Thank you for tuning in. All right, The Acadian Proscript, a historical drama in 5 acts, Walter S. Kerr. Moise Dernier, small, alert, weary, swarty, weaselish in actions, speaking poor French and worse English, concurrently with excessive gesticulation and exclamations, Acadian messenger, an interpreter between the official French and English officers. He who has a hairy appearance with attire that is bizarre, gay, and dirty. All right, Moise Dernier, swarty, a black Acadian. A black Acadian who can't even speak French or English. What does that tell you? Or who are the Huguenots originally? In the University of Cambridge. It says here, before race mattered, what archives tell us about early encounters in French colonies? It says the start of the 18th century witnessed a change in attitude on the part of colonizers. French administrators in North America began to argue against interracial marriages, which would mix good French blood with bad Native American blood. All right, 1723, the Colonial Council of Louisiana issued an edict forbidding all Frenchmen and any other subject of the king who were white, dodge the hijack, to marry savage women. The number of mixed marriages dropped, and in 1738, one governor observed that the Illinois Indians do not invite the French to marry their daughters any longer, and the French do not think about this anymore. Children of mixed European and indigenous heritage, Métis, were by the Métis were actually a tribe formed. Okay, it was actually the Métis were actually mostly formed by the relationship of the Huguenots and the local indigenous population, whether they were Micmacs or Abenakis or Botoc people, and they became known as Métis, the offspring, which became known as a tribe. I'm telling you real stuff here. They were by the middle of the 18th century frequently considered to be inferior. French colonialists complained that Métis children were extremely swarty and naturally lazy. Now I'm going to ask you a real deep logical question. If these French were white, as they call them here, right? Why would their offspring be so extremely swarty? You get what I'm saying? So when you mix an Acadian Huguenot with a swarty Indian, you get extremely swarty Métis children. Extremely swarty. All right? Dark complexions were seen as indicators of racial inferiority and the licentiousness and brutishness that had long attributed the natives were increasingly believed to be fixed. Official documents listed colonial populations under headings such as Negre, Negro, Mulatto, Métis, Mixed, and Savage Indigenous. All right? They were calling what? Métis, indigenous people, Negroes. How can they be Negroes if they're mixing with French and Indians? Where did the Negro come in? You get what I hope you guys pay attention. All right. How can you call the son, the offspring of a French and an Indian, a Negro, if neither of them are supposed to be Negro, right? But the reality is they were both so-called Negro, and that's why their offspring were extremely swarty. Extremely swarty. The Free Library. This is from the book The Call of the Wild, Chapter 1, Into the Primitive. They're talking about a person named Perrault. All right. It says here that was the last he saw of the man in red sweater, and as Curly and he looked at receding Seattle from the deck of Narwhal, it was the last he saw of the warm Southland. Curly and he were taken below by Perrault and turned over to a black-faced giant called Francois. Perrault, a black-faced giant, Francois, with a French name, right? Perrault was a French Canadian and swarty. Perrault was what? French Canadian and what? Swarty, black. right? Black. But Francois was a French Canadian half breed and twice as Swarty. Get what they're telling you? So the French were Swarty by themselves. But when they mixed with indigenous people, their offsprings were what? It said here extremely Swarty or twice as Swarty. Twice as Swarty. All right? Twice as black. They were a new kind of man to buck, of which was destined to see many more. All right? Many more of these offsprings are being created. And while he developed no affection for them, he nonetheless grew honestly to respect them. He speedily learned that Perrault and Francois were fair men, calm and impartial in administering justice, and too wise in the way of dogs to be fooled by dogs. State of Louisiana Department of Education, Acadians of Louisiana, curriculum guide for eighth grade. All right, eighth grade learning here. Let's see. Do you remember this? I never got out like this in the eighth grade. I don't think so. I think I would have remembered. Maybe, maybe not. It says here, Henry decided upon Pierre de Goua, also called Gouats, Sieur de Mons and Governor Pons, as the man to take up the task. The Chastists surrendered in death. De Mons had served under Henry in the religious wars and was a Huguenot. All right, De Mons was a Huguenot, a Moor. Ding, 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 word of the day. And was given a monopoly for the fur trade for 10 years. He had a monopoly, this Moorish person, on the fur trade. The Coursier de Bois fur traders were also enslaving American Indians. So this so-called fur trade included people as chattel too, not just fur. So he was a slaver, all right? Huguenot Moorish person, a slaver. Fur trade. And was obliged to settle a colony of 60 people in New France. De Mons was not a stranger to the New World. He had visited Tadoussac with Chauvin in 1600. All right, that's why they knew him when he came back. And remember, the Indian was like, "Hey, how you guys been? I thought you weren't going to come back." He already knew some of the people. And that experience had caused him to determine that a successful colony could only be settled farther south, away from the dread northern winters. It was to fall to Mons and Champlain, the two Huguenots, all right? Therefore, to form the actual beginnings of New France, which in time was to include Louisiana and a dozen other states of the American Union. These same people, Huguenots, Moors, ended up in Louisiana. Now it says here, marriage à la façon du pays. All right? Marriage à la façon du pays, according to the custom of the country. Ways to practice of common law marriage between European fur traders and Aboriginal or Métis women in the North American fur trade. Canadian historian Sylvia Van Kirk calls them the basis for a fur trade society. It persisted from the early 17th century until it fell out of fashion in the late 19th century due to increasing pressures of Catholic ideology, growing European populations, and a new generation of more desirable mixed breeds, daughters who eventually replaced their native mothers as fur trade wives. All right, listen. Rituals surrounding them were based on a mix of European and indigenous customs, though predominantly the latter. Women played several important roles in the Canadian fur trade. Indigenous women assisted with the survival of the fur traders that all overwintered in North America and eventually became responsible for their care. Europeans knew nothing of the vegetation, wildlife, and seasonal rhythms of North America, so they relied heavily on the indigenous people for their survival. Indigenous women connected the two cultures by being intermediaries. Initially, indigenous women were encouraged to marry fur traders as a way of securing economic resources. These marriages came with the expectation that trade between the woman's relation and the trader would be secured and that mutual aid would be provided in times of need. It secured that the mutual aid would be provided. It was also the hope of the women's family that the trader's generosity would increase after the marriage took place. The marriages between the two groups led to the creation of the Métis people, who are considered the offspring of the fur trade. All right, big one right there. Have you ever heard of the Métis tribe? Basically, they're basically the offspring of the Huguenots and the indigenous local people of Canada in that area. Those who are the Métis tribe. And again, this is the case for many tribes we know today. And I'm going to tell you straight up, and I don't want to hurt nobody's feelings. That includes the 5 civilized tribes. You see, the word Cherokee didn't exist before Europeans arrived. And again, I've asked you guys before, what makes someone civilized? What makes that tribe, specific tribe, civilized and not the other tribes? And whose eyes? Who are they doing treaties with? Who are they mixing with? All right. It's okay. It's real history. These people have a deep history too. You guys got to acknowledge the other genealogy. I'm telling you, a lot of the lines end up with these people. I'm telling you, I do genealogy 2-3 a week for the last year and a half. And it's all correlating. The research, I'm going to show you guys at the end of this video, so don't go nowhere. I know you guys are tired probably. We're almost there. I'm going to show you some of the two people's genealogy. Part of their family from Louisiana. I'm going to show you how they end up. And it proves all the stuff we're reading. All right. So again, Métis people are the offspring of the fur trade. Okay. Not only did indigenous women play an intimate role with the fur traders, they also played an economic role by producing pemmican. That was a food, like a little meat snack with nuts and stuff that they prepared. It was very nutritional. It was like an energy bar, suitable for winter clothing for their survival. The presence of women in the factories, example, trading post of what is now Canada, had been banned by the Hudson's Bay Company. Those were like slave markets. They just given it fancy names right here. Of what Canada has been banned by Hudson's Bay Company as early as 1683. Intermarriage was common from the start of the fur trade, and by 1739 the company overturned its ban. The practice was both a social and political institution, securing trade relations between Europeans and Aboriginals. Just as intermarriage between tribes was a political instrument of the Aboriginals themselves. All right, and we continue. We're in the William and Mary Quarterly. Says here, to make them like us, European Indian intermarriage in 17th century North America, by Jennifer Agnes Jones. Says here, the attitudes of the Jesuit missionaries towards Indians was not one of racial superiority. Rather, like most Europeans in the 17th century, they regarded the Indians as essentially white, right? They wanted them to be white. While settlers in the more temperate climates ascribed the Indians' darker skin to the sun, all right? French settlers believed that the Indians' color had also been affected by the paints and oils they applied to their skin. Again, they believed, they thought, they couldn't know why, they believed. They thought it was the oils, into a more rugged condition in their lives in the wild. Father Julian Perrault, remember Perrault was a Huguenot, black man, in a letter to Father Lejeune, espoused a typical attitude about the color and race of the New World Indians. Their skin is naturally white, for the little children show it in dust, he wrote in 1634. So he's saying the babies are born little light skinned, right? But the heat of the sun and the rubbing of the seal oil and the moose fat make them very swarty. So when they're adults, they're very swarty, huh? I mean, I know a lot of so-called black babies that are born very light skinned, and that's normal. That's almost normal in almost every race. They come out really light at first. All right. The more so as they grow older, very swarty. How do you turn black? How do you become very black as you grow older and you're white as a baby? You understand, they don't make sense. Marie de la Incarnation, an Ursuline nun who moved to Quebec to study school for Indian girls, agreed that the native skin color was the result of external conditions and not indicative of fundamental differences from the French. All right, not because they're different from the French. You get what they're saying? They're telling you straight up the French are dark, and they're not just like them because it must be the condition. It must be the weather. Not only did French believe the natives to be fundamentally like themselves, they believed the French to be like themselves. They also found them to be very attractive people. Many of the Jesuits wrote with admiration about the natives' physical appearance. stressing their robust health, attractive bodies, and youthful appearance. All right, they love how the Indians look. They're of lighter build than we are, but handsome, all and well shaped, commented Father Pierre Bard, superior to the Huron missions. So if an Indian is swarthy, and he's saying they're lighter than him, right? Parbiard must be very swarthy. You do not encounter big-bellied hunchback or deformed person among them. He's saying how well in shape they were. You know, they looked very athletic. They weren't, you know, obese or anything like that. They took care of themselves. They weren't hunchback. They weren't deformed. All right. This is how they're describing these people. All right. Father Perrault agreed. We wrote in 1634. Now it says here, history of the Huguenot immigration to America. We've read this book in my Huguenot video. A lot of the good Huguenot books in that video. Chapter 1, it says here, under the Attic, Acadia and Canada. And again, it's just most common knowledge that we know already. Let me see if I got signed in here. It says many of the ships that visited the fishing banks of cruise along the shores of the Gulf of St. Lawrence were owned by Huguenot merchants, all right, by Moorish merchants, and manned by Moorish sailors, Muslims, whose loud voices were often heard in port and at sea, to the indignation of all good Catholics, as they joined lustily in singing Clement Marot's psalms. So rapid and so thorough was the change that at the time when the Edict of Nantes was published, the Roman Mass had not been said openly at La Rochelle for nearly 40 years. I remember La Rochelle was a Huguenot town in France where the Acadians came from. The letting you know that they didn't, for 40 years, it was straight up Huguenot, no Catholic, nothing. In many other Huguenot towns, the public exercises of the Roman Catholic worship had been interrupted almost as long. In Lower Normandy and in Henry's native province of Béarn, it had been formally excluded. All right, King Henry IV, who was an Huguenot too, Protestant. Later experiments had not been more fortunate. Now we're getting just screenshots of this book so you guys can know. One of these adventures was conducted by a Huguenot officer in the year 1599, Pierre Chauvin, Seigneur de Tontoire, Honfleur in Normandy, was commissioned by Henry IV to colonize America. All right, we already got the drop. All right, so I guess I just added there, you know, just more sources. Huguenots all over Acadia, Moorish people all over Acadia. What does it say here? Francois Charbonneau. I found this and I was really interested, so I took a screenshot of it. All right, now it says here, born in Saint Nicolas, Maine, France. Saint Nicolas, Maine, France, on 15 March 1599, to Mathurin Charbonnet and Margaret Surette. Francois Charbonnet married Guillemette Trahan, all right, another Acadian family we're going to get into, genealogy. It says here, surname meaning of Charbonneau, French nickname for a man with a dark hair or swarty complexion, Charbonneau, which is carbon, charbon, carbon. From a diminutive Old French carbon, charcoal, Charbonneau, charcoal, land, carbo. So carbon, charcoal, right? Black like charcoal, dark. That's what Charbonneau means, this surname. Black, swarty complexion. Right? What is Swarty? Pelican Publishing Company regarding an article talking about the Acadians, the Cajuns of New Orleans. I didn't get the whole thing. I just wanted you guys to see this. They want people to make sure they know what Swarty meant. And as it says here, Swarty, dark-skinned, Swarty, right? Dark-skinned. Many tender ties, women in fur trade society. All right. By Sylvia Van Kirk, the custom of the country. Again, just want to emphasize, it was a common thing to have Moors marry Indians. Marriage after the custom of the country was an indigenous marriage rite which involved them to meet the needs of fur trade society. It was practiced by both Hudson's Bay Company men and Northwesterners, although marital patterns within each company framework differed, largely because of the contrast in official company policy toward intermarriage with the Indians. Such was the strength of the social forces promoting the taking of Indian wives that Hudson's Bay Company officers in the field were continually bending the official rules. Finally, the London Committee was forced to modify its prohibition of Indian women. The Northwesterners, on the other hand, did not suffer any split between official policy and actual practice, deeply influenced by the previous experience of the French traders. The Northwest Company appreciated the advantages which could occur from allowing its men to form unions with the Indian women, right? It was very convenient for business. It's all about the business, baby. One of the results of the spread of the fur trade to the Great Lakes region had been extensive intermarriages between French and the Ojibwa, right? The Ojibwa or the Chippewa people, again. So not just Saukta, not just Mi'kmaq or Nova Scotia tribes, but also, as you see here, Ojibwa, Chippewa people who were also very Swarty. Check out my colorized Indian pictures, videos of the Chippewa and Ojibwa people I got. Very Swarty, so-called Negro. All right. So they were doing this for many, possibly with any indigenous person or woman they encountered and fell in love with or thought they were attractive. Right. I don't think they settled for specific tribal women, right? They went everywhere. They were everywhere. The Courier de Board of Fur Traders were all over the place. Although denounced by the Jesuit priests as being immoral, the traders had taken their Indian wives according to traditional native marriage rites, and distinct family units had developed. This pattern was to continue after the British takeover of the Quebec fur trade. In the Northwest Company, all ranks, burgess, clerk, and engagee were allowed to marry Indian women. All right, all Indian women. Who? Moorish people, so-called Black Europeans. It is important to emphasize that the Indians initially encouraged the formation of marriage alliances between their women and the European traders. The Indian viewed marriage in an integrated social and economic context. A marital alliance created a reciprocal social bond which served to consolidate his economic relationship with a stranger. Thus, through marriage, the trader was drawn into the Indians' kingship circle, and in return for giving the traders sexual and domestic rights to their women, the Indians expected reciprocal privileges such as free access to the post and provisions. The marriage of daughter to fur trader brought prestige and the promise of security to an Indian family. Security of what? Them being relocated or murdered? Yeah. Among the Cree, another tribe, again, check out my post from today or yesterday, I believe, on my Instagram. You see what the Cree looked like originally. It became customary to reserve one or more of their daughters specifically to offer as wives for Starch the Hijack. We're talking about Huguenots, not white people. We're talking about Europeans, they mean. Of course, this book is trying to say Europeans are white. This practice was also observed among upper-class Chinook families. The Chinook were married to a trader served to enhance social rank and influence. Made valuable alliance with the Nez Perce. All right, so they kept going with the Nez Perce when he married Princess Julia, or Julia Rivette, the stepdaughter of a French Canadian trapper. Stepdaughter that might have been his daughter with an Indian woman. He just kept her. So again, that's something we got to look into right there. But the whole point of what I'm showing and reading right now, so you guys can see, this was a regular thing. This was a regular thing. Don't leave this out of your ancestry. These are all Swarty people. These are all Swarty people. That's your aunt, Twila. Princess Julia. On the Pacific Coast, marriages, alliance played a significant role in trade relations with the sophisticated Chinook. All right, so you guys get the point. I'm going to continue. From migrant to Acadian, North American border people, 1604, 1755, by N.E.S. Griffith. Marriage was important for both European and Amerindians. The majority of those who lived in Acadia during the 17th century, European and Amerindians had their sexual activity shaped by marriage. There was, of course, sexual activity outside of marriage in both societies, but both Mi'kmaq and Europeans had developed customs and institutions that made marriage part of the normal life experience of the majority of adults, men and women alike. In both societies, marriage meant the acknowledgement by some public ceremonial of the commitment to a partnership that was expected to endure, if not until death intervened. At least for some considerable period of time, there were significant variations in the actual experience of marriage, not only from one society to the next, but from one generation to the next, but also between couples within the same society and within the same generation. All right. You guys get the point, right? This was a common thing. It was going on. Micmacs, all that, all these people mixing in. It was happening a lot to the point where you're getting tribes out of it. People call themselves the Métis. An ethnographic report on the Acadian Métis, people of Southwest Nova Scotia. All right? Nova Scotia. Early Acadian Métis ancestry, having examined documents concerning Joseph Moise d'Assy the first and his Métis origins, it is worth returning to the above mentioned Nova Scotia Council minutes records given by Lieutenant Governor Paul Mascarene. All right, remember that Paul Mascarene, we already got it. He was a Huguenot. Mascarene was a Huguenot. These minutes are especially relevant to the family of Joseph, the first son, Joseph Moise d'Assy II, given his ancestry and the fact that the mixed-blooded Acadians who were residing where he was in 1744 were referred to collectively as distinctively as mulattoes. Mulattoes, Indians and Acadians being called mulattoes. Remember, mulatto a lot of times just meant a mixture between two nations, not black and white. All right, just a mixture of two nations. All right, these facts concerning the background of Joseph de Moise are essentially important when combined with the excerpt taken from a letter written by Pierre Jean Magde Sigoni to Monsignor John Active Plessis in 1809 concerning the 5 couples who required dispensations to marry. All right. Okay. So yeah, that was just a little brief thing on that. Right. All right, we're almost done here. Again, Huguenots, a popular term used in 1560 to designate what? French Protestants, some of whom became involved in the Newfoundland fishery and Canadian fur trade and abortive colonization attempts in Canada, Brazil, and the Carolinas. Who? Huguenots, Moors, right? The Moors became known as Huguenots, remember? Huguenots, popular term. French Protestants. Who's the Protestants? Protestant. Cryptos. A trickle of Huguenots continued to find their way to Canada and Acadia's merchants, artisans, soldiers, fishermen, indentured servants, and even filles du roi. All right, was that wives? They were forced to live as good Catholics by attending Mass. All right, they were forced to be Catholics. The Cajuns, they weren't always Catholics. They were forced, eventually becoming Catholic, accepting it, because eventually a lot of generations past, people don't really care about their heritage and they forget who they are. By attempting Mass and having their marriages solemnized by church and their children baptized by the priest, secretly, many continue to hold their reformed religious convictions. Secretly, what? Secretly, they what? They still were Sephardic Moorish Muslims, secretly. In 1683, the intendant complained to the authorities in Versailles that at least 60 heretics, when they call them Muslims, heretics, had left the colony for neighboring English Protestant colonies. They went where the good English were, or the Protestant English were most likely their own people. Following the revocation of Edict of 1965, some leading merchants were forced either to abjure Protestantism or to return to France. All right, you guys get it. Amérique, les Huguenots à Canada, the Huguenots in Acadia. The year 2004 marks the 400th anniversary of the founding of Acadia by Pierre de Goua, or Gas Cum de Mons, a Huguenot, a Moor. Ding, 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 ding. Word of the day, Moor. 400 years after the founding of a Moor. Bacon's Rebellion. What are you talking about? This colony is identified by some historians as the first permanent French settlement in North America. Some deny that the distinction between its occupation may have been intermittent. All right, so again, Huguenots all over that. Charles de Saint-Étienne de la Tour. Saint-Étienne, I see that name in Haiti a lot. Charles de Saint-Étienne de la Tour was a French colonist and fur trader who served as governor of Acadia. And again, in 1653, 1657. Says Charles de Saint-Étienne de la Tour was born in France in 1593 to a Huguenot to a Huguenot. So he's a Huguenot. Huguenot de Saint Etienne de Tours and his wife Marie Amador de Salazar. Salazar. Now I'm gonna be straight up with you guys. Salazar, that's in my genealogy. And I did the history because I know the Salazars were like cryptos, right? I know they were cryptos, the ones that got to Costa Rica, and you know, Sephardic, Moorish people, and they go back to Basques, the very Swarty Basque of Spain. They were there indigenously before pre-Roman, before the Romans arrived. So the Salazar family can trace back to that. And again, yeah, they eventually mixed in with and they settled more with Sephardic Jews and Moorish Muslims. Remember, they were there 800 years in their area. The Moors were in control of their land for 800 years. These people became Sephardic Jews too, Moorish people. All right, so again, it's funny I find these like Spanish names in Louisiana and most French because a lot, again, it's all the same people. A descendant of Georges de la Trémolly and the Grand Chamberlain of France. All right, so he was a Huguenot, right? The 1610 expedition also included Portugal's 19-year-old son, Charles de Bienencourt, Saint Just, and a Catholic priest who set about the task of baptizing the local Mi'kmaq people, including their chief, Memberto. All right. So Charles de Bienencourt, as we're going to read here in the Atlantic Reading to Confederation, a history, edited by Phillips A. Buckner and John G. Reed, says the first marriages of Charles de la Tour, one of the most important men in early Acadian history, again, a Moor, one of the most important men, he's a Moor of Acadian history, was with a Mi'kmaq, all right, with an indigenous. Remember the Mi'kmaqs earlier, right? They were described as what? Swarty, two so-called black people. If you want to get technical, today's terms, right? Or if they're living in America, they'd be called African Americans. And they have nothing to do with Africa. Nothing to do with Africa. Not for a long time, at least, if any of the Huguenot descendants came out of North Africa eventually, but that's conjecture. A lot of those people are indigenous to Portugal and Spain. Never having gone nothing to do with North Africa. They're not black because they're next to North Africa. They're black because they're black. Europeans were so-called black. The indigenous Europeans, like the little Swarty black Scots, Danes, Hungarians, you know, all the ones we've read about. Check out my Swarty Europe video, 3 videos. Go check it out after, you know, when you got time, if you haven't. So Charles was marrying too. He was taking advantage of that law and allowance and all that history and connections and networking that could happen by marrying a Mi'kmaq woman. All right. It says here the history of Kings County, Nova Scotia, heart of the Acadian land, given a sketch of the French and their expulsion and a history of the New England planters who came in their stead. So this is specifies the people who actually took them over. The first settled pastor of Cornwallis New Light Church after the death of Mr. Aline was the Reverend John Payson. The Payson family, like the Alines, lived in Falmouth, and there John Payson had married a sister of Henry Aline. Payson's ancestors had been staunch Huguenots, had been what? Moors, Muslims. But for a time he himself had studied at Quebec for the priesthood of Roman Catholic Church. He was coming to be, he wanted to be connected and liked. He wanted to go down with the Catholics. All right, Payson, Huguenot. How many Huguenots we're gonna read about today, guys? The Acadian French. In 84 years from the beginning of the settlement to Minos, the Rivière-aux-Canards district comprised 21 hamlets, and from 3 to 80 inhabitants each. The Minos district comprised 70 hamlets, with from 3 to 94 inhabitants each. According to Herbin, the name of the Canard hamlets were Antoine, Aquan, Brun, Claude, Landry, Claude, Theroux, Camus, Delandry, Dupuis, Francois, Granger, Herbert, Jean Theroux, Miquel, Navy, Pinos, Poirier, Saulnier. Remember Saulnier? That was Muslim. Trahan. We're about to see the genealogy these same Trahans, how they ended up in Louisiana, known as so-called African Americans today, or Negro. I'm gonna show you that, guys, today. We're almost done. The names of the Minas Islanders were Comu, the Pitirai. So these are the names we kind of went over earlier, as you guys can see. So it's the original narratives of early American history. Voyages of Samuel de Champlain, the actual guy who founded Quebec and the Huguenot who helped found Acadia and Quebec. He actually wrote a book, right, of what he experienced during his voyages with the Indians and everything. And it says here on page 51 of his book, all these people of Nuremberg are very swarthy, dressed in beaver skins and other furs like the Canadian and Iroquois savages. They have the same mode of life. And I just want to emphasize that the Iroquois, they weren't really spelled like that, but they're not the same as the Iroquois. The Iroquois means salty people, or from the salt, from the Hudson Bay, which is an ocean, the salt. They deal with salt, and a lot of them were enslaved too by French, or mixed in, as we see today. But he's saying a major drop here. All these people of Nuremberg were very swarthy, very dark, adding an expression, very dark, very swarthy, very black. Where is Nuremberg? Nuremberg is a legendary settlement in northeastern North America. They say legendary because when the Vikings and all that history of all that, they went to Nuremberg. Yeah, they were here. The Vikings, the Danes, the Black Danes. Vikings weren't white. I know there's people out there in YouTube who are saying they were white. Vikings weren't white because they were mixed with a lot of the Black Sumerians and the Black Danes. The Black Danes, the Viking Six Kings. Nuremberg was a real place. It's not legendary. That's why they had maps from 1570 showing Nova Scotia as Nuremberg. And that's why this guy just said Nuremberg. He's not thinking nothing of it during his time. In the 1600s, he's calling Nova Scotia Nuremberg. Yeah, the legendary place the Vikings and Eric the Red and all these people went to. Yeah, that was there. That was a real place. Nuremberg, again, which was featured on many early maps from the 1500s until European colonization of the region. It was alleged that the houses had pillars of gold and the inhabitants carried cords of pearls on their head. Now listen to that. At what point did it change? Right? The word Nuremberg was originally spelled, sorry, I got the hiccups here. The word Nuremberg was originally spelled Orembega in Giovanni da Verrazzano's 1529 map of America. And the word is believed to derive from one of the Algonquin languages spoken in New England. It may mean quiet place between rapids. All right, so again, Nuremberg is Acadia, is Newfoundland. It's not no legend, it's real. There was communication back and forth before Columbus. And it says here, continuing in the same book that he wrote, the Huguenot. The Huguenot is the one writing this, all right? He's a black man. And he's saying all these people are well proportioned in body without deformity and are agile. The women also are well formed, plump, and of a swarty color in consequence of certain pigments with which they rub. So they keep saying that they rub oils and that's why. No, they're swarty like that. That's their natural color. Right? Copper colored tribes of America. Again, who's these Acadians? Oak Island Archives. It says Stories of Acadia, Birchbark series. The Pirates. Do you guys know about the story about the Knights Templars hiding a treasure in Acadia? They're still looking for it. It's a real mystery. It's all these unsolved mystery shows and all that, documentaries, right? Now it says how they describe these pirates. Remember who's the pirates? Privateers, merchants, navigators, Moors, right? It says these swarthy men, when they're talking about the pirates, when they came inside of the sea, they got a greater surprise. They saw us standing a little from the shore, large darks. They're talking about the Indians, what they were seeing. Where the Indians stood concealed in the underbrush, they also saw on the shore, not far from them, a number of men with dark faces. Men with dark faces, right? Heavy beards, and others like them coming from the ship. These swarthy men soon gathered under a large oak tree, almost 60 years from the shore. Here, one of them made a short speech. All right, swarthy pirates. And who do we have here? Matthew da Costa. Matthew da Costa was a member of the exploring party of the Pierre Dugois. Remember the Huguenot? So Matthew, the famous Matthew da Costa, who I talked about in my Columbus and his Negro friends video about the black conquistadors. He was one of these guys. He was one of these black conquistadors known in history as a black man. They allowed people to know because they couldn't hide his pictures. They couldn't hide his descriptions. So they turned him into half African or half free black, right? I was going to read about him a little bit. He was actually with Pierre Duga. He was with Desmonts and Samuel Chaplin. They were all Huguenots, right? What does that tell you about him and about the Costa family? The Costa, remember the Costas? We did a video in South Carolina. I showed you that the Irish Costas were Black Irish, who were most likely the same family of this Costa, eventually Sephardic Moorish people coming from Spain and Portugal. That's why it's the Costa, right? The Costa, yeah, they were black slave owners. They were listed as Black Irish or mulatto Irish in the census. I showed that. If you haven't seen my video, make sure to catch that video as well. My South Carolina video. All right, the Costas. Who were the Costas? Black Irish in that case over there in South Carolina, I believe. Now, again, we got this Matthew DeCosta traveling with 3 Huguenots. And I know the Costa family, most likely he's a Huguenot too, a Moor, right? Right? He was the first recorded free black person to arrive on the territory of today's Canada. Gosh, the hijack. He's the first one they're allowing you to accept as a free black. Yeah, Matthew DeCosta, openly black. Yep. French, yep. Trader, translator, nothing to do with African. There is no proof he's African. In fact, if you do his history and research, you'll see where he's coming from. All future videos. And it says here, Canadian Savage Folk, Chapter 4, Races and Languages. The literature of Eastern and Central Canada. When it's talking about the savages, as they call them here, or the Indians, right? It says, their laurels were won in revealing the heroism of savages, the gracefulness of and beauty of Swarty maidens. Swarty maidens, remember how beautiful they were, attractive. They was like, man, I gotta get me an indigenous woman. I gotta get me an indigenous woman. Beautiful, great bodies. Picture that. They stirring these and appears supposed to many to be a barren waste. All right, so again, Swarty, dark skin, Swarty Indians, Swarty French people. You guys get the pattern, right? Seeking Barra ancestors of John Brown McNeill from Nova Scotia, right? McNeill. Says 4 families of the McNeil settled at Doctors Brook and Irishbuck Parish in the county of Antigone, and Sean McNeil Breek settled on the land now owned by Stephen McNeil and his Hector. John McNeil Brown settled on the land west of McNeil, blah, blah, blah. All right. It says the son removed to St. Peter's. Now it says here, the son removed St. Peter's and his descendants are there to this day. I have been informed by Miss Nancy McDonald, daughter of Huguenot, from whom I got very valuable documents which her father left and which she took great care, that the following are the reasons for the names Go, Break, Brown, and Black, and Ban near Dougal MacDonald. Gal was a blacksmith, lived another Dougal MacDonald. Moore, all right, Moore, black, all right, Moore, who was a big man. But as the blacksmith was also a big man, they called the blacksmith Goba. Near them was a Mr. Daly, who did not know Gaelic, but being accustomed to hear the rest of the community call, they settled not far from each other. Now you understand why they speak in patois, why Acadians are speaking patois. There's Gaelic people there. What do you think patois is? What do you think Jamaicans are really speaking? Right? Because it's supposed to be broken English, right? And they're supposed to be Africans. That's supposed to be not their language, right? So what are they really speaking, right? Gaelic? Because it possibly Armorican. Remember, Gaelic goes back to the Armorican language and the Armorican people. All right? So Gaelic, all right? There's Gaelic in Nova Scotia, could become patois. He could get to near the pronunciation that got the 4 McNeils of the name of John settled not far from each other, and because John had brown hair, it gained for him the title of Brown. All right, that's probably not why. Another had black hair, therefore he was called Black. Now they're trying to relate it to the hair, right? John, another had a freckled face, and they called him Breek. And other being swarty complexions, resembling more the French Acadian than a native of Scotland. So listen to what they're saying right there. They're straight up telling you the Acadians are black. He had a Swarty complexion, but he's Scottish. So he actually looks more like a French Acadian because he's black, because he's Swarty, because he got a Swarty complexion. That's why he looks like a French Acadian, because French Acadians are Swarty complexion, black. Okay? Raccoon ass is here. Raccoon ass is here. The relationship of class and persecution and reclaiming Cajun identity from 1960 to 1990 by Kaylin Caron. All right, General Honors, 2011. It says the history of the Cajuns was relatively limited until 1970 and represented Cajuns in stereotypical ways, portrayed in traveler sketch as hallowed by the magic of Longfellow or by national interest magazines as simple. These anecdotes of Cajun life were far from deep and instead reflected the bias against any French presence in southern Louisiana. The Cajuns depicted in these texts were interchangeable with Acadians, all right? They're the same people, but some distinction was made as to terminology. A traveler knows not to call them Cajuns because it is an insult and remarks on the multi-ethnic Native American and white heritage of some of the people. However, instead of being portrayed as positive ethnic diversity, this imagery contributes to the image of Cajuns as dirty, swarty people. Cajuns, Swarty, Acadians, Swarty. Of course, they're Swarty. We know Acadians are Swarty. All right. Again, we're in all different sources here, right? And they're trying to explain why Cajuns are getting this derogative term, Swarty, dirty people. We're in another article here. It says ethnic self-identification and symbolic stereotyping, the portrayal of Louisiana Cajuns. The upper part of Pointe Coupe, next to the Mississippi rivers, inhabited by the Acadians. Pointe Coupe. A lot of people's genealogy I've done come out of there. Born without much industry, they appear to be in the same state of mediocrity they were in when they arrived in the colony. Without ambition or desire, they live in a situation near poverty, poor, on their habitations where they mostly cultivate small plots of land without outside help. This class of settlers is exceedingly dirty. Their houses seem better fit to lodge animals than men. Acadians are generally good and hospitable. They never let a stranger in without offering refreshments, but one must be hungry to eat the dishes they prepare. Oh man, that's an insult right there. The depiction of Cajuns in the second period from 1880 to 1960 is more complex and complete, and this period can be seen as the formative time of the Cajun stereotype. 14 of 15 categories appear in at least 40% of accounts, and 6 appear in over 60% of accounts. Although language appears in most accounts with reference to limited abilities of Cajuns to speak either French or English, occupations, activities, and personal traits gather the greatest number of references. Acadian origin, relative poverty, and a slow propensity to change also emerge as dominant traits. Domains gain in diversity, added to the farming dimension. The portrayal of Cajuns as fishermen and collectors foraging for fur, moss, or lumber becomes dominant. Mentions of a few manufacturing activities, mostly basket making and textile, and professions also increase. Mentions of balls, music, amusement, gambling, cuisine are ubiquitous, and more complete portrait of Cajuns, all right? Personal qualities is drawn. Swarty. Again, they're Swarty. Cajuns are Acadians, right? They like gambling, music, and food, right? What culture is that? Simple and credulous, quixotic and intermittently excitable. They also appear as utopian dreamers, going through life as repetition of the same round of simple pleasure and easy work, just showing general amenity and self-respect for their bearing. Acadian Cajuns also start to be characterized by their relation to ignorance. Rose described them as ignorant, uncultivated, illiterate, the least intelligent of the Creole population. Creole, so they are smart. Oh, they're Creoles. Oh, so the Acadians, who are Huguenots, who are black people, who then never mixed with Africans, they were always black. They are the Creole population, or part of the Creole population. And for the Pequot, they are not markedly advanced culturally or intellectually. Their only redeeming trait is their commensable zeal in availing themselves of the improved and increasing facilities for educational advantage, with the result of increasing in intelligence. That's from 1891, right? So this is people's opinions about them, right? Educational attainment is a yardstick used to measure. All right, so Cajun's propensity for eating, dancing, drinking, playing music, and gambling is ubiquitously noted and constitutes the bulk of non-occupational activities recorded. All right, activities belong to three major classes: foodways, joie de vivre, which includes dancing, playing music, gambling, and Mardi Gras. All right, we're about to get into some deep stuff, and this is why I wanted to do this video. And I wanted to do the past videos too, for a reason. It's all going to lead to something. I'm going to show you guys. We got to get off what we think we know, and we got to start really doing and understanding our individual genealogies. We can't generalize like before, you know? So a lot of that culture where you're saying, you know, a lot of people tell, you know, that's, you know, and they call it black culture. And even though it is black people doing it, what type of black, and what part is indigenous and what part is French? How do you distinguish between the cultures that you're doing, right? Because I heard somebody say pig feet, right? I heard somebody say pig feet was indigenous, and that is not an indigenous trait, even though it has become black culture, right? But that was Spanish who brought that, the pig eating and all that. We didn't eat pigs like that. We didn't have albino pigs over here. We had the wild boars. We had wild boars, and we didn't eat it like that. You know, it wasn't like that. Spanish thing, right? That was a Sephardic Moorish thing, right? Pig eaters. They call them Marranos. They call them pig eaters. Marranos. That's what a Marrano means. It's a derogatory term. All right. I'm gonna move on. Just something there to think about. All right, as we're reading this. Gambling, music, drinking, playing, this is culture, right? Activities belong to three major classes. Mardi Gras, all right? Mentions of foodway and joie de vivre account for approximately 80% of reported activities. There's a remarkable continuity between early remarks that Acadians are excessively attached to balls and parties. Acadians like balls and parties, right? Remember, a lot of the Acadians were already mixed with Indians, right? So maybe they getting it from that too, the culture, right? 19th century knows that they endorsed the carnivals to its wildest extent. And recent headlines claim that in Southwest Louisiana, entire towns, partly from dawn to the wee hours in a last ecstatic hurrah before Lent, games and gambling were and also remain frequently mentioned, whether they involve horses, cockfights, or cards, right? And it keeps going and all that. And we get basically almost to the end of this presentation. And I did mention the black Nova Scotians. Again, we know the Acadians were black, right? But they try to separate Acadians from the freed people of color who made it up to Nova Scotia, and they call them black Nova Scotians or black Canadians. It says here, whose ancestors primarily date back to the colonial United States as enslaved people or free men. Get it? They weren't even, a lot of them weren't even enslaved, and later arrived in Nova Scotia, Canada during the 18th and early 19th century. So this is after the Acadian diaspora. So more so-called black people arriving in the same black place. What happened to all these black people today? Is this majority black people there today? I don't know. I've never been there. I don't know. But I didn't think so. I never thought it was white people up there. Honestly, growing up, I was naive. I was ignorant. I never imagined black people up there in Canada. You know what I mean? I was young and dumb. Or just lacking knowledge. So again, the black loyalists, a lot of the free people, a lot of those people were already Acadians. They were going back home. Okay. And again, remember, these people got sent to Sierra Leone eventually, a lot of these people. Right? Exploring the Huguenot legacy. And I just wanted to leave with this. I thought this was very interesting. It's a deep article. And, I was like, I can't read all these articles, but I wanted to show you guys. Exploring the Huguenot legacy in South Carolina. How an exiled French Acadian family made Baptist and Presbyterian history. All right, I'm gonna leave it like that. How did Baptist religions, these Christian sects, and why is it so common or practiced or believed, the religion amongst so-called black people? There's a true history behind this, and it wasn't white masters. All right. All right. I know, man. I know this black's in Canada. I'm talking when I was young. I'm talking when I didn't know anything. I know people that didn't know there was black people in Boston. Like, what do you mean? When me and my boys went down, and a lot of them were so-called, they're like, wait, you from Boston? You guys are from Boston? Like, we didn't know there was Spanish, Hispanics, or Latinos, or blacks, or any immigrants there. They thought it was all white people, man. So that's just the naive of anybody, right? That's just, I fell into that too. Because they always paint us white people, right? The whitewashing actually did a number on me when I was young, right? On all of us. It's still doing number on us. We still thinking Europeans are white. We still blaming white man for everything. All right. All right. Let's go to the part of the show you guys came to see. All right. All right. So shout out to the brother and the person who told me it was okay to go ahead and use this. And I did this like last year. I did his genealogy last year, and I couldn't believe that on his dad's side, it just everybody was ending up in Acadia, France, and all these French names, and it was all black people. And I'm like, where did the white slave master come in? At what point? Right? So we got the Trahan family, just one example, right? Trahan, right? We're gonna start out Eugene Trahan and Loretta Juliet. You can see these are all Swarty, so-called Negro people, right? What they call today so-called African Americans, right? And we went up the Trahan line, right? We got Eugene Trahan. He got his dad, Jean Baptiste Trahan. Let's go to Eugene Trahan's personal profile. It says here in 1900, Jean Trahan, black, right? Black, Vermilion, Louisiana. His father is Jean Baptiste Trahan or Jean Baptiste, and Esther Trahan, right? So we got census, and they're listed as black, right? So his dad, Jean Baptiste, is also black. All right. His mom is also black. So far, no slave masters. All right. We go to his dad, Jean Baptiste Trahan. And as you can see, he died in Crowley, Acadia, Louisiana. Trahan, I hope you guys didn't forget, Trahan was one of those families that got exiled to Louisiana. Remember? Trahan. 1880 census lists Jean Baptiste Trahan as mulatto. And his father, Venance Trahan, also mulatto or Negro or black. You just want to see the actual census? Let me just show you guys how we do this. Jean Baptiste, MU. Vance Trahan, MU. Mulattoes, all mulattoes, the whole family. All right. We go on to his dad, Venance Trahan. But guess what happens in 1860 and 1850? They stopped listing the race. All right. So here's a Jean Baptiste at 4 years old. All right. Jean Baptiste Trahan at 4 years old, Louisiana. And I just want to show you. All right. You see where it says race? Right? You see it's blanked out. There's no race. Why would they have a column like this and not use it? I honestly believe these were whited out or erased before they got scanned. That's my assumption. Because some of it was too revealing. Because they try to turn these people eventually into white people. Because these are Acadians. Remember Trahan? All right. I'm going to show you another one that's also in this very same census that I just realized. I just noticed. Gotta get back. Okay. So in this same census, you got Mary Duhon. Duhon was one of the Acadian families too that got exiled. The Huguenots, again, Trahan's, these are all Huguenots, Moorish people, ancestry. All right. Guys, following me so far, right? And then his dad was Pierre or Trahan. Pierre or Trahan. And here's John V. or Jean Vanance Trahan, the son, right here, John V. or Vanance. That was his middle name. This wasn't easy to do, guys. They were making it really hard to find Vanance's parents. Vanance, they try to make him white a lot. We saw he was listed as mulatto. They can't get out, there's no going back from that. And he was Negro before that. And his sons were all black, right? Pierce Trahan is his dad, Pierre or Pierce, and Mary Prejean, his parents. All right. Let me see, Pierre Trahan, and his dad and parents are Jean Marie Trahan. Pierre Trahan, Jean Marie Trahan. This is his parents. Now look at this. It says birth, France, and it says death, St. Martinsville, Louisiana. All right. Let me just go back to Pierre. And let me see if I can see sign here. Pierre had a lot of land. He bought land. This is a one-time Trahan. Pierre one-time Trahan bought land. All right, he had land. All right. Now, let me see the gallery. See there's just really cool stories sometimes. All right, not yet, because we got to get more historic, more back. All right, hold up. So let me just show you the route I took. Jean Trahan, right? Jean Baptiste, his dad was, you already could see the last name Camus. As earlier we saw Camus was one of those families exiled here too. So the Camus and the Trahans were marrying into each other, as you can see. Jean Valence or John Valence Trahan married Marie Enzima Camus. Remember the Camus? These were all, and again, these are so-called Negro people so far. There has been no indication of any white people yet, even though the census records stopped listing the race, right? Jean Venice Trahan, this is where we are right now. All right, again, as you can see, Jean Baptiste. Okay, this is actually his son. Sorry, I went back. I meant to get this guy, Jean Marie Trahan, in 1775. So Pierre's dad. Let me see what it says here. It says Jean Marie Trahan. Now this record right here it gives the names, ages, occupations, indication of relationship, covers about 1,000 passengers and 7 ships arriving in New Orleans between July 29th, December 12th, 1785. Who was these people? It says pilots and editors, the crew and passengers registration list of 7 Acadian expeditions, right? Acadians, listed by family groups of refugee Acadians who migrated from France to Spain, Louisiana in 1785. All right, you see what's going on? So even though Jean Marie is coming from France, he was an exile in France. He was an Acadian. Even though he was born there, his parents were refugee Acadians, and they had been resettled to Louisiana by the Spanish. They gave him a grant, probably. They allowed them. All right. Got a little quiet here. There we go. All right. So again, the Trahans are Acadians and exiles, and you saw how it was coming up, so-called Negroes. Now let me see if the facts can. All right, this ain't it. Story. I think Pierre. Oh, his dad. This is his dad, Jean Marie's dad. So remember, Jean Marie was born in France, but remember, his parents were Acadians. And look, it matches. This is his dad, Pierre Paul Joachim Trahan, who was born in Nova Scotia and died in St. Martinsville, Louisiana. So he lived all the way to go to France. He had Jean Marie there. They had their son in France, and then they got sent to Louisiana, because remember, they didn't want the Acadians anywhere, and they were living miserably in France. Remember, they couldn't even find any good land to toil or plant or anything like that. They were living miserably there. So eventually they made it over to Louisiana. Now, I want to show you guys this is true history. This is what you do when you really do your genealogy, not just look for Indians. You got to do your full genealogy, every line. Forget about that whole white European thing. That's a lot. You got to really prove that. Even though you see all these white people, that most likely might end up descending from this Huguenot Moor Trahan. You know, they think it's all they assume this is a white person. They assumed this was a white person. There was no proof of that so far yet. There was not indicating these people were white, because by the time it got to the census actually listing if these people were white or slave masters, that's whited out. It's not even there. And their kids were black. Their kids were black, and these were their kids. We got the census records. This is like, you can research this. This was documented. All these refugees were documented. All right. But there was algorithms trying to block me. I'm telling you, this is a real story. They were trying to give me white people and people with different last names. I'm like, but these aren't even the real last names, like the same last names. Who are these parents? Like, that's what the software was doing. I had to sit no. I had to say no. Are you sure? Yes, I'm sure. No. And after I did all that and added specific stuff, I started getting the real hints. They make it hard. I'm telling you. It says Paul Trahan of Atacapas. It says all natives from Acadia. Right, married 1770 to Marie Dugan of Atacapas, Joseph Tills Broussard, all natives of Acadia. The couples related in third degree of affinity, dispensed by virtue of power granted to foreign ministers. All right, that was listed for his dad. So that was that explained, like, this family right here, just the Trahans alone, shows you the exiles that ended up in France and ended up in Louisiana. It like literally matches the history. All right. So Pierre again. Here we go. I got lost. Hold on. Jean. Go back to Jean. Jean Venice. Okay, yeah, his dad Pierre Trahan. And then his dad, Jean-Marie Trahan, who was born in France, but his parents were Acadian, right? And his dad, Pierre Paul Joachim, born in Nova Scotia, Acadia, and landed in Mississippi. Now let's continue. So where are the Nova Scotians and Acadians really? Like, where are they coming from? Then you got Mitchell Trahan, his dad, who was born in Acadia too, and also ended up in Louisiana, right? His dad is Rene Pierre Trahan. And Rene Pierre Trahan was born also in Pisiquid, Acadia, Nova Scotia. Remember, it's one of those places where the original Huguenots were going and settling. All right. And we even got a hint here. We got a hint. So this is what the hints look like. All right. Let's go back. Hold up. And his parents, or let me look at his story. All right, not yet. His his dad is Jean Charles Trahan and Mary Margaret Boudreau Trahan. All right. Jean Charles was born in Nova Scotia too, and he died in Nova Scotia. So you see how many years and generations they were in Nova Scotia for? Do you see? What does it say about him? Oh, he got a lot of stuff. He got a couple coat of arms. So if you're a Trahan, this is your coat of arms right here. The Trahan coat of arms. Is that a dolphin? Okay. And hold up, go back. King Charles. His dad is Guilherme Trahan, who was born in France and ended up in Nova Scotia. And that was one of the famous Huguenot Trahans that we read about earlier today. All right. And we got histories and stories attached to these people. Like, when it gets to the historic times, it gets really resourceful. There's a lot of sources. I'm not kidding. I'm telling you, once you break the barrier of the algorithms that are trying to block you in the 1800s from reaching your true ancestors, then you get all historic and you get real accurate. But you have to make it there. You have to break the barrier, unfortunately. Now it says Guilherme Trahan. It says colonists from Anjou arriving in Canada, April 1636, The list of passengers from Anjou, France aboard the ship Saint Jehan, destined for Canada, gives names of household occupation. All right. So this was a French. I remember they were making a haven for the Huguenots. They were trying to help Huguenots settle in Canada. So this is one of them. All right. This is one of them right here. The Trahans of Acadia. Acadians who found refuge in Louisiana. Galemi, son of Nicholas Trahan and René Desloge of Saint Pierre, Montreal, Belleau, Agno, France, born in 1601, was an edge toolmaker who had been residing nearby Bourget when he came to Acadia aboard the Saint Jehan. With him was wife François Corbenou. All right, so whole history. You can trace your family if you really put a little effort and get specific and try desperately to dodge the hijack and try to get these algorithms to give you the hints because they're in there. They're just designed not to give it to you when you reach the 1800s. I'm telling you, it happens with every person I do and every line. Some of the lines, yeah, they're known famous people, so they break through, but most of them get stuck right there after the 1840s. And then if you didn't know how to really work the software or understand the true history, then you would get stuck right there, assuming, oh, those are probably white people. Oh, those ain't my family, or I can't find anything. They probably burned the records. Oh, they burned the records, church records, right? That's the easiest way out to say. Now, earlier we saw Camus. Let's go to the Camus family, who was married to Jehan. Let me see. Her parents were Michael or Michel Camus and Julien Camus, right? From St. Martinsville too. And I just want to show you where the Camus end up. Michel Camus, his dad is also Michel M. Camus from St. Martinsville, all right? In St. Martinsville. And then we got a third, right? Or the first. So the first Michel would be the third. And this is the second we're looking at right now. And then his dad is the first, Michel Camus, who's from New Brunswick, Canada. Now that adds a whole other story to it. Now the people, the Acadians that are coming from New Brunswick, were the ones who didn't get on the ships, right? And they fled to the forest, remember? And they ended up, a lot of them, moving into New Brunswick, all right? New Brunswick. Let's see here. Says here, Michael Camus, the son of the Michael Camus, the sons of Jean Camus, Madeline Amaru, born Providence, Shipley. All right, again, these are all Acadians. The Doucet we saw, that was Huguenot, Billards, the Thibodeau, all these families we just read about. We just read about all these people. All right. And I just want you to show you this is real. All right. Says here, mostly place and date of first mention of residence and place cited for those, only those people showing birth overseas. Or who's that? Okay. So Janet, Acadian Exiles. There we go. Look at that. Acadian Exiles. True history. I'm trying to tell you, they didn't, we don't understand this stuff because we think it's all white people and we just think it's generalized white people having white problems, right? No. No. His dad is Jean Camus from Nova Scotia. He died in Quebec. There's 2 hints here. This is things I can look into. And his dad is Pierre Camus Sturgeon of Nova Scotia, right? See, Nova Scotia, who ended up, right? Let's go back. Where's the Camus? Camus, Jack Camus, right? Jack Camus, Jack Camus, black, right? Black, Camus, black, descendant of the people we just saw coming from Acadia. And nowhere did it say they're descended from slaves. Because I broke the barrier and I linked it all up. It was not easy, trust me. For the Camus side, they were hiding this guy. Let me show you. They were hiding this guy. Michael Camus, Or am I looking at it right? Michelle Camus and Juliette Camus. There we go. They were hiding the husband or the father of Maria and Camus. And I was able to link it up and I found it. Like I found the mom and the census and I found the dad. Eventually, he died early. That's why he wasn't listed. It's not about, I forgot what happened. But he died early. And a lot of times it's just that. It's just that, the information there, they want you to assume these are all slaves or they got their names from slaves and they just leave it like that. And the mom was probably the slave and the dad was the white European. And that's what they want you to believe. So that was, again, another of the family. Let me see if there's another family. I think there was another family. I mean, all these families, the Gerard. Oh, yeah. We saw the Latilis also, who were from Picardy, France, as you can see, and died in Acadia. Latinist. Again, these are all coming from so-called black people. All right. Now I want to show you something else. Another tree. Again, this is one tree. Now I'm going to go to the Beasley family tree. Shout out to the brother. Really good brother. I worked like 3 or 4 months on his genealogy. And we're going to go up the Petrie Jones side. All right. Doc John Jones. All right. And his wife, Madame Mursa Pertry. I remember this. Don Jones, black. Mursa Jones, black. Right? Mersa Pitre. Mursa Jones. Mersa, that's a French name. Right? So her dad was Louis Wansime Charles Pitre. Wansime, that name kept coming up with the Trahans and the a lot actually with the other family tree, the Wansime. So I know, Wansime Charles Pitre. Let's see how they. All right, so they're making him like a slave master, right? But again, remember, like when Nagi showed us, a lot of, and this is a black slave owner. Let me just show you. Wansime Pitre, black, right? Slave owner. Okay. So yeah, remember they owned their own family. Yeah, they had farms. These people had their own farms and stuff. Remember, slavery is not what we think. Indentured servitude. All right, so Petrie, right? Let me go back to the tree. Louis Francois Petrie, right? Petrie goes up to Louis Petrie from St. Laundry Parish, Opelousas. The Petries were actually one of those Acadian families too. The Tirbadukes, we read about them too today. So I see they kept mixing with each other even when they arrived in Louisiana. All right. The LaCroix, the Lennog, look at that. And the Broussard. We're about to go up the Broussard line now. So we got to Louis Petrie, who dad was Pierre Petrie and his mom was Agathe Doucet. Remember Doucet was Huguenot. Right? Doucet were Huguenot. So you can't tell me, how do you know these ain't white people, Kurimeo? Because I know the Doucets were Huguenots. Right? And there's nowhere here that's listing white people or anything like that. And all of a sudden we got black people right here. All right? Even these people, some of them are black. And I think some of these were mulatto. Right? That's how I know. And so Agathe's parents was Rene Doucet and Marie Broussard. All right. Doucet, I don't think I got far. Okay, I got as far as Talson, which was from Acadia, you see? So fit in the story of the Doucets coming from Acadia, the Huguenots, who ended up in Louisiana. But we're going to go up the Broussards. All right, the Broussards. As Mary Broussard, her parents, Jean F. Broussard and Catherine Richard, did. All right. Now, let me see if I can find. I think it was through the Blanchards. So I think it was through her mom, Catherine Richard. I remember the Richards, Huguenot Acadian family, Richards. All right. And Madeline Richard Blanchard or Blancard. Remember, Blanchards were also Acadian exile Huguenots. So I believe it's through Jean Blanchard, who was born in France and died in Nova Scotia. Let me see. Huguet. All right, Huguenot. Yeah, Huguet. All right. Now we got a look at that. All of a sudden, her parents popped up. So Red Dame Blanchet. All right, here we go. This is what I was looking for. Now remember that the Huguenots and these French Acadians were mixing in with Micmacs. I actually found that in this person's genealogy. This person is a so-called black person, right? And he's not in Louisiana right now or all his life, but some of his family were, right? And this person, straight up, you won't confuse him for not being so-called black or what they call today an African American. All right, this is his genealogy. We're going up, and we went up to Blanchards, and we got to, right, Rigondin, Lambert, Blanchard, Micmac Indian too, it says. And then when I got to this, I'm like, oh, what? Right? Micmac Indian? What? Lamberts. We got over the Lamberts before, so we're going to go up the Indian lady, right? So Henricus Sakim, this is her parents, right? This is her parents. So Henricus Sakim Merbetu Iteri Henricus, Grand Chief of the Grand Council of Micmac Sakim, Kisawa, Abenaki, Mertabu, Montelay, and so on and so on. And his wife, Marie Amicmite Mishmage, wife of Henry. All right, she's Abenaki. So this is a whole other tribe. So Micmac Abenaki. All right, make sure. And it goes on. What I want to emphasize is these possibly, we're already in the 1510. Look at what we're talking about here. All right, 1510, 1582. Like, you know, the Europeans were just barely getting here in South American Caribbean, 1490s, right? And there's already people mixing in. 1599, she was born, right? Almost in the 1600. Her parents were born in 1510, it says here. This is a little off the years, but when you look at the hints, everybody's listing this historically as the name of her parents, all right? And then it keeps even going with his parents. It goes to chief of the Micmac. Let me show you guys. Henry Sakim Kizapa Mapul Tuk of the Micmac Merbenton. All right. So this is from their history, local history. It has to be because it's already 1490s, right? But look at this. Marie Margaret Micmac, member 2, First Lady of Acadia, 1490. So you're telling me Acadians and French people were there in 1490? What is really going on? See, this is for a future video. This is a spoiler alert. I'm going to really dig into this because they see a lot of these tribes in the Iroquois, a lot of these people have a lot of relations with French, ancient French. So was there real trade and commerce and communication going back and forth with people of Europe, or where the French really from? Where are the Franks, where are these original French really from? All right. This is a question to throw out there. But it's funny to me to find Marie Margaret, member 2, First Lady of Acadia, right? 1490. All right. Then her parents, or the chief's parents, it says Bartholomew Micmac Algonquin chief, Micmac Nation Acadia, 1406. So this has got to be from their records, right? All right. But I just wanted to see that there was a Acadian, Louisiana Cajun descendant who was so-called black, who went back to Acadia eventually, got with a Micmac, right? Which is correlating with the research we just did. Correlating. The genealogy correlates with the research. All right? The genealogy correlates with the research. And that's where we're going to end it today, guys. This was a very long presentation. Hope you guys enjoyed it. And, you know, I mean, I hope you use it and I hope it's valuable to you guys. I mean, I don't know when this is going to become mainstream and when other so-called scholars are going to put all this together. It wasn't easy. Trust me, it's not easy doing all this. There was a lot of research that had to go on before I even realized what to research. You know, I had to learn what a Huguenot was. I had to realize it was Black Europeans. I had to realize there was Black Indians. And I had to learn about genealogy. There's a lot of things that led me to this information. People ask, how do you find all these things? It's not easy. You know, I haven't uploaded a video for a reason. It's because I was trying to put all this together, because it came out of nowhere, because I wanted to do other videos first. But the Acadian stuff kept popping up, and I was like, I gotta explain this first, because then people won't understand or overstand what I'm about to show. So I hope, yeah, Strayham, Traham is the same. So I hope you guys understand where this possibly is going, where this possibly, what I'm trying to tell you, what I'm trying to show you. Get past the generalization and get past saying I'm 100% this and I'm 100% that, and judging other people just because of your complexion. Don't be like the so-called white man, right? And let's not generalize. There's a whole half of genealogy that most so-called African Americans are leaving out. And it's mainly because we thought they were white Europeans. We didn't associate to Europeans at all, right? But now that we know they were Black, most of these people who are, I've shown you, I don't know how else to show you, through primary sources, through scholarly articles, through genealogy. There's a different history, and we're correcting it. And you got to get off that generalization. Stop tagging yourself things. Stop thinking you're 100% anything. Do your genealogy first. And if you're stuck in certain lines, well, then you don't know what that line might be. So there's room for possibilities there, as you being other things too. All right. Will King, well, yeah, I guess. Are we all kin? Check out the drop for UBTV, man. We all kin. Or people are actually coming from apes and all that, Darwinism and all that. I mean, what are humans? What are Homo sapiens? What is mankind? That's a whole other subject there. We're eventually going to get into this stuff, but we try to deal with history first here, right? What we can research. All right, we're going to get to all that. And probably everything right now, she says. But yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed it. You know, I don't know how many of the Aboriginal communities in here still and how they feel about this. I hope you guys are keeping it real. You know, it's just me. I'm just, you know me, my research, I just go where truth leads me. It's not trying to make anybody less Indian or less European or less Moorish or less this or less Choctaw or less any of that. All right. So hope you guys enjoyed this. Thank you for tuning in. I'm out. Have a blessed night. All right, let's try to find a good song to leave out with. Yeah. Let's go out with the one that says turtle time. This is turtle time. All right. Turtle time, baby. Pura vida, mi gente. Much love and respect. Awah, shalom. Blessings. Love y'all. Thank you for tuning in to the real ones. If you're catching this on another day, thank you for sticking around 3 to 4 hours. You know, that's a lot of information to go through. It gets boring at times, but I know eventually it's going to be valuable. It's going to be very useful and positive. We're going to have a positive change. All right. I'm coming back strong this month. I'm going to do a lot of videos. I just wanted to get this out the way. I'll see you guys soon. Trust me. I might upload tomorrow or the next day or even the next day, but soon. I'll see you guys soon. Wow. Check out the Patreon page if you enjoyed the presentations and you want to support what I do. Help me be able to have more resources, more time as well, because I have to work if not. So I don't have time to edit or research. This takes a lot of time. And that's the other reason, you know, I had to do my other job and catch up with my work. And that's why I haven't been here in a while too. All right. Check out the Patreon. I share a lot of stuff there. You want to support me. You want me to, help me grow, help us grow, because if I ever, they won't give me a person like me $1 million because, they know what I'll do with it. And it's not about me. Love y'all, man. I love y'all, man. Take care. Blazer71, you already know. What's up? Thank you for all who tuned in. Thank you for everybody who was chatting on the chat, mostly. I was watching. I couldn't read it all the time, but thank you. You guys were conversative. There was no real trolls here or negative stuff really that much or at all. So I appreciate you guys. Thank you for being real ones. Mashallah. Rob Nation.